AMC starting the day off strong. Was negative moments ago. Is now up 1% from negative 0.5% to positive 1.15, 1.30, 1.61. I smell a delta hedge.
1.61. I smell
Somebody
a delta
mute your
hedge.
mic, please. Come on, people. This isn't your first time in this fucking chat. Mute your microphone. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all. Good morning, retail whale. How the hell are we today? AMC is now up to 1330, 1331, 1333, 1334, and counting. 2% gains on the day after we started negative 0.5 percentage point. This is good news. I need coffee IV stat. AMC's up more than 2% on the day. My calls are up more than 6% on the day. And we are looking good so far. It's going to be a fun one, boys and girls. Hey, Mom Bear, I might have muted you. I was just messing around too, but here. Yeah, well, you're not muted. You're muted because your server muted at the moment, but not a big deal. I see you all. You guys ready to go to the moon?
Yeah.
Shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Hell, I'm ready to buy some real estate up there.
AMC is now hanging out strong at $13.36, while the broader market is having a sell-off. Trey Edwards says, this is not gamma. No kidding, bro. You just figured that out? Affirm Holdings is down 0.75%. Never mind, a full percentage point, and extremely volatile at this point. AMC is at 13.25 right now, on 3 million volume. Not even 7 minutes into the day here. Amazon is flat. ARC Innovation is up 2.25% for some strange reason. BlackBerry's up 0.5 percentage point. Bed Bath & Beyond is flat. BBIG is up 2% at $2.14. AMC is now hanging out at $13.35. Very good. Let's take a look at our girls. GameStop, Express, looking at Facebook's up 1%, and GameStop is negative 3% so far on the day, sitting at 141.79. Goldman Sachs negative 1.25%. HSBC negative 2.5%. Highcroft Mining up 3%. Let's take a look at Redbox. Where are we at? Redbox up 22.5% and counting. Rising fast at 1040 so far today. Over 12 million volume on Redbox within 9 minutes of market open. Redbox is on fire. Shopify's up 2.25%. We got Snapchat up 3%. Sundial 1.9%. Spotify up 2%. Meanwhile, the entire SPY is down about 0.5 percentage point. NASDAQ Composite is... the hell? When is data not available? Since when has the NASDAQ data not been available? That doesn't sound normal. None of the other data points are having any issues. I think we're going to have a fun day, boys and girls. AMC's at 1339. Here's yesterday's chart. Let's zoom on in here. We can start taking a look at today. All right, everybody, you see this? We gapped down first thing in this morning to about $12.70 with an immediate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 massive green candles that, as a matter of fact, were even larger than the candles from yesterday. This one here holds 2.18K volume. It's probably in millions here. Or 100,000. Whatever. Point is, we're off to a strong start. Our first pump got us up to around $13.43. A new high we have not seen in quite a while. I suspect we're probably going to see a sort of consolidation now here for a period of the morning on AMC. There's got to be a consolidation period after a run like this from $12.70 to $13.40 without a doubt. Expect to see some short candles, probably about 4 to 5 large, red candles here, bringing us down back to closer to $13. And then we will take further movement from there. So let's just back out of this and we'll take a look at AMC again shortly. But again, hanging out strong at 13.28. Expect several heavy shorted candles coming right now. So we're just going to back off and go straight to our watch list. Yeah, Biora Therapeutics is even up at the moment. BBIG as well, Beyond Meat. And we've got reports from Bloomberg that we are seeing some hedge funds starting to close their positions. This is most likely related to other bad bets, like you guys have heard of one of the most successful hedge funds, Tiger Capital. Let me pull up that Bloomberg article for everybody. Morgan Stanley and Capital International said that it will remove China Evergrande from its MSCI indices from the close of business today due to prolonged trading suspension. All right, it's going to be bit of a chill morning. Looks like it's time to pump the brakes for the market makers right now. Redbox up 28% still at 1092. Let's see what AeroClean Technologies is doing today. Yesterday's star, 170% gain yesterday is down 14% today. That's again not surprising. Not surprising. Let's see how the rest of the day takes us. Let's take a look at Twitter and see what's going on in Twitter land. That's where that article from Bloomberg and the other hedge funds were that we were talking about as well. Looks like my man Elmo tagged me in it this morning. Let's take a look. This hedge fund borrowed billions of dollars.
Emma, how do these hedge funds consider the value or show the value of these investments in their books? And how frequently, I suppose, do they have to update those? I mean, you have this concept of mark to market, but when it's a private business, I wonder, what are the rules about how they have to hold the value of these assets?
So typically they will mark quarterly. Some funds that do more like venture capital stuff will, like a venture capital fund, could mark annually. But each fund can mark things differently, and according to their own valuation policy. They can take different things into account, such as the fundraising round that was most recent, financials about the company, a basket of public companies that are very similar to the private company. And so these things can influence how they value the position, but it's not uncommon to see, different funds using their own methodology. They do have to do what they tell investors they're going to do and abide by their own policy. proxies, but different funds, depending on when they get in these companies, can have different marks for the same company.
So I suppose, Emma, that they will be, from what you said then, if they're using maybe publicly available movements in share prices, for example, as a kind of proxy for what they're holding, then they will be having to represent these losses fairly shortly.
Yes, we've seen some already.
Speaking of losses, AMC's at a new high of 1346, 2.83 percentage points gains. Continue to make new highs, just like we did yesterday. Looks like we only got 3 red candles. I called for 4. We got 1, 2, 3 red candles. It only brought us down to 1324. That's extremely bullish. If we only came down to 1324 after almost a $1 movement up, it's going to be, well, I don't want to speak too soon. So let's just say I don't want to get your hopes up too early in the day. But I'm excited. $13.49, new high on AMC. Welcome to Boss Blunt's Think Tank, everybody. It's going to be a great fucking day. Get ready. Let's go. AMC's at 1357 with the Delta hedge. I fucking love it. That's what I'm talking about. 1357, 1359. We got a new high. New high we haven't seen in quite a long while. Go, baby, go! Wow. Hey, Wolfie and Martin, I'm going to need you guys to hold it down for a little while. Like maybe like 20, 25 minutes. Because I got to drive to the bank and over-leverage myself to the tits. So if you guys are cool with that, you guys hold it down for a little while.
We can manage that for you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's one Wolfie speech. What are you talking about?
No, that's half a Wolfie speech.
Perfect. Now,
Not today. When you do it, boss, we're going to go to the chat, the Discord chat and the YouTube chat, and we're going to put a few questions out to everyone listening, and they can all reply, and we'll pick up on it, and we'll do our best to get everyone involved.
all right, that sounds great. Wolfie, so I'll be gone for about 25 minutes. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens, but I'll be back with the quickness. I've got to run to the bank. I'm going to over-leverage myself to the tits, and I will see you guys in a little while, all right?
Cool, dude.
Because, 1360, we ain't seen nothing yet for today. And I got to make a wire because I'm not waiting for no fucking ACH transfer. Fuck that. I don't play those games.
Drive safe, have us on, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'll just do like about 100 all the way there and 100 back. I'll be back in no time. Yeah, maybe like 20, 25 minutes should be about the tops. GME just went green. Make sure you guys do me a favor and keep everybody updated on that. I will be right back. Handing it over to Wolfie, Martin, and the Think Tank. Thank you, guys. Maybe if you can, go ahead, brother Wolfie. If you can, just go ahead and do whatever you want. But feel free to, if you got other people's stories, if you can bring other people up. We want to bring up some of those retail investors that are just like us. People like us that are over here just struggling to get by, struggling to survive, trying to fight inflation, trying to get out of the wage slave mentality. I appreciate all of you retail investors. I know everybody here does as well, because we're all the same. We're all just people. And on that note, I got to go dump some money into my fucking account. I'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Cool. So we're going to start off with just a shout out. So firstly, those in the YouTube. Jeffrey, we see you again. Corlisen Rodriguez, Pasante, I hope I pronounced that right. Meow Meow's back, good to see. Max Dog, Hustler69, Hal Williams. I'm going to scroll up, we'll come back later. It's going to be a long day. John Annaford, Hove, nice to see you. Scrolling back up, Bliss, lovely to see you. I think we're going to be too busy today for the poem. Trip Steptoe, always seeing you around. TK, lovely to see you. Dakota Dad, Max Dog. These are all people, real people. Future Well, we know the bots are. These are the real ones. Pristine Auto Detailing. Hope your business is holding up and you're doing great. Hustler69, Stephen Wynn, I believe you pronounce that. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Savvy, nice. Danny 8, good to see you again. Therese, Canuck, Max Dog, Charlie's M.
Again, be right back in about 20 minutes. Wolfie and the crew and the think tank will hold this down. I'm gonna go take out. I'm gonna go take out a second mortgage. Puts on my mortgage company.
Wouldn't there be a third mortgage at this point?
Maybe it would.
Now he actually leaves.
So just a few more. Crystal, we see you. Sean Alexander, in your base. Mac and Bees, we see you a lot. Good to see you all this morning. We'll keep doing this as we go through. So I'm just going to give a few shout outs to the Discord. You probably know there's been a lot of chat and people getting messages about trying to join. For now, at least, apologies to one and all. It'll be through YouTube for now for you to get your say in and be part of it. Twitter, Boss is on there. You've got it in the description for all these videos where you can contact, stay in touch and that. So apologies to all, it was getting a bit crazy. So for now, at least, the Discord's closed to new membership. So genuine apologies from Boss and everybody else. I'm just going to run through a list. Admas, good to see you. Extreme 1, Bedrock 1911, Bertie's Buyers, Big Bob, Bob Weaver, Chief, Slapper Hedge. CJ Philly, you are everywhere. It's good to see you. See Cryoa. See Steph, nice to see you. Dylan, always about. Do Dirty, Dream the Stream, Devo Man, Eagle Eye Productions, Fucking Rich, FJB Pilot NC, Flightman 2010, good to see yous. Golden Knight, Leaf Crayons, Isaiah Kresnick, Jay Rector, JCT. I might abbreviate a few of your names now, apologies. Jefferson, Johnny Chimpo, Johnny89, JSan12, Jay Stone, Cannabliss, Cosmo, KRZ. Ooh, we got some people in the house today.
Don't forget the troublemaker himself called Christian.
Well, I've got down to the M's, but a little bit later. No doubt we'll have time and we'll come back and we'll do it from the bottom up. But we're about, there's quite a few, so we'll come back to that. So we were chatting today about possible ideas. If you've got any ideas and you're watching, chuck them in the chat. The world is a big place. There's a million things that we could bring up on conversations. We've got like 20, 25 minutes. So, a question. Who else, not having a go at anyone, but who else puts his channel up, gives it to his community, and goes out to do what he's got to do? No one. I haven't seen anyone. If there's anyone out there, put them in the chat. People out there are including their community and throw over their channel and trust their community, put it in the chat. I only know a boss. So that speaks volumes of the man. Anyone who thinks he's here just to try and make a couple of dollars off of a YouTube video are highly mistaken. Facts, opinions, receipts, information, things to look at, things to consider, form your own opinion, go and do what you need to do with that info. He don't tell you what to buy, he just tells you what he thinks and what he believes. And he's still here day after day with all the haters and bots. So I think in the chat that deserves a round of applause for Boss to do this today. So it's going to give you a chance. That said, let's see what we can come up with. How about a question, Martin? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I've got a question. Hands up in chat on YouTube if you are fatigued. Or are you still this degenerate generational wealth people? Hands up if you are not fatigued.
Let's see the hands. Come on.
I really thought you were going to say hands up if you've seen Goonies.
No fatigue here.
How about in the Discord chat?
Of course not.
Are you fatigued?
You
can speak if you want to.
Definitely not fatigued.
There we have one brave soul.
Hands up, not fatigue, not fatigue. I'm not tired, degenerate. Bot, I spotted a bot. Everyone else, no fatigue. I'm a degenerate ape. I'm not leaving, no fatigue. Hands up, hands up, hands up. No fatigue here. Wash me hands, hands up.
Cody bought 10 more shares, so he's not fatigued.
Team no sleep.
Team no sleep. You sleep a lot.
Oh, get the fuck out. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You sleep at least 2 hours a day.
Exactly.
she
Okay,
wakes
so I
up
only
and
need
like
1 hour. Okay, I'll cut it back to 1 hour, Martin. I'll cut it back. My bad.
she
You
wakes
better.
up and's like, I've always been here. I was just lurking or snoring.
I wanted to say good job, Wolfie, to keeping this alive.
Appreciate you being here. Well, chat's just took off, so we just got hands, 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 hands. We ain't fatigued. Get the fuck out of here with that. It just shows you how out of touch they are with people. And I'd like to think, we're all starting to see that there is millions just like us, pissed off, angry, annoyed. We're not dumb, we're not stupid, we've done our own work, we want answers. Where's the fairness? Where's the transparency? We're not naive. We're dreamers in the best way possible. And we ain't fucking left.
I just wanted to say something to Day Trader Ohio. That kind of fatigues don't count.
You didn't
Because he
work
said
the SEC.
military fatigues, and those don't count.
He's been in the SEC working, has he?
No, I
is
have
that a
military
nice...
fatigues on, and that don't count.
So as we got a nice response there, I got another question just to keep it going, and then we'll do a few shout outs and we'll try and get a couple of people up chatting. So I've got a list of people that kindly put themselves out. So if I see any of them in the chat and I have had conversations, we'll invite them. And if they're ready or they're able, because a lot of people are working, because we are predominantly working class. We all got bills and stuff, so but I'll ask them up. But another question. Accusations about 16 to 18-year-olds. So it's this is the info. If they're going to watch it, let them watch it. Let them see who we are. Let them see that we're real people. So if you can, just chuck what job you do. Whatever it is. So backbone of America, backbone of different countries. It's a global thing. Chuck it in a chat if you're happy to do so, if you're comfortable to do so. Put the job, just the job. Are you a teacher, a fireman? Are you a road sweeper? Do you work in an hospital? Do you provide healthcare? Do you work in social work? Are you looking after people? You got your own business? Are you retired? Show them the people. Accountant, assembly, power station in the UK, computer programmer, electrician, trucker, disabled, casino, chemistry, accountants, truck drivers. Damn! It's the people speaking. Farmers, custodian, US Air Force, military police, water engineer. Let them go away and say you're all bots. Let them go away and say you're all lying. Let them go away and ignore the truth. Mafia. Doctor, trucker, data engineer, casino chef, law enforcement, therapist, construction worker. The fucking backbone of every bastard country on the planet. People. Look at the chat, you fuckers. Real people. We're not dumb. We're not fucking stupid, and we will be heard. We will be heard. 1950s housewife, rigger, dry worker. Are you reading the chat, people? You paying attention?
High on AMC.
Hell yeah. New all-time high, 1360. A male escort. A boss watcher. There you go. Keep that chat going. No, I don't do shout-outs for individuals. You're moving way too fast. Weed smoker. There you go. There's a job I could have done.
Auditors.
Look at it, though, people. Look at it. We ain't alone. Look at it. We're not alone. Every trade you can see. Hospital workers. Farmers provide our fucking food. Hospital workers looking after us, getting us back on the mend. Disabled vets, even a pension. Come on now. Merchant seaman. I can read them all day. GIS analysis, service engineer. Rest in peace, payment for order flow. Obviously not their job, but they have been contributing to the death of payment for order flow. So
Damn, I see a high voltage lineman.
everything. Moon meower. So I like that. I like that a lot. I want to get a couple of people up. So one last question before I have a look to see who's in the chat anywhere that we can maybe get to hear a real story. So the other thing is they want to say, you know, they want to pretend the world ain't watching. They want to pretend that we're out here alone wherever here is for you that are listening. So now put in where you're from. What state are you from? What country are you from? I'm from the UK. I know we got UK people in this. Last time I looked, I think the UK outside of Canada and America were the next largest holders. But we got them all around the world. So now chuck where you're from. Let them see, well, the whole world's fucking watching this. Indiana, Iowa, Utah, New York, Singapore, Alabama, Texas, Canada. Fuck me. The whole world. Yorkshire, Kansas, Tunbridge. Are you watching? Are you fucking watching? Worldwide, global. We're all fucked off. We've all had enough. Miles, friend of Elon's in the chat. Big shout. California,
Berlin, Germany.
Germany, Dubai, Missouri, Texas, Minnesota, New Mexico.
Yorkshire.
Oh, Yorkshire. Montreal, Colorado, Philippines, West Wales, Yorkshire
Hey,
again.
Wolfie.
Go on.
I almost thought that that Yorkshire got priced out. Well, with AMC going up to 13s.
Never. Smart people. Smart people in Yorkshire.
Frugal but smart.
Yeah. Careful where you want to jokingly pick a battle, my man. Yorkshire folk, salt of the earth.
Leeds.
Leeds, Sedan, Toronto, Italy, Long Island, Pennsylvania, Charlottesville, Puerto Rico, Mexico.
Australia.
Just look at it. Just look. Sweden, Denmark, Nottingham. We ain't leaving. Who else ain't leaving?
I see one that won't be leaving. Big Red Apple in Doncaster.
Correct. I ain't leaving. I'm in this play until we get paid. Right, let me have a look now. I want to just keep the chat going and stuff. Put in where you're from. We ain't going to stop watching, but if someone wants to come in and have a look at that, now go out and tell everyone, it's all right, it's fine. A couple of 16 or 18-year-olds fucking about on their computer. Let's see who we've got in the chat that was on. Martin, you take over. Let me just do a little bit of looking, see who we got and stuff. We'll come back.
Seeing Iceland. Oh, somebody's on cloud 9. That's nice. And we got Michigan, West Virginia, Florida, Arkansas, Tobago. Another one that's on cloud 9. Iowa City, Indiana, UK, Maine, Singapore, Ontario, Canada.
Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Rip Hedgistan. That's a good place to live.
Area 51. We got it all.
Zimbabwe,
So
Las Vegas.
I'm going to call a couple of people up if they're in the chat. So, firstly, Paul P, are you in the chat, mate? I know you're busy and you've got a young baby and that, but if you're in the chat, let me know. You've got about 30 seconds to respond, and I'll work my way down the list. Anyone who does come in today, thank you. People are busy and working, appreciate that. but we'll try for a couple of 3 minutes, see if we can't get somebody in. In the chat, are you interested in real stories, real people? You see the benefit of the message getting out? Do you want to hear this now?
Tiger Jedi from Lyon, France. Ça va? Burma.
Right, so the next one,
Leaving the city.
if he ain't too busy, he's going to be Diaz. We all know Diaz. He's everywhere. Works for the benefit of everybody. Great guy. Diaz, if you're hearing this and you can, feel free to jump in and share your story, my man. Just so everyone knows, this is a spur of the moment stuff, so we are officially what they call winging it.
Yep. See if we can find Diaz. Javi, how you doing, brother? Kinda looks like Diaz is indisposed at the moment.
Yeah, bless him. Always working for the community. So here's a question for everyone. How long have you held for? You're allowed to declare that. I don't know who you are. You're not telling anyone what to do. Mine last January.
Same.
April 23rd of last year.
We're gonna be fucking rich.
Oh my god, is that Zumbak?
Yeah, I'm at work, bro. I gotta load a trailer right now, so I'll be back. I just bought a shitload of options. A fucking shitload.
You work for it. You've done it. You've researched it. You've done the DD. Good luck to you, my man.
Yeah, I gotta work. I'll be back.
No,
Damn, I'm seeing a lot of early Januaries, early Februaries, both on GME and AMC.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
January 3rd, 2021. Blackheart. Damn.
So while you're doing it, carry on. But we're a little bit gap filling, so I hope we'd have 10 minutes.
October 2020, what the hell? That's DFV territory.
And all the way through, with all the FUD, all the haters, all the bots, all the non-believers, all the uneducated, all the scared, all mainstream media, all the suits and their experts, all the people that said it was fine in 2007, 8. And look at all these people that ain't listened. Look at all these people that still bought. Look at all these people that ain't fucking leaving. Who wants a poem?
Yeah, but first, GME just hit $148, and AMC steady at 13.56.58. So. Now you can do the poem.
So I posted put a poem that had been written. DFE and Bury Sea, how it would devour thee. Underpriced, misunderstood, the buy removed by Robin Hood. We saw the shorts for what they are, the bets they place, our battle cry. DD made, facts then checked, they all believed in what came next. The highs, the lows, FUD would grow. Sell you apes, apes said no. Lies and tricks, smart money knows. They used MSM, the story shows. But here we are, 1 year on, we still hold together strong. The apes have grown, the float they own, they realise now the truth will be known. I loved it. I hope you do too.
That is a lovely poem.
Really like it. Really like it. I can't wait until this play's done. Not to be rich. Not just to be rich. But to see the beautiful people, the people that have always wanted a voice, always wanted to say it, all of us, we know how it works. But the aftermath. And then I want to see our story really told. We'll find out things that we might have believed, that we didn't know, that we overlooked. We'll find things that we were bang on about. We'll remember the people that were correct in March with a date, a catalyst, and why it didn't happen. We'll remember the people that along the way have grown quiet because of bots and haters. We know they're still holding. We've still got 90%. It's never gone below 90%. Official figure, never gone below. So much we're going to be able to find out. And our story will be the most amazing story ever.
You know, to me, we talk a lot about that we're still holding, but what people don't realize is that we're still buying. We're not done. And the longer they wait and the longer they drag this out, the more we're acquiring. I think it's awesome. So yeah, cheers to holding, but you know what they don't get is we're still buying, baby.
The Queen hath spoken.
She has indeed. And if anyone's in doubt, just go back to the question we asked and the response we received. People now are still putting in when they bought. No one's leaving. The huge majority have not left. They continue to buy. We had new people in this chat that have shown that they come in after January, March, July, September, December. This January, March. We don't believe your lies. We don't believe your use of mainstream media. We're in the play until we get paid.
And a little update. Bior is up 2.54%. GME is just negative 0.68% of the day. Still strong. MMAT is almost down 1%. Bitcoin is down 1.62% at $30,610. Sundial is green on the day, 1.16%. BBIG is 2.86% up at $2.16. AMC is up 2.68% at 13.42. Oh, and on a separate note, here's another update. Hedges are fucked.
Let's have a quick look what we got going on. So now the chat's calmed down a little bit.
Yeah. Marcel had to jump into the chat and say, "I'm not fucking leaving, just FOMO buy-in." Damn right you are.
Ain't a bad idea, and I know we do it all the time, but let's just show some appreciation for the boss man. We all know why we're here. We all know how great he's been. It's your community, but he works tirelessly. So let's just see some thanks. Costs nothing. You
We
haven't
love
hit them.
Boston.
Exactly.
And we love you, Wolfie.
He's a picture of excellence.
He's the brain.
He's the GOAT.
Indeed.
And people on YouTube could hit that like button in appreciation. Goes a long way for the algorithm.
That'd be nice. Yeah, you want to pay back? You want to give a little bit back? We'll go through the names. We'll do some shout-outs and stuff, but go and hit the like button. Let's set the highest likes for a video. So when the man comes back, he never asks for nothing. Does what he does. There for everyone. Trying to bring everyone together. Hit the like button, people.
Hey, Wolfie, did you see that Gary Gensler is going to be talking today about proof for order flow and changes that possibly could happen today?
Yeah, I see that. I know it was flagged up in the Discord countless times. So it'd be interesting to see what he actually comes out and says. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is at the moment it's all belief. And it could, it should be a strong belief that he's going to address payment for order flow. He's said for an awful long time, whilst there was other things we'd like him to have been speaking about publicly, he's actually gone on record saying it was an issue. Well, it'll be astounding if he comes out and he doesn't say something about it. In the chat, let me know what you're all thinking. Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? I know there'll be people that will say waste of time. It's just, I get it. Walk the walk, but get on with it. So let me know your thoughts in the chat. Me personally, and I haven't looked into it until such a time he actually speaks and he actually says what he's got to say. I tend to come at things from a little bit different angle. So I know, and I didn't watch it all, but I watched the bit that was flagged up regarding his stupid turtle video. But the bit for me in there has always been about restrictions, either on staffing numbers or what powers they actually have, etc. Which is why I get excited when I hear DOJ stepping in, or RICO being mentioned, because that's another level. That's criminal. That's jail time, and that's taking things off people. But I did see that in that particular video was, for me, you were saying, look, this is, our hands are tied. We answer to Congress. This is what powers we've been given, and we're trying to do what we can. And then you go all the way back for revolving door, and I believe correct criticism of how things are. But if he comes out today, it will be interesting to see what he's got to say regarding payment for order flow, because that was his number one thing when he does his interviews, especially following on payment for order flow, was something that he was troubled by, and for the market and for retail. So I'm happy just to wait until he does speak. But yeah, I am aware that he's coming out and talking. For me, the payment for order flow, which is the slight reservation, is if he killed off Robinhood, would I give a shit? Well, only for the good people that were using Robinhood, and we know come out of Robinhood, don't use Robinhood. That's been out there. People express that opinion. People then have to go away and take it on or not or whatever. But my fear is, and I'm looking around and seeing, there seems to be more and more things that is it officially possibly taking the buy button away? Well, if he goes after payment for order flow and takes that off, you better have a broker's, I guess. But until he speaks, I haven't gone into it any further. So that's just my surmising. That's my guesstimates of what it might or might not mean. GG is as useless as putting gasoline into a Tesla. Yeah, I can see why people think that. GG's been there a year and a lot has changed. I think that says "and a lot." I want to see banning payment for order flow but not proposing a ban. Should hurt Citadel. Should be good for us. Anyone else's thoughts on the question that was raised? I ain't selling until they fire Janet Yellen. It's the same banks who gave the banks bailouts and golden parachutes to the CEOs back in 2008. Yeah. We remember 2000 and the aftermath. We remember the years it took to recover, if we managed it at all. We remember not once did we see people like Griffin show any remorse or concern for any one of us or the teachers' pension in 2008 or following 2008. We do remember none of them, not one, showed any remorse for their negligence or their greed. The experts and the bosses of these banks who couldn't take Dr. Michael Burry's money quick enough, ripping his arm off to take it, only to see that he was then correct. We do remember that none of them experts, CEOs, CFOs, chairmen of these banks, see what he see until he come in and placed his bet. We do remember none of them were held accountable last time, and that none of them come out and said sorry to those who lost their pensions or their jobs or their families or their hope. We remember Occupy Wall Street and the picture of them swigging champagne and laughing together whilst they looked down on us all. We remember them same banks behind the market crash being bailed out at our expense. And we remember being told that the Fed had to give the bank $3 trillion 2 years after 2010 because the Fed can do something today and not declare it for 2 years. And they did it because they were too big to fail. We remember. Only to find out later that it was 29 trillion in bailouts. We remember the bankers lined up being questioned by Congress about the dog shit that they had sold to retail investors, the dog shit that they had told their own employees to unload on retail. We remember the rating agency bosses and the excuses. We remember them being lined up in front of Congress. And their reason that they didn't downvote? It's our opinion. That's what they said. It's our opinion. It's our opinion it was AAA. The fact that it was dog shit wrapped up in cat shit, well, it was just our opinion. That's what the rating agency said in hearings after 2008. We remember. We remember the closure of Barings Bank and the reasons. And we see 150 million well elsewhere in the same industry. We remember seeing all the pictures of foreclosures across America and feeling the pain. We remember all that austerity that we had to endure. The cutbacks to services for people who needed it most, healthcare. Pay freezes for millions and millions of people.
And then we have the rating agencies that, if they didn't comply with the sellers of the mortgage-backed securities and so on, the sellers would just walk down the street to the next one.
I remember.
We remember it all. And we remember Paulson, the expert, went from working inside the stock market and that. Genius guy, real clever guy, brilliant guy, fantastic guy. And then working for the government and being able to sell his stock and not pay estimated $50 million in tax. But our country needed, your country needed, the world needed that guy in that position. We remember Bernanke. We remember him coming out and saying the things he said. Buffett being wheeled out years after as a PR exercise for Wall Street. We remember them saying buy Enron. We remember them saying buy this IPO and that IPO, only to watch it tank soon after. I didn't see banks going bankrupt after that. I see us becoming bad holders. Telling everyone over and over again to sell AMC last year, February, March, April, May. What did they say when it ran up in June? Because if you listened, you missed that. You didn't even have an opportunity at that. You might have been able to put $100 in, make a few quid, pay a few bills. They took that from you if you're listening to them. They're telling you it ain't going to work, it ain't going to run, it ain't going to do this, it ain't going to do that. Well, they were wrong then. Citadel's growth through payment for order flow and the use of Robinhood. We know all that. Taking the buy button away. We remember that. We remember the congressional hearings and what changed, what happened. We remember a lot. We're focused on a lot. And we remember experts like Jim Chanos dismissing naked shorting, saying it was just CEOs who just don't like criticism. Fuck, we remember. Yes, we remember. We're always going to remember. We're shining a light and we ain't leaving. And their faults that I've seen other people write, their faults I've seen other people expressed. That's the people we do fucking remember. And we ain't going to walk away from this.
I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. Ken Griffin's going to have a hard time getting rid of us.
Wolfie could have handled this all on his own.
I should let him. I should let him. I shouldn't even come back. Just let Wolfie do it. This is perfect.
Yeah. Just let Wolfie talk for 6.5 hours.
We need to get Wolfie a channel.
The Wolf Pack.
Yeah, we need to get
I'm a
Wolfie
supporting
channel.
act. Nothing more, nothing less. If Boss hadn't done his thing, you'd never, ever, ever have heard me speak once.
I don't believe that.
I do.
I understand
the community's out there, and there is communities, and I'm glad people have got them. I reached out. I said exactly what you're hearing me say now. The only person who took any notice was the man we're now looking at. All yours, my man. Glad you're back.
Oh, it's cool, man. You can keep it going. I'm enthralled, Wolfie. Just don't stop because I'm here. You're free to speak at any moment, my friend. This is our think tank.
I appreciate that. I'll come back in and out. We'll do it like we did yesterday. We'll come back in and out. We'll give people shouts. We have said some bits for how great you've been and what your real motives are. So, and rightly so. It's not said enough. But we'll come back to the chat and the people in it, and we'll give them shout-outs when you need a little breather or a respite or grab something to eat. Do you ever eat? I've never seen you eat. But they want to hear you. They want you to pick up on the charts. That's your area of expertise. And there is a few questions coming through. So,
well, I will say that. Did you guys see the massive red shorted candle from just a few minutes ago? Man, if you can't see the desperation, you're either not looking hard enough or you don't have the experience to know what the fuck you're looking at. The amount of desperation going on in these stocks, the cost to borrow for some of these stocks is almost 300%. GameStop's cost to borrow is like 250 fucking percent. Redbox cost to borrow is like 290%. And the list goes on and on. Biora Therapeutics, formerly known as Progenity's cost to borrow is ridiculous. Also, all like 300%. And AMC's been increasing every single day. And it'd be a lot higher if there weren't billions of synthetics. But even still, with billions and billions of synthetic shares, naked shorts, rehypothecations, shorts marked as long, there is still an increase in price happening on these stocks. Why do you think that is? Because the market makers, hedge funds, short hedge funds, and prime brokers are losing control of the situation, whether they want to admit it or not. They are greatly losing control here. And we're seeing it every day on stocks like AERC that ran up 180% yesterday. Redbox that's currently up, shit, how high is this? Up 16% right now on the day. Let's take a look at the charts. We got Redbox up 16.5% so far today after being up even higher. You know, look at this. It was up at a high of $11.30 today. Started off at $8.43 after yesterday's run of over 25%. Also, the Vortex indicator is showing extremely bearish momentum on stocks like Redbox right now. And that's, it continues to trade sideways and down. It's going into the oversold territory again. Looking at the Russell 2000. Russell 2000 is down by almost 3/4 of a percentage point at this time. But even still, AMC is floating out up a percentage point as of right now. Reached a new high that we haven't seen in many, many weeks of 1362. As a matter of fact, let's log out and let's just take a quick analyzation. Well, would you look at that? Let's take a look at yesterday's chart. Whoops, didn't mean to draw that line. Let's take a look at yesterday's chart. We tracked AMC from, or not, no chart apparently. Does not want to cooperate. All right, there we go. Now that it's loaded up, first thing in the morning, started out right around 1170 or so. Yesterday, we had a 1 hour delta hedge up to 1271, a 2 hour downtrend back to 1220, a 55-minute uptrend, a massive jump, a gap up, and then a consolidation channel. We moved, sorry, I don't know why it keeps reverting to draw a line. I do not want to draw a line. You can see the uptrend on this channel here continue onwards. Let's put this line here where it belongs. There it is. We had this 55-minute upward trend. We fell into a consolidation channel, and then we had an introduction to power hour here in which we saw more hedging from 1243 delta up to $13 a share, and then moved forward into actual power hour itself. Here's the power hour, and we jumped back into the 55-minute channel that began earlier that day. So you can see back here at 11:21 yesterday, in power hour, we jumped back into that same 11 a.m. channel. And as of today, as you can see, we have barcode up and down, down below. We got shorted well beneath it. Let's scroll to the left. Those lines are still showing up there. They're populating on my screen now. This top two lines is the 55-minute channel that I drew yesterday at 11 a.m. this morning. So we were trading in between a channel of 1360 and 1340. And it looks like market makers and banks here. Look at this massive red candle. Massive red candle. We had volume of 42,000, 57,000. That's large. And 24,000, 42,000. And then you had 48K, 37K, 21K, 137,000 volume on this negative candle. This must have cost these short hedge fucks millions and millions of dollars to do that, to run this one fucking candle. And look at what happened to the Vortex indicator. It did go bearish, but the stochastic RSI is in ridiculously oversold territory at absolute zero. It's at absolute zero for a reason, because it's oversold to shit. But you can see they pulled it down into the channel beneath it. See what the algorithm did here? It pulled it down out of the 55-minute channel and back into the lower channel. If we zoom out a little bit, you can see which channel I've got. I named it, is the intro to power hour channel. So it's slightly below the one we were seeing yesterday during power hour. In reality, we should see a gap back up into this further channel between 1340 and 1362, which is gonna, basically is going up exponentially here at one point or another. That's better. It was a little dark in here for some reason. SYM had a volatility halt of 5%. Yeah, people better start getting used to those volatility halts.
Do you think Redbox is a bait?
Redbox, I think, I told people that I was going to do some homework on Redbox, and I've done some homework on Redbox. Let's take a look and see. Who posted that data for me yesterday? Does anybody know who posted it? The Redbox data. I know I saw it yesterday, so we're going to go back to it. And I'm going to pull it up because I've got it right about here. Redbox short interest is 176%. Bear with me. SYM is up 76% today. 76% increase on SYM. Take a look here and see what we can find. There it is. Thank you to Crimzo in the think tank. Check this out, you guys. Redbox, short interest change is up almost 4% as of yesterday. The current short interest percentage, according to Ortex estimations, is 176%. Do you guys remember what happened to GameStop when it was up 140% last year? I do. I'm not saying I'm going to go running into Redbox because it's owned by hedge fucks. Predominantly, 70% of Redbox, from my understanding, is owned by hedge funds. The difference is that AMC is owned 90% of the float by retail. We are the whale. The cost to borrow max on Redbox is 901%. The cost to borrow average is 475%. And the minimum's at 34%. They returned 165,000 shares, borrowed 381,000 for an increase of 217,000 more shares to short. Meanwhile, the price continues to increase to 900% cost to borrow. That should tell you a lot as to what Redbox is. AMC, in my opinion, is leaps and bounds less risky because of the fact that retail owns it as opposed to hedge funds. And when retail owns the float, hedge funds can't sell themselves and sell their buddies the shares at any price they want in dark pools. They've got to go to retail and they've got to buy our fucking shares, and we choose the price. But I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a line on Redbox because I've been getting a lot of questions about it. And while it seems to be a very entertaining stock, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see what it does. I'm going to feel the movements. I'm going to prepare myself using the volatility on Redbox and Ocugen and Acer and other things that I've seen, and use that to help me be ready at any moment, just like we saw last June with the volatility halts, the circuit breakers. They're going to happen. Canogistics, trash, pink sheet, OTC trash is up 44.5% today because this is one of those things that market makers and hedge fucks use as collateral. It's easy to pump a couple cents into there because the damn thing's isn't even worth a fucking penny. It's worth 0.0039. So it's easy to pump a couple pennies in there to get that to increase. Canogistics up 14.29%. But let's look at heavily shorted stock Ader. All of a sudden, Ader's making a movement. Started the day around 292, hit a high of 346, and is up 11.96% right now on ATER. That is looking awfully nice. AeroClean Technologies, AERC, was up 170% yesterday. To see it down today 14% would likely be a crush of volatility. That would be the ideal situation for short hedge funds right now. Again, looking at Redbox, it's still up 14.5% today. It was up about 25% yesterday. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but nothing that's really blowing me out of the water. GME? What's this about boom boom? Let's see what we're talking about. I don't like saying those words, but look at this. GameStop was down negative, almost negative 5% today. Why? Because you will almost always see a reduction, a shorting, a heavy shorting happening before some delta hedging in order to keep the price from looking like such a big increase today. Had they not shorted it in the beginning of the day, we would be looking at 6.7%, 7% or higher gains for the day. But again, we ended the day yesterday at 147. We opened the day today at 138.35 due to shares shorted over in the pre-market. And we immediately have been gapping up since. We're up to 149 again for a 1.37% increase on the day from yesterday. The stochastic RSI is looking extremely, a little bit overbought, but it doesn't mean it can't hang out at the top of this channel, you know, for quite a long while like it has in the past, as you can see here. The vortex indicator is oscillating in a way that looks extremely bullish with the positive buying pressure over the negative pressure. The EMA is trading well above the 20 and 30-day EMA and the weighting moving average at this moment. And let's take a look at the channel that we drew yesterday. So we drew this channel yesterday here. Let me back out a little bit more. Let's go out to the 5-minute candles. We can get a better look at GameStop. AMC's at $13.40. Hanging out right now, waiting to see when it starts to move. GameStop's at 149.31. Let's zoom out a little bit. Trading just beneath a channel we created yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, nice candle on AMC.
AMC hanging out strong. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. We might move up into the higher channel. Or they'll short us right back under, $13.35. But it looks like we're going to go above $13.45 here if this next candle brings us up into that level. The vortex indicator is looking really bullish. The stochastic RSI is looking overbought. So anything's possible at this point. And there goes the red candle. They should bring us under 13.35 on this one. And again, people, the only reason that I'm predicting whether it's going to go up or down in the immediate short term here, if it's going to go above 13.45 or below 13.35, is for me to try to figure out which channel we're going to be moving into. No other reason than that. That kind of helps us dictate if we're staying in the same pattern, if we're having a breakout, if we're having a breakdown, whatever you want to call it.
Boom. 13.35.
Is that my guy Massalorian in the chat? What's up, Massalorian? It's good to see you. Make sure you guys check him out on YouTube. The Massalorian. Feel free to jump in the Discord if you can, Mass. But yeah, here we go. It's 13.37, 13.38. It's trading in between these two channels. I foresee it does not want to stay there. It will most definitely move up or down into one of the channels above or beneath it, as we've seen the last several times. We did hit that line, and we used it as a resistance twice already. And we're going to trade. Yep. It's going to bring us right back down into this lower channel. The lower, the better for them, because that way they can keep us trading between $13.19 and $13.30. So that's going to be the immediate short term, in my opinion, for AMC. I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice of any kind. Nothing on this channel is a financial advice. Apollo Creed says, is it safe to say you're enjoying yourself? Apollo, I'm having a fucking blast. I'm having the time of my life. These moments we're going to look back at afterwards and say, I missed that. This is truly going to be bittersweet when it's all over. I can all but assure that. Mass Lorian, I'm sorry for your loss, brother. I didn't really hear the see the comment, but I see what Grandpa Barney says. He says, "Good morning, Mass. Sorry for your loss. Much love and prayers." And that goes for me as well. My condolences to you, my friend, if you've had a loss. I wish you the best. But aside from that, because he has great YouTube coverage on AMC and GameStop and some macro, make sure you guys check out the Massalorian, kind of like the Mandalorian, except MASS, because he's from Boston, Mass. Let's take a look. Redbox is still up 14% on the day. Netflix this is hedgy collateral, in my opinion. Top-notch hedgy collateral, up 3.5% today. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. They're going to be hanging on. This garbage stock, Lucid Group, I know a lot of people like this company. I'm not trying to shit on you, but Lucid Group is making no fucking money. Let's put it that way right now. They've made no fucking cars practically.
It's a dumpster fire.
It's a dumpster fire. And for it to be up 5% today is an absolute joke. Well, what do you got? You got Beyond Meat also up 5%, but it's also a fairly heavily shorted stock on very low volume. Progenity, formerly known as Progenity, we got Biora Therapeutics, BIOR. We're looking at a 2.5% increase on them. Ader is still moving up 11.63. Atarian Inc. That one, we're going to keep an eye on Ader today. That's going to be a good one to peep, as well as Redbox. Tesla's up 4%, hanging out at $7.45.94. Looking pretty good. Of course, I love to see this. Wells Fargo and Company down 1.5%. Are you surprised? The Greater SPY indices, ETF, I should say, based off the SPX index, is down 0.22% right now to 414. I like it. And of course, you got the Direction Daily Real Estate Bearish ETF is up another 3% today. These bearish ETFs are going to continue to print, in my opinion, the ones that run inverse to the real estate market, because the real estate market is in shambles. I'm a former real estate broker. I've got rental experience. I've got commercial experience. I've got residential experience. Currently, I can tell you the real estate market is in the fucking shitter. This is not financial advice, but just go open up a few charts. Go open up Twitter. Go do a search of real estate. Mortgage-backed securities are complete trash. Commercial mortgage-backed securities are even worse. And credit default swaps are up thousands of percentages this year because they are the hedge against mortgage-backed securities. So when mortgage-backed securities dump, CDSs go through the fucking roof. You're also looking at other indices losing some pretty big bucks. You've got the IWM still down 0.6%. Regardless, AMC is up almost 3%. It has moved up into the higher channel on 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. We are looking at a pretty good volume right now. No, actually, that's extremely low volume. Look at this. This red candle had 88,000 volume, and the ones after it had 22,000 with almost no increase in price. 18,000, and then we had 85,000. And that gave us a price increase of about 9 cents. We had a price increase of about 9 cents of 85,000 volume here, probably traded in a dark pool predominantly. And then we had 88,000 immediately before us, which brought us down about 20 cents. So lit markets, double the selling pressure. Dark pools, half of the buying pressure. That's the way market makers fuck you using alternative trading systems and dark pools like Citadel Connect. And I guarantee you, all but guarantee you, that they are front running your fucking trade, they are holding your buying pressure, and they are processing it in a pool, that's why they're called dark pools, with thousands and thousands of other orders in order to distort price discovery and prevent the real share prices from being visible. It's really simple, and it's actually quite genius. It's made extremely complicated for a reason. They don't want you to know how the markets work. If you don't know how to trade, if you don't know how the markets work, you're going to believe in their authenticity. And you're going to continue to do what I do. Back before I started learning this stuff, and I was following Jim Cramer, wondering why the fuck I'd lose money every time I'd watch Mad Money and try to make an investment based off what Jim Cramer had to say. Because he's a hedge fund shill. Hey, take it for what it is. That's literally the definition of what Jim Cramer is. He works for CNBC, who is owned by Citadel. He is a former hedge fund manager and has told us on the news several times exactly how to short a stock into oblivion. Not because he wanted to, but because Jim Cramer was secretly recorded telling that to people. We are in our higher channel now. We're going to be trading here from between 1338 to 1347 for a little while until we see another breakout. And I got to get another look at this pattern to see what we're looking at, because I'm seeing a pennant of some sort, a bullish pennant or a bearish flag. Let's take a look. No, it's an entire consolidation happening here. We could draw another one here like this. Let's take a look and see what we've got. And we can even reach way back over here and grab this. No, that's not a good one. I'm going to grab the bottom of these wicks. I'm still not happy with that. There we go. I'm going to go way back over here, grab the bottom of those wicks. Yeah, we're going to have another. Actually, as a matter of fact, that one does trend quite well with the one right above it. I like it. You can also redraw it to use the candles, but I'm going to leave it right there for now. And I'm going to zoom out on the 5-minute candles to see what it looks like. That's why I do like removing some of these, because we do start to see. I'm going to remove this trend line since we don't really need it. It's a tiny consolidation channel from here to here. This was our intro to Power Hour yesterday, Power Hour today. Let's get into it on the 1 minute. Yeah, the 5-minute candles, the chart, it does look like a consolidation channel, and we're going to hang with it. On AMC, still at 1337, but yeah, I'm just going to get rid of it now and just mentally note that that's our consolidation channel, because it's going to make everyone just, it's going to fuck with my OCD, let's put it that way. My OCD does not like it. These fucking pricks. They may be turning, they're losing the ability to keep this within a thin bid-ask spread. Okay, remember, this is the channels we drew yesterday at 11 this morning, at 11 in the morning, and this is the channel we drew around 1 in the afternoon. You can see that instead of trading within this channel or this channel, it's at this point trading between using the entirety of the two channels combined. That shows you that the bid-ask spread is increasing, the volatility is increasing, and look at the historical volatility on the stochastic RSI. It is up and down, up and down. This shit looks like a fucking heartbeat of a guy who's having a goddamn heart attack. This does not look good at all. For the market makers. It looks great for me. I think we're going to be so fucking rich. But this does not look great for the market makers as far as the amount of incredible volatility that we're seeing in the $13 range. We haven't even got above $13.50. And the fucking stochastic RSI is having an aneurysm. Look at the vortex indicator. It can't decide what the fuck it wants to do. Delta hedging, shorting. Delta hedging, shorting. Delta hedging. It's just struggling to decide. I think the algorithm is just losing its shit. And it's a theoretical, right? It's an algorithm. It doesn't have a thought processes. It just trades off of zeros and ones. That's it. Redbox is moving on up 17% so far on the day. $10.06. It was up as high as 11.30 earlier today. Well, and Beyond is moving up pretty nicely. It's now up 6.9%. Boys and girls, it's gonna be a fun fucking day. heavily shorted stock Beyond Meat is up almost 7% to 26.50. Let's take a look. ARK is also, it's surprising, ARK is up to $46. That's fucking hilarious. Ader is up to $3.30, which is a pretty nice run. It's a 10% run for Atarian Inc. AMC hanging out strong at $13.44. And it looks like well, I like the candles we're seeing now. And again, look at what we just said. Like the two channels have become one major channel. Like there's no more staying between this one and this one. It's using the entirety of the both channels. And I presume once it tests the support again, it'll probably go back up and above 1370, 1380, and then we'll make a new high for today on AMC. But it's got to play out. It's got to use the channel. It's got to consolidate. The IV has to get crushed. Otherwise, it's not good for the short hedge fucks. And remember, guys, I'm not a financial advisor, but when you're looking at things like short squeezes, they're not going to make it easy on you. They're not going to show you what's happening. You've got to really dig deep and figure it out and try to understand for yourself. You might be right, you might be wrong, but you've got to try. If you don't make the effort, you will never succeed in anything. Some people got into AMC and GameStop thinking it was going to be easy money. Hey, I'm a little guilty of that myself. I thought it was going to be fairly quick. A year later, here I am. After many ups and downs, after watching my account go up thousands and thousands of percentage points back in May and after the January run-up. It's great. But I'm not in a hurry. I know a lot of people are. Maybe this isn't the best place to be if you're in a rush. Because the stock market doesn't give a shit what you think about time. If you think something is taking a long time or a short time. The stock market lasts for ages. And if it wasn't for Citadel Securities and greedy prime brokers and banks that have taken $100 trillion from us over the last several years, we wouldn't be here today. So I would like to personally thank Ken Griffin. Thank you, Ken Griffin, for being a complete greedy piece of shit. You have given us the opportunity to make a lot of money off of your disgusting greed and stealing from people's 401ks and pensions for so many years. I feel terrible for those people. But like my man Wolfie likes to say, we are not the cause of the problem. We are the cure.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Janet Yellen, for telling me that stablecoins and over-leveraged hedge funds are the top contributors to systemic financial collapse risk that we've seen in many, many years. Thank you to Jerome Powell for printing trillions of dollars and 40% of all money in existence in the last year and a half. Your insane greed has led us to the point where we have a chance to make billions of dollars with an S. We are the fucking whale. We are retail. And another thing, I'd like to thank former President Donald J. Trump. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had this beautiful ticking time bomb from the Office of the Foreign Assets Control on November 12th, 2020, signed by Donald Trump that forbids and prohibits the trading of communist Chinese military companies as of January 28th, 2021. This was one of the leading contributing factors to the January run-up of AMC and GameStop, in which they ran up thousands of percentage points. I would like to thank Sleepy Joe Biden for extending that through May 27th and giving me another opportunity to make a fuckload of money on the stock market. I made tens of thousands of dollars, and I had no idea what was going on at the time. Now, I know exactly what the fuck's going on. Thank you, Sleepy Joe. I would like to thank Sleepy Joe for extending that executive order on June 3rd, 2021. He gave it a 365-day time frame, and on June 3rd, 2022, it made it illegal and prohibited to buy or sell these Chinese military-industrial complex companies, and they further expanded upon it with addressing the threat from securities investments that finance certain companies of the People's Republic of China. This is Executive Order 14032, also known as Executive Order 13959, as amended, which supersedes Executive Order 13974. That being said, we're going to be filthy fucking rich. And for now, I'll be more than happy to hang out, continue to load my fucking boat, go and make more transfers and wire transfers like I did this fucking morning, and do what I have to do to make sure my family's taken care of for the future. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm going to do what's best for me and my family. That's it. That's all I can do. The SPY is down 0.4% at this very moment. The Russell 2000 is down 0.6% at the moment. And by rights, AMC should be pretty fucking negative if the Russell 2000 is down that hard, as well as the IWM also being down 0.71%. Granted, that's not huge numbers, but it's the entire index. It's the entire ETF. The Russell 2000, the IWM. And then the SPY is down 0.5 percentage point. AMC and GameStop have diverged for the time being from the SPY's movements. GameStop was down over 5% today. And then, of course, as you can see, it was shorted in the pre-market and then ran up to bring us back to where we started off earlier today, and is currently practically completely flat. And as you can see right now, some more heavily shorted candles popping up out of nowhere for GameStop. Okay, and see, you got the same thing going on AMC. Why? Probably because these ETFs that they're traded in are both moving downwards at this very moment. Amazon, losing its gains from yesterday, is down 0.6% right now. And still moving. All right. Again, take a look. This channel has turned gigantic at this point. This channel has become massive. And the volume candles are even bigger than yesterday. And yesterday's candles were larger than the Friday before. The trading day before it. If that makes sense. Today would be T+2 for any trades that occur. Not for any trades, I misspoke. Today would be T+2 for many trades and swaps trades and contracts, ISDA contracts that were traded on Monday. If a margin call went out on Monday, for example, we won't find out about that for 3 to 4 days afterwards, because prime brokers give their hedge funds and market makers several days to meet a margin call. Whereas if the DTC issues a margin call or FINRA issues a margin call to the prime brokers, there would be only about 1 hour for them to comply. After 1 hour, the liquidation of positions would begin until the point where they are brought back into compliance to meet their margin requirements. So there's a variety of margin calls. It's not just one person, one entity that can margin call others. The DTC can margin call prime brokers, and they've got to respond with the quickness. But prime brokers can margin call market makers, banks, hedge funds, family offices, people like you and I on retail trading accounts. And retail gets shafted pretty hard. We've only got about 1 or 2 days to come up with the money for a margin call, or your position gets liquidated. But market makers and hedge funds get several days. Several days. Keep that in mind. The last time we saw Executive Order 13959 as amended hit the books on May 27th, 2022. It didn't move until June 2nd is when we had our real movement on AMC. June 2nd was our real movement on AMC and GameStop after the implementation of the executive order on May 27th. And you can see these kinds of things take time. And this time it might even take a little bit longer. Again, look at this. Look at this. Respecting our authority. Respect my fucking channel. The channel which we drew. Respect it. Right? And again, we drew this at 11 a.m. yesterday. These channels. 11 a.m. for the upper one and 1 p.m. for the lower channel, in which we had a 55-minute upward trend and then an introduction to Power Hour, which became the Power Hour channel back into the beginning of our 55-minute upward trend, and at this point have consolidated into like what looks to be one massive channel for today. This is good news for those of you that are unaware. Our next gap up could easily bring us, and I got to scroll out, could easily bring us above $13.80, close to $14. I'm looking for $14 today. Yesterday, I told you guys in the morning we were looking for $13. Way back when we were still in the 11s. And what did we see by the end of the day? $13 fucking dollars. Right now I'm seeing $13.32, and I'm looking to stair step. I'm looking to climb up. I'm looking for $14 today. At least. Put some fucking respect on my name. That's right. And you see the algorithm is all ones and zeros. And that is why you're looking at it right there. You're going to see that exact same thing. GameStop is down 1/4 percentage point. It is, let's take a look here. Trading sideways at the moment. Actually, no, it's still making higher lows and higher highs at this moment. Take a look at here. We'll use the wicks. Here and here. As a matter of fact, I've got to grab the wick there. I might be better off using the candles in this particular situation, but we're going to use the wicks for consistency. And it looks like it's just an upwards, like a bit of a bull pennant. I wouldn't say a bull flag. It's kind of tough to differentiate. It's kind of both based off the direction in which it's pointing and the shape. So you could really call that whatever the hell you want on GameStop. Let's take a look here, though. We got Ocugen is just kind of flat. We've also got Redbox still strong at $10.06. It's consolidating quite nicely here. Looks like everything. I'm going to use the. No. Hold on. I'm going to back out here. Redbox is consolidating quite well right now. Here. As a matter of fact, and we're going to grab it here. That one doesn't make sense. That one doesn't look right. Let me start back on this side. That's better. Okay. Another pennant. They're doing the same thing. These stocks have the same current pattern going on because they're heavily shorted and they're currently getting cooled off. You could do the same thing with AMC right here. Check this out. I'm going to grab from the wicks there. And then from way back here, there, wick, candles, 3 candles. There, see the pennant? Here's the first line, here's the bottom line. It's like a downwards pennant. Here's GME. Slightly upwards pennant, you know, very similar as well, slightly different. And then you've got Redbox. Redbox is showing us kind of the same thing as AMC. See, Redbox, AMC. Note that. This is the kind of things that I look for on technical analysis. I don't look at it to tell me what's going to happen in the future. I look at it to tell me what's happened in the past and what could potentially happen. It's a tool, not a crystal ball. It's a tool. You've got to use it properly. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But that doesn't mean that you throw it away just because it's not working 100% of the time. Etsy is up 5%. That's great. And again, look at this pink sheet bullshit. Canogistics is now 18% up on the day for the time being. And General Cannabis Corp, another, penny stock, is up 11.25%. Got to remember, guys, also Blockbuster. Blockbuster liquidation was up several hundred percentage points yesterday because it makes great collateral. It costs a fraction of a penny. And even if there's a massive haircut on it, it's still collateral. It costs them fractions of a penny. They don't fucking care. And even when they do care, if it costs them a lot of money, they just go ahead and put your pension and 401k and IRA in it anyway, like BlackRock is doing with the Thrift Savings Plan. Taking a look at Tesla's still up 3.54. It was at a high of 749 today, hanging out at 742. Gary Gensler is speaking in about an hour or so. I believe he is. Looks like Credit Suisse shares spiked after a report that State Street might be taking over portions of the company. Look at what these hedge funds
hottest
right
hedge
now.
fund bet in years. D1 Capital Partners used its stakes in private companies as collateral for borrowing billions and posted massive gains. But now, as valuations are fading, the industry is bracing for a reckoning. Our hedge fund reporter, Hema Parmer, joins us now to talk about not only the fact that they borrowed billions on these private stakes, but then they reinvested it in the same kind of assets. And so now as those fall, they're just losing a ton.
Yeah, and we're seeing this kind of across the industry. D1 is one of the bigger players when we look at hedge funds that are doing both public and private companies. And they've really sort of ramped up over the years. But now as we see, different ways that they can go about increasing their allocations to privates, taking on a loan to do so. But the industry is kind of going through this reckoning now as you look at how things are trading.
Well, how much exposure are we talking about when it comes to some of these more liquid assets?
So, for example, D1, about half of their assets are in private investments. They're about a $20 billion hedge fund. Some of the other funds that have moved significantly into the space, Tiger Global,
By the way,
Viking.
half of their investments, and how leveraged up are they?
Well, we don't always have clear access into how much leverage they're using on everything, but clearly they've taken this, $2 billion loan. They've used some of that to reinvest in these sorts of private and liquid companies, and this is a big part of what D1 does, which is really pushing into startups, venture capital, more private equity type investments, and they're one of the bigger names in the industry that does this.
What do clients do when they're looking at the valuations of these assets being written down, and yet they can't necessarily pull their money out easily? I mean, is this not a reputational problem for these funds?
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like Citadel last year? Remember when we heard from Citadel that they were making it so that their customers were unable to withdraw their funds without massive penalties?
Investors do know from day one that when they invest in D1 and when they invest likely in other funds that do this, that these assets are likely going to be side-pocketed. So when you invest in it, you get in and then you get out when this private investment is exited in some way. They're often told that at the beginning, and we've been seeing a couple other funds like Tiger and Co. too saying, you know what, guys, if you want your money back, we're going to have to side-pocket it as to be prudent for your money, but it means that they're not going to be able to get it back soon.
And so, Hema, how do these hedge funds consider the value or show the value of these investments in their books, and how
Oops. Looks like hedgies are fucked, huh? A lot of hedgies.
And some of the funds marking down things like Instacart, marking down a number of other private companies. Some of the funds like D1 will be marking quarterly. So at the end of this month, I think people are going to be keeping a very close eye to see what the marks are looking like. And I think the industry really is expecting a great deal of markdowns across the space as we look through the rest of this year.
Who are the winners that you're focused on? We hear so much about the losers, and it's a fantastic piece of reporting. I read it top to bottom. as soon as I saw it. But who are the winners this year?
So, you know, we're seeing some success among the macro funds. We're seeing success among the multi-strat funds. These are funds that are a great deal more diversified. They can trade currencies as well as stocks. They can use, some of them are market neutral, meaning they try to trade in a way that's not parallel to the market. And we're seeing a little bit more, less volatility in those types of managers, while among the stock pickers or those that focus on public and private companies together,
rich,
we're
isn't it?
seeing a little bit more of a difficult time.
Oh
how do these hedge
no,
funds,
they're having a difficult time. Cry me a river.
Hottest hedge fund.
Cry me a fucking river. AMC's hanging out at 1335. Again, trading within our channel. What did it do? It came down. It broke beneath our resistance here and came right back into it because this is our channel. It is our newly expanded channel. They're attempting a consolidation. Okay, there's definitely an attempt to consolidate right now. Keep this thing trading sideways. You can see we've got these downward arrows here in which they are, and it's not even continuing to go downwards anymore. You see, we're no longer making lower highs. We're now just straight consolidating, whereas this lower channel kind of almost doesn't even make sense. It would make more sense to go from here and then wick that way. Grab the wicks there. We got 1, 2, 3 tests of that support line at this time, and it's now turning into an actual pennant, like a real bullish pennant. It looks a lot better. So you got to look at the arrow, this line going here and this line going that way, in which you've got a triangular shape that's getting smaller and smaller and tighter, and it's winding up like a rattlesnake. What does a rattlesnake do when it's coiled up? That's what we're seeing right now.
Strike.
You could say that, yeah. You could say it fucks shit up. Taking a look and seeing our broader markets. The Dow Jones is down 1/4 percentage point to 33.1K. The SPY is down 0.15. It is getting pumped pretty hard right now. Look at that. That's a lot of volume. At 415, still down slightly. And the VIX is been beaten down to 23.95. Meanwhile, the conditions of our economy, real estate, and over-leveraged funds that are losing a lot of emerging market collateral have not been priced into the stock market. When people tell you it's all priced in, it's times like this, times of market collapse, turmoil, rough economic conditions, in which the depression that we're about to face is not yet priced in. Hey, I just wanted to say, Radwan, thank you for Radwan Siraj. Thanks for your support, buddy. Appreciate you. And the think tank as well does. Rhonda, we appreciate you and your support as well. My opinion on DRS, to each his own. I have not DRS'd a single share. I will not DRS a single share, and I will never DRS. In my opinion, direct registering your shares just hands them over to the DTC and makes them held in their custody. That's not for me. To each his own. I've got the utmost respect for those that have done it. If you have shares that you don't care about, well, I should put it, if there are shares in which you don't care if you're able to sell them during a squeeze, then I think DRS is great. But otherwise, I'm not a huge fan. Well, smoke them if you got them. Drink them if you got them. Cheers, boys and girls. You know what's next.
Cheers, my man.
Cheers, Wolfie. Thanks so much for holding it down this morning, man.
My pleasure. It was your community that did it. If they didn't respond, I'd have shut up. There's a hint in that for everyone listening.
Yeah, that's why I don't bring up DRS, because so many people don't understand it and don't realize that Superstonk does not actually give you the proper information on DRS. The DTC pretty much does have your shares in their hands if you DRS. Unpopular opinion. Don't believe me if you don't want to. I don't care. I'm not here to argue with anybody. Do whatever the hell you want. If DRS makes you happy, wonderful. I'm happy for you. But I have no interest in DRSing anything. That doesn't mean I think it's not something that corporations shouldn't do, or people that don't want to sell certain numbers of shares if they have their keep forever shares. I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm never going to tell people what to do with their fucking money.
I appreciate you. Yeah.
Look, we're reaching the end of this. Look at this little consolidation on our flag. We've got our lower level here, upper level here, and it's really coiling on tight. Yes, we will be watching Gary Gensler shortly. It's going to be a little bit because he doesn't come on for another 45 minutes, I believe. But as soon as Gensler comes out and is talking about payment for order flow, we will jump on that immediately and cover that for you guys live. The stochastic RSI is at the very top, at 1 right now, 100. But the vortex indicator has just gone bullish. It just started having a bullish movement of positive buying pressure here. So look at this right towards the end of our channel. Are we going to have a further breakdown into it, or are we going to break out? Because this channel's about as tight as it can be here on this portion, from here to here. It's at 1341, and it is stuck. It is not literally stuck. I mean, it is actually not moving. The price is not fucking being changed right now. There are no orders being processed at this very moment. I think we're going to see a large print right here. Whether it be positive or negative, I don't know, but I think we're about to see a very large print. Where's the volume princess? Look at, there it comes. Nice red volume. And they do want to keep us in this channel here for as long as possible until it reaches the end of the channel. And we've still got a ways to go, because it's still about 10 cents wide. But this right here, this morning, we started the day off at 1271, and then we just shot straight up to 1344. Got shorted down to 1323. Hedged some more to 1360. Another short action, a little bit more hedging to 1360. Another short, a little bit more hedging again. And we're look at the pattern. Same a green, red, green, red, green, red. This is why we call it the hatchet. Like, I call it, like, it looks like a hatchet. This looks like the handle of an axe, and this is the metal part, you know, that you like stick into the mountain to climb upwards. And as you climb the mountain with the long handle and then the hatch, you know, the axe portion, then the opposite happens on the other end to get it shorted down. And then it begins to basically climb down backwards. But at this point, we're no longer moving up and downs. We're just moving sideways. This is an IV crush. This is a complete IV crush, a consolidation before the next movement. Cheers, everybody. See, Atarian, while we wait for AMC and GameStop to make their movements, Atarian's still up 8.6%. GameStop from a negative 5% day, of course, as you can see, the same thing is kind of the same thing as AMC. Let me zoom out here so you can see a little bit of it. Heavily shorted first thing in the morning for a gap down in pre-market. There it is. Sorry, I couldn't find it. This is where we ended the day yesterday. And for no reason, of course, we started the day today on GameStop at 138.35. We had a high of 149.53. And now consolidation across the board for GameStop as well. Cooling off that IV. It looks like Gary Gensler's about to open his fat trap. We'll pull that up here. See what Gary Gensler's got to say. Anybody in the think tank got that handy, by the way? On the 5-minute chart, it looks like AMC's already broken above. It is turning the pennant line that we drew from a resistance into a support. Do you notice that? Look at that. We hit the resistance again here, and then we hit it here. Beat it here. And then now we've used it as support not once, but twice. Actually 3 times with 1, 2, 3 candle wicks here. It could be the beginning of a divergence, of a movement here, or a breakout. We don't know yet. Let's see if the price starts to move quickly. That would be confirmation of a delta. Delta changes.
Hey, boss.
Yes, sir.
Financial. I just saw something on there. I don't know. I'm just looking for it right now.
Hey, brother, could you mess with your mic or something? Because it sounds really bad. I'm not really able to hear you.
Yeah. I'm on a bus. I'm sorry.
Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, it's a ton better, actually.
All right, but yeah, I think it's on Bloomberg Financial.
Thank you. Look at that. This does look like a breakout right here. If you ask me, we're up at 1342, and that pennant that we drew is now null and void. It was going very nicely up until that moment, and with several retests, it seems to have turned into a level of support. Yeah, that's not till 12:30 Eastern time, guys. That's not for another hour. The Global Exchange and FinTech, or is that yesterday? No, that's today. Here it is. I'll be joining the Global Exchange and FinTech folks for their annual conference. Tune in at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, right here, at the SEC website. So that's not for another, just over an hour, where Gary Gensler would deliver remarks at a 2-day virtual event. If this is not the event that you're talking about, by all means, please let me know, because it's the only one that I know of for today. And I don't know if that's where he's going to be discussing payment for order flow, but it sure seems that way, because they don't pay. This bastard is not going to be doing more than one speech a day, from the sounds of it. No way. So we still have an hour before Gary Gensler speaks, for those of you that are wondering. AMC is stuck. Redbox is up 18% at $10.15 right now. Spotify's up 5%. Everything looks like it's not moving, really. What the fuck is going on? I'm intrigued now. AMC's up 3% on the day, 1346. I see something very slow happening. Look at the vortex indicators. Extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. Stochastic RSI is at the top and hanging out strong. I'm feeling like there's a shitload of orders being processed through dark pools right now. And you can see here the volume was held for this entire minute candle. There was only 3,300 volume in that total minute. EMA is 13.381. Trading well over the 20-day EMA. I got his when in doubt, zoom out, and that's exactly what I'm about to do right now. Do these guys really have the firepower to short us down from 1350 all the way back to 1333 to get us back into that channel? Maybe, but it's going to cost them tens of millions of dollars, I think. At the same time, we're still respecting the previous channel we drew. If you remove our pennant, the pennant is now out of the picture. It has crossed over those resistances or those sell walls, if you will. And now, as you can see, the consolidation channel and, the 55-minute upward trend that we drew yesterday at 11 a.m. and the intro to power hour that we drew yesterday at around just before power hour have become one giant channel for today. This is today. This is our channel. This is the lower end of one of our channels, and this is the higher end of our other channel. It seems as if the entire bid-ask spread is now being held within that section, using the entirety of those two separate channels as one. That indicates to me an increase in volatility and volume. And a continuation of consolidation. Taking a look at GameStop, it is trending to the green. It does not want to stay red at all. But yeah, no worries, guys. We've got Gary Gensler in just under an hour. They're celebrating the 88th year of the SEC this year. But that's not why we're going to be watching it. We're going to be looking to see what he says about payment for order flow, specifically at this conference. And we're not going to watch the whole thing. I don't want to watch the whole damn thing. That's obnoxious. Well, let's take a look at our star from yesterday, AERC. Aero Clean Technologies was up 170% yesterday. 170%. Well, let me just pull it on the 15-minute candle, make everybody's lives a little bit easier. From $2.35 all the way up to $14.49 or so in one day. And it looks like it's seeing a nice full consolidation. This is the day chart for today, right about here on the 15-minute candle. It's still moving quite well. But it's down 17% today, but again, still, up 180%, almost 170+% yesterday. Look at that giant candle on BIOR. Remember, this is formerly known as Progenity, PROG. So, if you were in Prague, it is now known. You know this already. But that's a pretty healthy movement. I mean, it was only 2.68%, but look at the size of that. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 massive green candles here. I don't understand how it sees green candles like this, but the price continues to go down. Jesus Christ. Look at that. When do you ever see green candles like this as the price is decreasing? It's absolute craziness. Green candles like this as the price is decreasing. Here again, bunch of big green candles and a couple tiny red candles, but the price is going down on BIOR. That's ludicrous. Anyways, moving on to Beyond Meat. Oh, is she squeezing? We were at 24.53, ladies and gentlemen. Now up to 26.73 on Beyond Meat. That's a good look. I must say so myself. Ader, Atarian Inc. still up 8.64% on the day. Oh, what is this? So our high today on AMC was at 1362, and it looks like AMC is making a go at it one more time. Junito Cubero says, with all the downside in the market, specifically AMC, do you still think we own 90% of the float? Yes, Adam Aaron told us he's legally obligated to tell the truth. He told us 9 months ago that we owned 80% of the float. And he came out 3 months ago and said we own 90% of the float. And it was also in shareholder meetings. So it's not that if I think, I know for a fact that AMC, Adam Aaron, and I know that retail owns 90% of the entire float for the AMC stock. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to emphasize to people that are unaware. It is not in question. It's not a question. It's not an estimate. It's not a conspiracy. Call it whatever you want. It is a fact that we have learned from AMC at their shareholder meetings that they have had to physically count, and they have counted 90% ownership by over 4 million retail investors. That doesn't include the other 25% that's owned by retail. Wait a minute, the other 25% of the float of AMC that's owned by institutions. Wait a minute, 90 plus 25%, that's like 115%, right? How can that happen? But then you're going to tell me that there's also 24% reported short interest? So doesn't that go from 115 to like 140% now? How's 140% of the float? But guess what that doesn't include? Synthetics, naked shorts, rehypothecations, shorts marked as long, married puts, divorced puts, calls that have not been hedged for. There's a lot of things that does not include. AMC hanging out strong, 1350, 1352. Higher highs, higher lows, back in this channel. This one does seem to be supporting the power hour channel. Look at the support. It tests the support 1, 2, 3, 4. Arguably 5 or 6 times. Maybe even 7 or 8 if you'll count these. But they're, anyway. And you can see the resistance being tested once again. We tested that resistance once, twice, 3, 4, 5. This is our 6th retest of this mark, of this resistance level right here at the 1357. Or, if it goes higher, you might be able to claim that it's that one up there, but it's tough to say. I believe this to be our resistance level at the moment. So this will be our 6th retest. And as I've seen in the past, it sometimes takes AMC 7 to 10 retests of a resistance to break above it, because that's the way the algorithm trades. We are approaching our high for the day, and we are going to see big red candles to try to prevent a new high. I don't think it's going to happen. It's extremely bullish. The stochastic's not even at 100 right now. It's at 84. The stochastic RSI. The vortex indicator remains green, very strong with the positive buying pressure. Let's see if it has a crossover into negative bearish territory. Yeah, we'll mention IMPP. You down with IMPP? Yeah, you know me. Imperial Petroleum up 25% today. Imperial Petroleum up 25% today because gas prices are through the roof. Did you guys see gas prices 2 days ago compared to yesterday? Gas here went up by 50 cents a gallon in one day. It went from $5.54 to $5.89 or so. So it went up around 45 cents a gallon here by me. Yeah, I live in the Chicago suburbs, far Chicago suburbs. I'm talking like I'm 90 miles out. in downtown, I'm sure gas is $6.50, $7.50. But yeah, IMPP is hanging out strong, up 25% of the day. Oil is going to get out of control. AMC's at 13.57, just shy of its high of the day of 13.62, up almost 4%. We're going to retest daily highs, new daily highs, I believe. Tarian is also up 9%. GameStop's up 1.16% now. Also, this stock started the day at the, GameStop was down 5% this morning. It is basically up 6% on the day. It's not reflected on the numbers because of the heavy short action that happened first thing in the morning. Redbox is up 21%. Looks like ATube says IMPP, the Greek tanker play shipping EU sanctioned oil at 500 to 700% rates. I'm not surprised. They're making a killing off of shipping the oil from Russia to other countries. An absolute killing. As is Vladimir Putin. You know who's not? The American people. Biden's sanctions did not help us. The Democratic sanctions did nothing to help America, Americans, and the people that live here, or people globally. But we must protect America's money laundering playground of Ukraine. We must protect the 13 Pentagon-owned biolaboratories in Ukraine. We must protect Hunter Biden's laptop. We must make sure the Bidens don't go to jail for a DUI. Look at HTCR. And for those of you that are wondering, I am not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a liberal. Fuck them all. Fuck all the parties. They're complete garbage. HTCR, 186%. 187%. HTCR is up huge. Hardcore Enterprises. Massive changes today from $1.08 to $3.20. Well, what do you say? That's an interesting ticker for sure. Yeah, I'm an equal opportunity politician hater, for those of you that are wondering. Equal opportunity hater of politicians. So don't get offended if I talk shit about your political party or someone from your political party. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about your views or your ideals. I'm talking specifically about that politician, about those people, about the people in that party. Not every American that has ever voted for that party. Because I know in the past, my views aligned with some of the parties, and at this point, they've become so extreme on all ends that I don't align with anybody. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with not being able to be confined into a small box. And I'm sure you guys are as well. We are retail. We are the 99%. The only ones that we should be looking out for are ourselves, our families, our friends, our neighborhoods. It takes a village to raise a child. And it takes a village to succeed. It does not take big government. Man, we are so close to AMC's high of the day, hanging out at 13.57 right now. We're still trading in this upwards channel, guys. You see that? It's extremely impressive, actually. And we'll bust it out into the 5-minute candles. Look at that 5-minute candle so people can see that it remains extremely strong. Here, this dotted line in the middle of my screen is the today, the changes from yesterday to today. This is the market open today. It's not showing the after hours on this chart, and that's okay though. There wasn't too much happening. I did watch it. AMC was shorted under $13 after hours. Right before after hours closed, AMC came down to $12.98 and then gapped down further in pre-market to $12.71. I fully believe that was nothing but shorting as well. Now, we'll back it up even more candles. Let's go to the 15-minute candles and take a look at the chart. It is well respected. It is well respecting those levels. Again, here we had the 55-minute, the 1 hour upward trend. And then we had a little bit of a consolidation channel. Here we had the introduction to power hour channel down here. This channel on the top is our 55-minute trend from yesterday that has turned into a long-term upward trend. And this one below is our intro to power hour trend. And as you can see, it is respecting our intro to power hour trend from yesterday very greatly on the 15-minute candles. Even, the 30 minutes and the 5. This is getting to be quite quite a steady stair step for now. And the vortex indicator has just gone extremely bullish. I suspect we see green, big green candle, or 4. High of the day, 1366. We have new highs for the days, ladies and gentlemen. $13.66. Do you think this is by accident? Do you think it's intentional that hedge funds have to spend more money every single day on cost to borrow fees to maintain the stock price from skyrocketing for companies like AMC and Biora Therapeutics? 1370. Let me see this delta hedging. Bring it on. Let me zoom into my 1-minute candles because I'm suspecting, yep. There we go, the 1-minute candle. We got 1, 2 big green candles. And we're going to have a, let's see if they keep us under that 1372. You see our top line here? This is the top of our, the bottom of our other channel. This would be what we called the upwards consolidation channel. Higher highs, higher lows. You could even grab it here and here. I'm going to leave it right where it is because I believe that it's going to continue to respect those channels until a breakout happens. I don't see a breakdown happening, in my opinion. I don't see it happening unless the market crashes. If the market crashes, for whatever reason, I'm not going to say that's going to happen. I'm just going to tell you right now. If the stock market were to crash, I wouldn't be surprised to see AMC and GameStop lose about half of their value. Margin calls roll out. And then after about an hour to 2 days, you would see AMC and GameStop go completely parabolic, skyrocket upwards to the moon as liquidations and margin defaults are occurring all across the industry until the point at which the Fed comes out and has to bail out the banks after the MOAS. So there's nothing that guarantees the stock price from going down significantly. But barring a market crash, I foresee it continues to stair step upwards, even if we do have a day or two where it is heavily shorted and it kind of takes a break from moving upwards. I think that in the extremely short term, next several days or weeks, we're going to see it consolidate, and I think it's going to move a lot faster than some people think at some point. For now, it's they're holding on. They're holding on strong for dear life. You guys are welcome to jump in on the chat too, in the Discord. No worries there. And yeah, we do still have the meeting for Gensler. That's coming up in about 40 minutes, where Gensler's going to note. Gensler's going to discuss payment for order flow and potential changes in payment for order flow. I'll take that. Learner, thank you for your support, brother. I appreciate you guys as well. Your kind words mean a lot to me. It shows me that, you know, you guys are actually gaining some value and possibly learning something. That makes me happy. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Don't want to interrupt your flow, mate. Doing great.
Good, man. Appreciate you, Wolfie. You're the man. I was listening to you all the way to the bank and back this morning when I left you on the stream for like that half hour. I put it on YouTube and I was listening to it on the way there, and I was talking to the banker. I'm like, all right, yeah, move this money over, and you know, he's like, how much? I'm just like, everything. It goes, everything. I'm just moving everything. Move all my money into the account. Wire it all. You go, okay, you know. And he's listening to you guys because it was playing as he's looking at my screen, typing the information for my Schwab account. That's the one that I used on this one because I have multiple accounts and I'm using all of them to prevent myself from getting stuck in a situation where I regret not having more than one broker. That being said, look at that. We are at $13.70. We're about to hit that mark again, it looks like. But I digress. All I was really trying to say is I was listening to you the whole way there. The banker was listening to you and he goes, damn, that's awesome. I'm gonna tune in. And so like multiple bankers were sitting there watching the stream, listening to you talk shit about bankers, which I loved, and retail. And they're like, oh, this is great. And I was wearing my we're gonna be so fucking rich hat. And I told them, yeah, go ahead. There's a few, you know, over 1,000 people, you know, all right now, and they're just waiting for me to get back. But I had to come over here and make this transfer because I'm gonna say no go to FOMO. Fuck you, SEC. I'm gonna FOMO all I want. Don't tell me how to spend my fucking money. I know my risk tolerance, and I'm willing to bet it all on putting these hedgies out of business like they did to us in 2008.
Making apes out of bankers. Look at you.
They'll never be apes. They wish
So
they could be what we are. They don't have the integrity to be apes.
You can't blame somebody that works at a bank, though. They're not.
No, not at all. Not at all. That wasn't my intention. You're right. Definitely don't blame the banks.
I'll be amazed if there's people inside that are either not waiting in the sidelines or already in. I'll be amazed. Absolutely amazed.
Oh, yeah.
That's what whistleblowers is about. It's people that go in and toe the line, learn what they need to, you know, start making moves, and then start waking up and they start thinking, fuck, there's got to be a better way. And yeah, they'll have made their money before they get out, most of them. Big Short, character Brad Pitt talked about. But there's been others, real life ones, come out and criticise these big banks and the way they do business. And there's people from the SEC that now are coming out. Can't think of the lady's name, but she was speaking again today. She's vocal. So I'll be amazed if there's not people in that area that are just either sitting there already in it, but they ain't going to come out and tell us. They ain't going to come out and say anything. They can't, can they? Until boss rolls up and they suddenly start listening.
AMC 1373. Keep it going, brother.
You've inspired me. I might shoot up to mine tomorrow. Yeah. See what we can't
shit,
do.
Brother. We got new daily high on AMC, $13.73, and it's ready for more. You guys ready for 14?
Oh, yes.
Oh, let's fucking go. All right, don't be surprised if we do see a nice big red candle here, though. But look, this is just consolidation. This is, you know, delta hedge, short, delta, you know, and then just kind of consolidate. But at this point, we're respecting the channel from yesterday. very greatly. It's at $13.71, and it's retesting that high again. And very nice. Very nice. Still looking very bullish. It's almost on pause. Do you guys notice that? Like, my price is not, your price probably as well on your brokers. It's barely fucking moving for a reason. They're probably getting pools of orders together to process. You know, not they being a person, it's not a manual process, but, you know, everything's getting sorted. Everything's being sorted to be shifted in different lots and inside within this dark pool. And here we go, 1375. We're seeing a delta hedge, I believe. A slow delta hedge. 1375, new high for the day. We're going to continue this most likely, either steadily or not so steady. But I still am pointing to 14 for today to be my confirmation of everything being on track. Let's take a look at everything else while we wait. Biora Therapeutics is up 1.37%. Beyond still up 5.5%. Let's take a look at GameStop. Can't stop, won't stop. Hanging out strong at 148, up 1% on the day, which in reality, because it was down at some point -5, is truly a 6% positive movement. AMC still up strong. AMC was also gapped down. 1376, new high. And 1377. Let's fucking go. Let's roll out, people. You know what? I'm sorry. Let me see if my wire transfer has fucking processed yet.
When you was out earlier, we did a few questions with the audience, viewers and stuff, community. And we was asking, like, when did you get into the play? And it just went absolutely crazy. And then our Queen Bee come on quite rightly to emphasise the point. They're still buying. We're still buying. Apes are still buying. People are still
1380. Oh, baby. June 3rd, executive order. We're going to be rich by order of the President of the United States. Holy shit. All right. Now, let it cool off a little bit, and we will Never mind. I don't think she's ready to cool off anything. That bitch is hot. AMC is hot and ready to move upwards. Marin Software is up 7.69% on the day, up to $2.10. A new, no, not a high for the day, but getting close to their high for the day again. Also, Spotify up 5.61% as well. Redbox up 20.5%, which at one point was up much higher than that. Today, going back to AMC, 1377 and hanging strong. Boys and girls, buckle up. Counselor Murray says, I love when I pull up the stream and boss is laughing. I know something good is happening. Salute. Brother, salute, man. If I'm laughing, it's usually because I'm terrified of what's about to happen to many people, or I can't fucking believe how ridiculously over-leveraged these pieces of shit are, and it's so comical. I just can't help but fucking laugh. It's hilarious.
150x.
1383, 84. Let's go. Hedge this motherfucker. Yes. Yes. Let's see that fucking delta hedging. 1386. Motherfuckers. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Yes.
Stop. You're too calm.
Fuck. 1388. We're going for a fucking ride, boys and girls. 1389. 1392, 93. You guys ready?
Oh, she's going.
The fuck did I tell you? We're looking for $14, motherfuckers, and we're at $13.96. It's only 11 in the morning Central Time.
Bro, it's hard not to smile when you're going off like that.
$13.97. Let's
Oh,
fucking go! We're gonna be so goddamn rich, motherfuck. Mullen, my Mullen calls are up. I just got a notification. What the fuck's going on with Mullen? How the fuck are my Mullen calls up so much on this negative price action? Fucking volatility's going through the roof. AMC, 1398.
14 coming. 14 coming. 14 coming.
Too. GME's at 150, 170. Yeah! 150, 189. GME's up 3.6%. 150, 195. Let's fucking ride! Gamma, baby! Deep out of the money call options. Gonna fuck you up, Kenny. 150, 196 on GameStop. Yes!
Come on.
Look at this guy, Alpo. Are you guys really excited? AMC's at 14. Yeah,
Fucking
I'm gonna be a lot
edging.
more excited when AMC's at 1400 and then at 14,000. You can't wait to fucking see me when I'm over here laughing when AMC's at 14,000 a fucking share. $14! Fuck yeah! Motherfuck yeah! What the fuck did I say? That's what I'm fucking talking about. We're gonna be so fucking rich, motherfuck.
Prepare to talk Wolfie when he loses his voice.
You know.
After Moas, I gotta watch a football game with Boss for sure.
Damn it, night 14 fucking dollars. It's fucking noon. Whoo. 14020304. Let's fucking ride. Gamma, baby.
Stop. I can only
Gamma.
get solar wrecked.
Are you all fucking entertained now?
T.
Harder than a damn Lego.
Where's T? Is he home?
He's right here.
140506.
He's right here.
How rich are we gonna be? How rich are we gonna be, buddy? Tell me. Tell the world.
Tell everyone how rich we're gonna be.
1408. Fantastic. Let's take a look at GME.
We're gonna be so fucking rich.
Damn! This kid knows what's up. This kid knows what's going on. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck you, Kenny.
He says, "Boss man, thank you for teaching me everything."
T, it is a pleasure, my friend. It is my pleasure.
Come on, baby, we gotta go.
153 new daily high on AMC. GameStop. $153 for GameStop. AMC, $14.08. New high of the day. Bliss says, thank you, boss and think tank, for all you do for the community. F you, Kenny. Thank you, Bliss, for your continued support. I appreciate you. I see you always chatting. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you, but please don't super chat me anymore. Your presence and your positivity is more than enough for me. I appreciate you, truly. We are going to see some beautiful things. Expect some consolidation at some point. Let's zoom out. Let's take a look. We are where? We're at the top of our fucking resistance channel that we drew yesterday at 11 in the morning. We are in the same fucking channel. We are using $14.10 right now as our resistance. And if it breaks out above, say, $14.20, I'll probably lose my shit again, because that means it's going to be a bigger breakout than I thought. But realistically, we should see it break back down. You should be looking at 4 to 5 heavy red candles coming next on AMC, I believe. Let's take a look at GameStop. $151.78. Same thing. You're going to see several red candles coming up next to bring it back down and crush some of that implied volatility. Mullen is down about 2.25%. Marin Software is now up 6.5%. Etsy's up 6.5%. Beyond Meat's up 5.5%. Biora Therapeutics is up 2%. Okay, that's a little odd. For some reason, ARC is up 4.5%. Probably because of the holdings within it that are going absolutely apeshit. Like, for example, let's see if Redbox being up 18.71%, Spotify being up 5.66% might have anything to do with it. let's take a look at BlackBerry. It's up 1.5. Biora's up 1.9. AMC's at 13.93. And what do we see? 1, 2, 3 large red candles so far. Why? Because they gotta cool off the implied volatility. Moises says, when you're hype, I'm hype, boss. Thanks, brother. I can't help it. I can't help it. This is what I do when I'm by myself. I literally forget we're on fucking stream sometimes. I'm just comfortable here, I guess. You know, I forget we're on the damn stream. I don't really care. Expect more red candles. We got to stay within that channel. Let the algo do its thing. But
oh, it's weird. Anytime I never have done this, compared my charts to yours.
Hey guys, mute your mic, please. Thank you. Appreciate you. What do we got? Here comes our fourth red candle. Hey, Twizzle Snake, welcome to the channel, bud. It's a pleasure to have you. If you're new to the channel, you're going to realize quickly that this is not just about AMC and GameStop. This is a systemic-wide financial issue that we're having, and AMC, GameStop are simply two of the largest byproducts of the financial manipulation that we've seen for, well, many decades. But the age of Bernie Madoff and Kenneth Griffin have greatly accelerated the problems that we were seeing in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, to the point where just the top 4 banks alone have almost $180 trillion in derivatives notional value, compared to, with the majority of it being negative fair value, with the majority of that being complete garbage. You've only got about $5 trillion in assets amongst those same top 4 banks. Holy shit, did you just see that wick? Holy shit. Look at that. Look at this fucking candle. They just went from $13.84 up to $14.16. But again, remember, they have to respect the fucking channel. The algorithm will do whatever it takes. It bought an order all the way up at $14.15. That is our new fucking high for today. And then it brought it all the way back down to $13.84. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 red candles, because this green candle is actually bullshit. It went from $14.16 all the way down to $13.84, and another red candle coming up now. As a matter of fact, it could break out either way from here. But the stochastic RSI is looking oversold already. It's at 14. It went from 100 down to 0, and it's currently at 14. So it could go really either way at this very moment. But it's still having a good amount of... Look at the buying pressure still there. Look at this. This is green. The vortex indicator plus on the top side shows positive buying pressures exceedingly overtaking the negative buying pressure. But even still, the price was going down here, which crushed the stochastic RSI to complete shit, and leads me to believe we might see some more green candles, and we might actually retest this support here. The support is now going to be at 14.08. And let's zoom out to the 5-minute candles, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about if you're new to the channel. This is the same shit that we tracked yesterday. Check it out. The same channel, and I drew this channel yesterday. This channel up here, this higher one, I drew it at 11 a.m. And this lower channel, I drew it 1 hour before power hour. It has turned, you know, we tracked all of these yesterday, and it respected every fucking one of them. We drew the 1 hour morning delta hedge halfway before it started, and it completed. Then it broke down into a 2 hour downtrend of consolidation. We tracked the whole thing. We had a 55-minute uptrend from here to here. It broke out, had a consolidation channel. We saw a further introduction to power hour, about 1 hour. And then we had, at that moment, then it switched over into the actual power hour channel up here. We continued to trade until the end of the day at this line. It got heavily shorted overnight and opened up the day at $12.71 after ending yesterday above $13. And then it turned the two channels that we drew yesterday, the Power Hour and the Intro to Power Hour channel today, into one massive channel. And it is now using the bottom line of the second channel as a support and the top line of the first channel from Power Hour as a resistance. And that's what we've been seeing all fucking day.
Respect my authority.
My man. I love Cartman. Say it again.
Respect my authority.
It's at 1404, guys. We're going to retest that motherfucker. We're going to retest this bitch right now.
I think we'll get another run if he actually bans payment for order flow, but I don't have any hope in Gary Gensler. So,
well, I can't say that I disagree, but what are you going to do? $13.98 hanging out strong. GME is going to be doing the exact same thing. See, we saw the same thing in GameStop, like I told you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4 red fucking candles, cooling off, a little bit of consolidating right now, trading sideways within the same channel. Redbox is still up 16%. Also got to cool it off. Fantastic. We are sitting right at $14 on AMC at this very moment. Gary Gensler starts speaking in 19 minutes. We'll take a look at that. And again, they're gonna respect the authority of the fucking channel because the algorithm trades in ones and zeros. And that's it. Excellent news. Expect to see it shorted down. My YouTube channel is not blurry. Go to your settings, click the little cog, and change it to higher picture quality. Because it's a stream, it might be buffering for you a little bit, but if you change the higher picture quality, it will go up to 720p, at least the lower ends of high definition. I wish I could stream in 1080, but I won't let... You can't physically stream on 1080p on YouTube, unfortunately. We're going to hang out strong on AMC, 1389, before we make another movement. If you guys got any fun stock tickers, let me take a look. I'll be more than happy to peek them out. Which ones did we have earlier? We were looking at a few. Well, I've looked at so many, but... AERC is making another movement upwards. AERC was down almost 20% today after being up yesterday 178%. So 178% movement upwards yesterday, 20% movement down this morning, and now it's recovering, and it's only down 12% on the day. AERC may be making another big move. Redbox is just really getting consolidated and cooled off right now. You got to remember, the difference between Redbox and stocks like AMC and GameStop is AMC retail apes own the float. GameStop, 25% of the float is held by DRS apes alone for GameStop. You can't say that about Redbox. You can't say that about many other meme stocks. That's why AMC and GameStop are the top dogs, in my opinion. For those of you that are unaware, Evergrande is being removed from the MSCI indices. Evergrande is being removed from the MSCI indices at the end of the day today. So this has not even happened yet, guys. This has not happened yet. Here's the cool thing. This price action that you're seeing is not pricing in Evergrande's default yet. It's not properly pricing in Executive Order 14032 and 13959 as amended. It's not properly pricing in the state of our economy. It's not pricing in inflation. It's not pricing in the interest rate hikes that are to come. It's not pricing in unemployment. Not pricing in over-leveraged, overvalued real estate and mortgage-backed securities. It's not pricing in the true value of AMC and GameStop. The 10.5% senior notes due 2024 expired April 11th, 2022. 31 days later, exactly 30 days, which is the amount of default time for this to take place. 31 days later, 30 days plus 1 day for a review of the audit of the books, was when you guys saw AMC and GameStop go up. AMC and GameStop went about 30%, got circuit broken, went up to around $34, I meant to say, got removed from trading for 15 minutes through a circuit breaker halt, and then got shorted back down to size after, I believe, after the people that were holding these notes were able to get short shares loaned. AMC shares on loan are at 184 million. Last May, when AMC ran up to $77, to its all-time high, there was only 105 million shares of AMC on loan. There's now 184 million shares of AMC on loan because these guys needed more shares. Plain and simple. GameStop's hanging out at 148.73. AMC's hanging out strong at 13.94, and it's going to respect the fucking authority of our chart, and it will continue to respect it until it breaks out. $14.25 was our high today. $14.25, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to tell me that executive order is not doing its job, I don't think you're paying attention. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Gary Gensler's speech does start soon. You guys want to see something funny? Thanks for posting this. Evergrande is up 19%. Oh man, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Now here, Evergrande can still be used as collateral, but the bonds that they've defaulted on take a 90% collateral haircut. And I believe the rest of their bonds may also be taking a 90% haircut. So, but it could still be used as collateral. It's just lost in a lot of its value. A lot, which wasn't the case before. That is now the case. We have never before seen this in the history of AMC and GameStop. Exceptional. Canogistics.
Market data connection lost.
Whoa, don't fuck with me. Canogistics
Market
is up
data
40%.
connection reestablished.
$14.25. That's beautiful. See, it's right here, top of my screen. This candle doesn't even make it up to $14.25. Look at the wick. The wick stops at $14.16, but the high was at $14.25. That should be an indication of how fast they front run your fucking trades. In less than a 1 minute candle, it went from $13.84 to $14.25, back down to $13.90. Chris Kringle, I mentioned that earlier in the stream, man. You're gonna have to just rewind to get my thoughts on that. because I don't feel like repeating myself. Ortex update. Let's take a look. I know it's not looking good. See, how's the SPY doing? Well, the SPY is down 0.2%. The volatility index at one point today was down over 3.5% and is now only down half a percentage point. Considering the SPY is still about the same, well, it has come down a little bit from 415 to 414.94. Thanks, OP Trackpad. You're the man. The SPY is still looking pretty rough. But again, looking here back at AMC, hanging out at 1398 right this moment. Ortex update, thanks to GMAC in, OP Trackpad. The cost to borrow maximum for AMC is over 48%. 48%, ladies and gentlemen. That was at 24% yesterday and at 12% the day before. What do you think comes next? 12, 24, 48? Who can do math?
96.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Something like that, right? We can estimate. Then we got the cost to borrow average yesterday was at what? 14%. And what's it at now? 31.5. 31.5. The cost to borrow average doubled overnight. The cost to borrow maximum doubled overnight. The cost to borrow minimum more than doubled to 11.66%. Who's playing with their VIX? I know one of you probably is. The current short interest is at 121 million. That's only using the reported data and estimations that Ortex has. That does not count unreported data, shorts marked as long, rehypothecations, married puts, divorce puts, etc., etc., etc.
You know, SEC employees are playing with their VIX.
You know, that's for sure. For 8 hours a day, getting paid $220,000 a year. 17 Securities and Exchange Commission employees were caught last year watching pornography during work hours, one of which filled up his entire hard drive and then created CD drives and flash drives of his porn because he filled up his fucking computer at work. It's disgusting.
LOL floppy.
That's what they pay these guys $250,000 a year to do. Look at that. Stochastic RSI is extremely oversold. It's at absolute zero right now. I think we're due for a breakout at any moment back towards the $14.25 mark. The Vortex indicator is looking slightly bearish. The VI plus has crossed over and it's oscillating above the VI negative. You know, if my man Edward happens to be in here, feel free to jump in. But yeah, that'll definitely, as soon as that turns bullish again, and the stochastic RSI will be visibly shooting up to 100 when this just kind of just like rubber bands upwards. And again, look at that. Look at that. This is our power hour. This is our power hour channel from yesterday. And look, it is completely respecting their channel and has used it as resistance. I meant to say support. Has used it as support several times here, once and twice for sure, going for a third retest of that support. You could argue it used it here and here as well. So that's just depending on your TA. TA is just subjective. Gary Gensler speaking in about 6 minutes. And it's a lot better than 14.5. The cost to borrow is a lot better than 14.5. Check it out. AMC Wednesday, 7 a.m. Ortex update. The cost to borrow maximum is at 48%. It's just cut off right here on my screen. The cost to borrow average is 31.5, and the cost to borrow minimum is 11.5, which have all doubled or more than doubled from yesterday, which doubled from the day prior. Which this began when? Around the June 3rd executive order. Look at that heavy, heavy shorting action now. 1373. Take a look at it. Take a look at it. You're gonna get it. You're gonna see huge. Look at that bearish shorting pressure. Stochastic RSI being in the complete shitter, bringing us back down to 1369. You're gonna see 1, 2, 3. You're gonna see like 2 more candles like this probably, but it's already oversold as fuck. The Fed cannot stop the reverse repo, Stephen. Stephen asked if when the Fed stops the daily reverse repo, will that be a clear indicator that MOAS is in full effect? The Fed cannot stop the reverse repurchase. If the Federal Reserve stopped the RRP, it would literally lead to the collapse of the banks that are too big to fail. They can't stop quantitative easing. That's what people don't understand. And I'm not poking you, and pointing at you, but I'm telling everybody, the Fed is stuck. Hyperinflation is imminent because they cannot stop printing. They haven't even stopped quantitative easing yet. They haven't, even though they're saying that they have. We've looked at the prints. They bought $203 billion worth of securities last month. That's $52 billion more than they sold.
They lie.
It's transitory. DS says we've broken the 2,000 viewer level of support or level of resistance here. So let's keep that 2,000 viewer level of support and share it with some friends. See what's going on. We're going to hit some more daily highs on AMC. We were at $14.25 just moments ago. It's strongly respecting the channels that we built yesterday during Power Hour and at 11 a.m. We'll look at it on the 5-minute. I can't go back that far. I'll just have to scroll. There you go.
Market data connection lost.
Yesterday at 11:20, we started drawing this 55-minute upward trend, and it turned into a trend
Market
that we are now seeing
reestablished.
Continue this way, and then the Power Hour trend is continued into today. And that's our Power Hour channel above and our 55-minute uptrend below, which again has turned into one gigantic channel. And that, as a matter of fact, I can change from a question mark to an actual exclamation point, because that was yesterday's 1-hour morning delta hedge, 2-hour downtrend, 55-minute upward trend, consolidation period, and then introduction to Power Hour, which led us into Power Hour's channel. And here's where today starts. Continuation of both channels as one. And that's where we're at right now at 13.69. It is going to respect our $13.60 support. And we will use $13.60 as a support right now. Let's watch. 13.67. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles bringing us downward so far, 7 minutes in a row. I'm on a 1-minute candle now. It's at 13.67. We will use $13.60 as a support. Ken Griffin, respect my fucking authority. Pay me my fucking money. GameStop's hanging out at 147. It will run the same fucking pattern. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heavy negative pressure candles so far. And even if we had negative pressure before that, according to the volatility index, you saw that the price was still going up. It took a while before it started taking effect and bringing the price down. AMC, what happens here? We're at 13.63, 13.62. Go ahead, Kenny. I dare you. I dare you. Break your fucking algorithm. Bring it, short it lower than 13.60. You don't have the balls. You don't have the money. What do I do with my dark side of the moon hat? You guys know why I started wearing this hat and why I will continue to wear this hat until this happens. As much as I love the merch, this gets people talking about it. I talk to people at the gas station, the store, everywhere I go, the restaurants, people bring up these hats, and that's why I like to wear them, and I'm like, oh yeah, AMC and GameStop, it's my favorite. And then I tell them a little bit about it. I tell them to do their own research and leave it at that. But this hat's special to me because we're going to the fucking moon, the dark side of the moon. And I'm going to wear it till we get there. Even though it's all faded, it's taking a beating, it's got flown off my head, off my boat, onto the lake. I went back for it, jumped in the lake to grab it. This hat has been through a lot, and it's going to the dark side of the moon with us. What happened on AMC? It used our $13.60 support. It stopped at $13.62, and we now are seeing green candles. It will respect the authority of the mathematics, of the algorithm. $13.73. This vortex indicator should turn green. The green line should cross over the red line. The stochastic RSI should increase further. It's only at 32. It's primed to move upwards right now, back towards the $14 mark again. Tony says, I'm literally at work in my office and my staff is saying, who's yelling on my phone? I'm getting goosebumps hearing boss go crazy. Fucking love it. We're going to be so fucking rich. Hey, you said it, not me. $13.72, hanging on strong. Look at this. There was no volume here whatsoever. The candle wicked up, wicked down, and just moved right on over. This almost looks like an upside down tombstone as well. I'll chill out. It's a little too wide. Take a look at the Heikinashi. I do enjoy the Heikinashi, but I feel it confuses a lot of people.
Going down.
The SPY's going down. Let me switch back candles. The SPY is down 0.5 percentage point, probably because Gary Gensler is talking right now. It's about to start, I should say, so I'm gonna get that started. But yeah, the SPY is now down to 413.58, which is a decrease of 0.5 percentage point on the day. And continuing its downward movement. The VIX, which was negative 3.5% earlier, is now up 0.25 percentage point. So that's a 3.5% increase there so far. Does anybody in the Discord have a link to the Gary Gensler speech? Because I'm not finding it on that website that we just looked at, guys. If anybody's got it, please drop it in the ape chat for me.
Market data connection lost.
And apparently my market data connection was lost. But yeah, the VIX is climbing up very nicely.
Market data connection
I think Cash is still at home playing with his VIX right now. That's why he hasn't showed up yet.
Yeah, I would too if I were him.
SEC is set to announce a rule for direct broker competition on retail orders, which is, in my opinion, very good news. But taking a look at Redbox, which was up over 20% today, it's now standing at up 15.91%, which is quite impressive, considering 70% of that company is owned by hedge funds. At least the shares, I should say.
Market data connection
IWM is down 1.17%. The IWM ETF is down
market
massively.
Data connection reestablished.
Sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on with my market data connection, but I'm going to have to fix it.
Brother, he is live on that.
Yeah, we have a link in the ape chat.
Thanks, brother. Here's a little bit of Ortex data from AMC. 183.6 million shares on loan. A 4.7% increase from 7 days ago. Free float on loan percentage is 35.63%, and also almost 5% increase from 7 days ago. And actually, this can't even be, I don't even know if this is, no. Yeah, that's from 5 hours ago. But we've got a better one here. This one's not their highest cost to borrow, because we just looked at that as well. The highest cost to borrow in AMC right now is at 48%, which doubled from yesterday. And the average cost to borrow is at 24%, which was half that yesterday, 12% yesterday. SPY is continuing its losses, negative 0.63%. Holy shit. That's rough. Oof. That's rough. Let's see what Gary Gensler is saying. The Russell 2000 is down an entire percentage point now. Wow, that's nasty. That's disgusting. The Russell 2000 is getting absolutely obliterated. And you know what? If the Russell 2000 is getting obliterated and AMC price is still hanging strong at 1370, that's extremely good news, guys. Right? I mean, come on, think about it. If the IWM, the ETFs, and the Russell 2000, the indices, which hold, and the Russell 1000, which hold AMC and GameStop respectively, are getting crushed right now, but the stocks are still holding on to their fucking gains of the day. And granted, GameStop's down 1.3%, but they were down 5% earlier. That is great news. AMC remains strong. Redbox remains strong. A lot of these stocks are doing extremely well, but only the meme stocks. Holy shit! Affirm Holdings is now down 5.5%. Firm Holdings being down 5.5% is massive. Let's take a look at Gary Gensler. He's right here.
Wholesalers, though, can fill orders at sub-penny prices and without open competition. It's not level. And more than half of the share volume in the first 5 months of this year was in stocks constrained by tick size. I'm talking about on these exchanges. And in contrast, sub-penny trading, including 1/10 of a penny, so 1/10 of a penny, accounts for 37% of the share volume executed off exchange. Given this activity, I really wonder why this lit exchanges should have that 1 penny constraint when the off exchange does not. It raises real questions about whether this structure is fair and best promotes competition. Why not allow all venues to have an equal opportunity to execute at sub-penny increments? Therefore, I've asked staff to make recommendations for the Commission's consideration around leveling the playing field with respect to 2 facets of tick size. First, possibly harmonizing the tick size across different market centers, such that all trading occurs in the minimum increment, regardless of market center. Second, given the sheer volume of off-exchange sub-penny trading, as well as the currently allowed on exchanges, retail liquidity programs go down to 1/10 of a penny in these RLPs, possibly shrinking the minimum tick size to better align with that which is happening off exchange. So that's first, tick size, leveling the field. National best bid, best offer. The NBBO, as it's called, is a quote designed to aggregate information across the different exchanges. It provides investors important pre-trade transparency, and then those shares are subject to what's known as the order protection rule. I've asked staff to consider 3 issues related to the so-called NBBO. And the question is really what's included, what's excluded from the NBBO? Is it a good measuring rod? Is it not a good measuring rod? So first, the NBBO currently includes only what's called round lots, as you know, quotes of 100 shares or more, has for decades. That seems to leave out critical gaps. Staff calculations using trade and quote data found that odd lots, less than the 100, increased from about 15% of trades in 2014 to more than 55% of the trades in March of 2022. This has a lot to do with the transformational times we live in technology and what's going on. It also has to do with some average share prices moving up. Retail investors, the very investors who are more likely to buy and sell at odd lot prices, are unable to see the prices. Sophisticated folks can see the prices of the odd lots more readily, but not the retail public. And in 2020, the commission adopted something called the Market and Infrastructure Rule, which was recently upheld in court, I might note. And this rule created a new round lot definition, which, depending upon share price, the round lot could be between 100 shares and 1 share, had increments. It also added odd lot information to what was called the core market data. So under the transition schedule, under that infrastructure rule, though, the implementation of the new round lot could take several years, maybe even many years. And therefore, I've asked staff to consider whether we go out, notice and comment rulemaking again, and accelerate the implementation of this new round lot definition. The infrastructure rule also included quotation information about the remaining odd lots, even those odd lots less than the 40 or 20 or 10 of the new definition of round lot. So I've asked staff whether we should consider also accelerating that information about odd lots into core data. Together, I think accelerating both of these timelines would allow retail investors to better understand prices sooner. But there's a third thing I want to say on this, is I've also asked staff to consider whether there should be an odd lot best bid and offer so that investors would know the best price available in the market regardless of share quantity. Third, disclosure about order execution quality. You might be familiar with a rule that's been in place for about 20 years that allows retail investors to understand and compare execution quality across these market centers. But today, retail investors cannot compare execution quality across brokers. Yes, for market centers, but not their brokers. And that's because this so-called Rule 605 only covers market centers like the dark pools, the wholesalers, and the exchanges. Moreover, the rule is 20 years old. So I've asked staff to make recommendations on how the commission can consider we might update this. 22 years is a long time in these markets, and that investors could receive more useful information that could include mandated the broker dealers along with the market centers file some monthly reports on 605, and further that there be some consideration given to requiring all reporters, market centers and broker dealers to provide summary statistics of execution quality, such as price improvement as a percentage of the spread. Fourth, let me talk about best execution. You might be familiar with it. Right now, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA, the MSRB, the Municipal Rulemaking Board, have rules on best execution, but we at the SEC actually do not. These FINRA and MSRB rules require that broker-dealers exercise reasonable diligence to execute customer orders in the best market so that their customers, not them, but their customers receive the most favorable prices under those prevailing conditions. I think investors might benefit if the SEC also considered proposing a rule about best execution. And in addition, broker-dealers and investors might benefit from more detail around the procedural standards. See, FINRA, MSRB, 22 years later, there's been a lot of questions. So why not provide better details on procedural standards brokers must meet when handling and executing customer orders? So I've asked staff to consider that as well. And not just for equities, but for other securities. Best execution, whether it's in corporate bonds or elsewhere. Fifth, got a little press, I guess, this week. Order by order competition, I want to talk about. Competition promotes efficiency in markets. We know that, but it also sort of takes away potentially some economic rents or excess profits above market competition that might otherwise accrue. And yes, Rick, it might be some of the people in the audience. There's a trade-off. Investors and issuers benefit if there's less economic rents in the middle, and there's sort of the full benefits of competition transparency in the middle. So as I've mentioned, the vast majority of retail marketable orders are flowing to wholesalers, plus 90% to a small handful of wholesalers that pay for order flow. And what's more, this segmentation means that institutional investors, such as pension funds and others, don't get to interact directly with that order flow. This segmentation, which isolates retail market orders, may not benefit the retail public as much as orders being exposed to order by order competition. And some have suggested, I've heard it, that the segmentation with the isolated segmentation allows retail investors to receive slightly better prices compared to the MBBO. But as I mentioned, the MBBO is not a great measuring rod. And what's more, this price improvement doesn't say that that's the price improvement that would be available with full order by order competition. So it's not necessarily the best price. It's just price improvement versus actually a measuring rod that's got a lot of gaps in it and doesn't necessarily have the full benefit of order by order competition. So I've previously discussed the MBBO, but in addition to that, I've asked staff to make recommendations for the Commission's consideration around how do we enhance order by order competition. Now, this may be through open and transparent auctions or other means. It may be saying that investors get the midpoint or better, and then there might be this auction mechanism. If not, we know that the listed options exchanges have operated auctions for retail orders for many years. I've asked the staff in consideration of any recommendations for cash markets, stock auctions, to draw upon the lessons from the options markets and focusing on how do we assure full competition amongst all market participants, provide the best prices for retail investors. Last, let me close on a topic that's probably also gotten a fair bit of discussion, payment for order flow, and I think the related exchange rebates, and of course, there's access fees related to that. Payment for order flow can raise real issues around conflicts of interest. Exchange rebates can as well. As described in the Commission's settled enforcement action against Robinhood in 2020, payment for order flow can distort routing decisions. Certain principal trading firms seeking to attract Robinhood's order flow told them that there was a trade-off between payment for order flow and price improvement for customers. And I would note, not all brokers pay for order flow. And many have said, well, what about zero commissions? There are zero commission brokers that are not paying for order flow. So zero commission doesn't mean zero cost to the retail public. And it comes back to how much of the price improvement is being shared with the retail public versus staying with the wholesalers in the dark markets. So as the staff reported in the GameStop report, payment for order flow may incentivize broker-dealers to use digital engagement practices, another project of ours, gamification, to increase customer trading. The European Union is actually actively considering banning payment for order flow, joining other regulators from the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. Exchange rebates, as I said, also present conflicts because exchanges give rebates to traders, and in particular, high volume traders benefit more from these arrangements than lower volume traders. And we often talk about high volume price discounts, but here we're getting a lot of orders routed through the biggest market players that small brokers are routing through large brokers trying to get some of that discount, and the large brokers are getting to see that flow and getting discounts and the like, leading to greater concentration, I would note as well. So just like payment for order flow presents a conflict, routing of marketable retail orders, exchange rebates may also present conflicts. So thus, I've asked staff to make recommendations around how we can mitigate the conflicts with respect to both payment for order flow and rebates. And one thing I've asked them to consider is whether exchange fees, what somebody pays to access the quotations on the exchange, and rebates should be more transparent, just making them even more transparent so investors can understand these amounts at the time of the trade execution. Finally, I've asked staff to consider how the access fees might change in light of the potential lowering of minimum tick size. Minimum increment, a penny. Access fees right now, 30 mils or 0.3 of a penny. That proportionality, what should happen with that? If we reduce the minimum pricing increment, it may also be appropriate to reduce these access fees. Of course, that would relate to these rebates as well. So let me just say, Rich and audience, in conclusion, I think we at the SEC need to look for opportunities to freshen up our rules to ensure that America remains the gold standard of the world's capital markets. Nothing stands still. Technology is rapidly changing. And so we can't take our leadership in capital markets for granted. And we really fundamentally haven't updated our rules since 2005, other than the infrastructure rule and data that I mentioned earlier. And as they continue to change the face of markets, technology, business models and like, we have to look out for the investors on the one side and the issuers on the other, and particularly retail investors, as there's more retail investors in the market than ever before. It's not clear, given the current market segmentation, concentration, lack of level playing field, that our current national market system is as fair and as competitive as possible for investors. I think we can do better here for retail investors. I thank you. And Rich, I turn it over to you.
First, Chair Gensler, thank you for addressing my audience here. What you just outlined is certainly impactful to a number of the wholesale brokers, exchanges, and e-brokers that are present. And I also just want to commend you for your commitment to keeping rules up to pace with the technology, which we know there's been a lag. So with that, I'll get into a few questions here, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
First, you've outlined sweeping changes, which we just heard. And in equity market structure, you've emphasized this order by order competition. So could you give us a better view of what that order by order competition might look like? And then also, what wasn't expressly clear to me is payment for order flow prohibited, or would payment for order flow still be able to exist in this order by order competitive environment?
Look, I'll say this, Rich, I don't want to get ahead of my fellow commissioners or the staff. I thought it would be helpful, seeing that you invited me to this speech, to sort of put out there what we're considering. So on the order by order competition, it's really what I've asked the staff to focus on is for retail marketable orders, how can we inject greater competition so the segmentation is not isolated segmentation? Right now, 2, 3 wholesalers are buying that payment, buying that order flow, not competing order by order. Yes, there's some price improvement, but not as much as you can see in these 605 reports and other reports in terms of the realized prices in the market. And so injecting greater competition through an auction mechanism, learning, of course, from the options, what works, what doesn't work in the options markets, and other groups of staff are actually thinking about possibly what to do there. But I don't want to get ahead of that. In terms of payment for order flow and rebates, as I say, they present inherent conflicts to the market. 3 other jurisdictions and a 4th, a big one, Europe, is considering getting rid of them. So I continue to ask staff, what should we do there? But as we put this all together, we're going to put it out to notice and comment, and obviously hear from the public as well.
Understood. Thank you, Chair Gensler. The next is and you sort of alluded to this, many regard the U.S. retail markets as highly efficient and even the most efficient in the world, what some would say. So I guess the question is there any data to suggest that the auction process will be better or result in an economic benefit, or do you plan on doing any pilot tests? And just one last part to the question is, are you concerned that it could have an impact on the low pricing and nil pricing that the e-brokers charge?
Let me just say this. I think it's misleading. There's a cost to retail, to this current system. And the cost is that 2 or 3 highly concentrated market makers are buying your order flow. And though there might be some price improvement against a false measure, a poorly put together measuring rod, NBBO, that doesn't mean it's a full price improvement. And it doesn't mean that it's best execution. So I think if we put in our rule set, not just FINRA's, our rule set, and put some procedures around best execution, we consider, put out to public notice, real auctions. So it's still segmented retail flow. But Rich, think about everybody on the other side, institutions that currently cannot access that retail flow. Is that the best capital markets? And so that's what we're going to put out. And yes, we'll put it out with economic analysis. Yes, we'll look forward to the public weighing in with their economic analysis, and we'll have the lively debate.
Understood. A little bit on the same sort of questioning line would be, what is the timeline? We've heard the broad outline by you, but I suspect, you'd have to go to proposal, comments. So what is the real timeline behind what you're suggesting? And then would you be open to a roundtable to discuss, this is some highly controversial topics. Would you be open to a roundtable discussion, which the SEC has held in the past, and which—
Rich, let me just do this. There's lots of ways to get public input. We're doing it all along. Anybody who's listening to this and watching this, let us know what you think. This is not a proposal. This is a chair speech. I'm not speaking on behalf of the staff or the fellow commissioners. I've said that up front. I really mean it. But weigh in, talk to us. When we put a proposal out, we have multiple ways to engage with the public. I feel that as a chair of this, it's a remarkable privilege to be chair, but I give speeches, I sort of lay out something, I try to say what we mean and mean what we say. We had a GameStop report last year, and we got a lot of comments in on that, informally and formally and so forth. So continue to engage with the remarkable staff at Trading and Markets and Division of Economic Risk Analysis. And of course, engage with individual commissioners as well and their offices. And if we get to a spot where we propose something, I can't prejudge that, but if we get to the spot where we propose something, we'll hear more. And whether it's roundtables or meetings, it's really important to get the public's input.
Thank you, Chair Gensler. One last question on equities, and if you don't mind, I have a question or two on crypto as well as fixed income markets as well.
Oh gosh, I figured as much, Rich.
It's in my allocated time, though, Chair. So, first question, last question on equities. You mentioned the SIP infrastructure proposal that was upheld by the courts, the DC courts, and that you'd pick one. I think it was the odd lot. About publication of odd lots. So what do you expect to implement the SIP infrastructure proposal in the broader outlines over the next year or so? Right?
Rich, I don't remember the exact dates that are in that rule, but it's now been upheld. Of course, the litigants will have to decide what they do, but there's a various serious that was a unanimous vote, by the way, at the commission 2 years ago, and it was to it's basically similar to what I'm saying here. It's how to use the benefits of competition to drive greater efficiency in our capital markets. That was competition a bit around market data, and driving some efficiency in that infrastructure role. But you're right, I did mention two aspects, the definition of round lot and the inclusion of odd lot data and core data that I've asked staff, should we go out to, again, it would be notice and comment rulemaking, but notice and comment to accelerate those two aspects earlier, along with the other potential reforms I'm talking about here.
Great, thank you on the equity. Now, if I could follow up on crypto, these are general questions, Chair. So just recently, a bill, I believe, has been floated by Senator Loomis of Wyoming, Senator Gillibrand.
Senator Lummis.
Lummis, excuse me, and Gillibrand of New York, sort of broad outlines of regulation for crypto. And I guess the question is, first, what's your broad impression? Second, just, if you can't answer that, which is doubtful, but what's your overall view on the need for regulation in crypto? And then how well the bill, from what we understand, divvies up responsibilities of regulation to both the CFTC and SEC. How well do you think you can work together to actually execute on regulation of crypto?
So there's a lot you packed in there, and I've had good dialogues with Senator Lummis, and I've known Senator Gillibrand for years, and certainly worked with her very closely in the Obama years. But whatever comments I might have, I'm going to share with them, not with you and your audience now. And I really haven't reviewed their bill. It was released yesterday. But let me go to a broader sense. Crypto, this speculative asset class, $1.25 trillion roughly dollars right now, does not have the investor protection that the public needs. And I would contend, if this field has any future, what the field needs as well. And there's three sets of big public policy issues. It's investor protection, which the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission is kind of, our domain. I'll come back to that question. There's the issues of financial stability and money creation around stable coins and the like, that the banking regulators, Treasury, we have some role in that as well, because many stable coins look like money market funds. Many algorithmic stable coins, really are under our Howey test, very similar to, securities or our investment contracts, what it's called. And then thirdly, illicit activity, and how we guard against the use of these coins to circumvent the public policies around sanctions and illicit activity and ransomware and the like. So there's a lot going on here to unpack, but I would say most of the tokens, thousands of tokens, have an entrepreneur in the middle, or a group of entrepreneurs in the middle, raising money from the public, and the public's anticipating profits based on that. That's the core of a definition of an issuer-based securities regime. That's what the SEC was asked to do in the 30s, painted with a broad brush, Thurgood Marshall's words, not mine, to protect the public against sham and fraud. I had the honor to chair this CFTC, another great agency focused on derivatives, and particularly derivatives around commodities and so forth. Ours is an issuer regime, protecting the public when a group of entrepreneurs should disclose something to the public. And you're a research analyst, Rich. You know how important that disclosure is. And to get that disclosure, make sure somebody's not lying to you, defrauding you, not trading on insider information. That's what we do well at the SEC. And so most of these tokens are actually, right now, I'm not prejudging any one of them, but right now, they're investment contracts, they're securities. And thus the trading platforms, the ones that you cover with great interest, some public, some private that want to be public, those trading platforms should come in, work with us. I've said this publicly, we're willing to think through how to use our exemptive authorities. And basically, we've got these projects: registered crypto markets, registered crypto intermediaries, and yes, registered tokens. We are also looking very closely at the stable coins because, frankly, they look a lot like funds and how they're operating. And guess what? They're offering yields, and sometimes they call them rewards, sometimes they call them yield. That's a return on something. So we've got all these projects, but Chair Benham and I have talked off and on about how we do something, enter into a memorandum of understanding, because some of the tokens are commodities, Bitcoin being one of them. So there's a lot here to work with the bank.
I had to echo anything from the management teams of the crypto companies that presented here today. They just want clarity from a regulatory
Well, it's good. If you want clarity, I say this, and I can say your first names pretty well, but I won't, because I'm always told not to. But I know most of you, I've met with most of you, is work where this come in, because otherwise it's just, you've got securities floating on your platforms and you're right now operating outside of the law. And that's what we have a robust examination and enforcement units. It's half of our staff at the SEC between exams and enforcement. But work with this and think this through. And I will say this also, some of the traditional incumbent exchanges that are not yet there, they're working with us. So the crypto exchanges that are potentially operating outside the law, it'd be better to work with this too. And I think you'd want to say that as a shareholder, Rich.
I would probably agree, Chair. So last sort of category of last question, I might have one follow-up, of course, but in regards to fixed income, in a recent speech, you outlined, how big the fixed income markets were, how important they were, in comparison to the equity markets. And, you highlighted post-trade transparency, the platform reforms, and resiliency. I'll keep this at a high level, but what was you outlined reforms in each area. We won't get into detail here, but what's your overall goal in trying to regulate, I guess, the fixed income markets?
So I put it in a nutshell. I've been blessed to serve now 3 presidents, and it's a remarkable privilege. I'd like to be able to look back and say we made our capital markets even stronger. And I think of it in terms of efficiency. That in the middle,
anywhere near
how we price and allocate capital and risk in our system. It might sound geeky, it might sound a little bit finance oriented, but unless we do, Rich, other countries will surpass us. It is part of our great success as a nation. We have a rule of law, we've got an innovative population, we've got so many great attributes, but one of the great attributes is this system of what I'll call transparent, regulated markets. And I think it's part of our geopolitical success, but I wouldn't take anything for granted. And when you see concentration and segmentation and lack of level field, as we see in the equity markets, or over in the treasury markets that we see so many times, our central bank has to come in and basically hold kind of what I'll call the left tail risk, the risk that the market has jitters. And we had it in 2020, we had it in 2019, we had it in 2014. If you watch your history, you can find 3 or 4 events in the early 80s. You can find event after event. Can we make that market, the treasury market, more resilient? And then in the broader fixed income, more transparent. And so, yes, we've been working with FINRA and trying to revise the trace reports, not only to be shorter and more timely, but also to inject more relevant detail in the corporate bond market. And yes, working with our colleagues at the Treasury and the Federal Reserve about post-trade transparency in the Treasury market. But the single thing that sort of animates me is in this honor to be in this role is how do we sort of, in a rapidly changing technological world and a lot of global competition, how do we ensure that our capital markets in the middle has fewer economic rents greater competition and transparency and efficiency, that the buy side can compete with the sell side in those fixed income markets and really compete. We get the principal trading firms, the high frequency trading firms, so to speak, registered so that
I have had about as much Gary Gensler as I can stand for one day. So, that being said, volatility index was down 3.5% earlier. It is now up 1% on the day. The SPY was green earlier. It is now negative 0.8% on the day, thanks to the Honorable Chair Gensler. The Dow Industrial was flat on the day. It is negative 0.7%. The NDXT was down half a percentage point. It is now down 1.25% and falling. The NDX is down 0.67. And then taking a look at the Russell 2000, we can see it is down now 1.25%. Take a look at that stair step. This is when, let me see here. This is when Gary Gensler started talking at 11:30, right here. Leading up to his speech, we had consecutive red candles, and as soon as he opened his mouth, massive volumes of selling pressure on the Russell 2000 index. It is a perfect way to bring stocks that are heavily shorted down, like AMC and GameStop. But even still, AMC was at a high today of $14.25. AMC was at $14.25. That says a lot. That says a lot. $14.25. It got shorted right down along with the Russell 2000 as it was sold off heavily and reached a low of 1343. Look at that death cross right there. Massive cross. And from there, it just rebounded right back upwards here into positive buying pressure. What did we have here at 1344? The immediate buying pressure that followed brings us to $13.75. And it will bring us right back into the channel that it fell out of. Again, the channels from yesterday that we drew at 11 in the morning and at Power Hour, these two separate channels have now become one for today. From the moment Gary Gensler started talking at 11:30, should I say prior, right at 11:17, right along with the Russell 2000, we saw massive selling off in AMC and the Russell 2000 from that same thing. It continued to trend downwards all the way till halfway through his speech, and AMC turned around. Meanwhile, the Russell 2000 is not faring quite as well. The Russell 2000 did start to consolidate and pick up a tiny bit, but not anything near what it's lost so far. GameStop, you can see, is also slightly in the red, negative 0.34, but GameStop was down today over 5.5% because it was heavily shorted first thing in the morning to have a lower starting point for the day, so that changes today affect it less. It had a high of $153 and then came down along with the Russell 1000 and the other indices and ETFs, is now hanging out at 145.74 and will probably start going green soon. Same as AMC. It is currently up 5.25% and at $13.75. It will re-enter the channel that we just left.
Everybody was paying attention to the video, and that's why they attacked probably.
I can't speak to that effect exactly. And as you can see, the next candles brought us into the lower end of the range that we were looking for. And we can also see it even more clearly on the 5-minute candles. can see the divergence there. It took us from the top of the channel, from when Gary Gensler started speaking, to the bottom of the channel, and outside beneath it, and it is now coming right back in. It will respect the authority of the ones and zeros. All right, right here where I have my cursor right now is where today started. So this is 8:30 in the morning. You can see from yesterday still following that same power hour channels all the way through. So next target is $13.80. And then I think from there we shoot back towards the $14.25 mark. But now I think that has actually gone up along with the channel. As the channel's ascending with higher highs and higher lows, that brings us, well, the higher part of the channel is now at $14.45. I'm looking at, for today, for the end of the day, this morning I told you guys I was looking at $14 for confirmation of what's happening. I'm still looking at $14.50 now. So I've revised my movement. We've hit our $14 mark. We're at $13.77. My next step over the coming hour or two will be to look for $14.50 as further confirmation of our stair-step movement. Can you guys believe the reverse repurchase today? This is insane. 98 counterparties. Wolfie, are you seeing this shit, bro? 98 fucking counterparties.
Every day. New eye in it, 2,140 billion.
2,140,277,000,000 in desperation overnight reverse repurchase program bailouts. The offering is now at 0.80%. It was originally 0.05%. We saw yesterday 2.08 trillion and today a new high of $2.14 trillion. Damn. That's going to be disgusting. Again, look at AMC. We're at 1372. Still a little too low. Hanging out right beneath that the power hour channel from yesterday. And it should get magnetized right back into it. And for those of you that are unaware, there are several banks in China that have already frozen deposits and withdrawals from people. So around the world, we're already seeing banks, not only in Russia, but also in China, make it so that people like you and I are not able to withdraw or deposit funds. This is not good. That shows you the lack of liquidity that's happening in banks right now. The lack of liquidity in banks is destroying our current system setup. Why? Well, it's due to their over-leveraging because of where they have to put the money. Not anything that we've done. Again, it's their own greed that's gotten them to this point, and we're just taking advantage of the situation. Taking a look at GameStop is recovering from the red we were seeing previously. Here's some of the levels that we drew earlier, and it had like an artificial breakdown. Let's see if it creeps back up towards that range. I suppose GameStop will probably go back towards the $150 mark again before the end of the day. That'd be quite the movement, but I suppose I'm looking for 150 on GameStop. Yes, I am. Let's take a look and see what what other stocks are doing in the broader markets. The SPY is up, or excuse me, down 0.77% to 412. Bitcoin is down 2.2% to 30,300 less than an hour ago. Redbox is up 15.5% still. Although, look at the negative selling pressure here. That's a lot of shorting, I would suppose. That's a massive, massive amount of volume here. The previous candles were 7,800 to 28,000 volume. This one's about, 50,000 already, and it's not even over. It's still building the candle. That's moved over to the next one now, so that one is completed, actually. And the Direction Daily Real Estate Bear ETF, we checked it earlier. It was up about 2%. It has more than doubled to a 5% gain for the Direction Daily Real Estate Bear Exchange Traded Fund. Google has lost quite a bit, has lost its gains, and is completely flat on the day. The IWM, iShares Russell 2000 ETF, is down 1.25 percentage points at this point. It is in really bad shape. And the fact that AMC didn't get dragged down further with it is kind of a miracle. But again, they've got to respect, the algorithm has to respect what's happening around it. And as you can see, it pulled it beneath the power hour range, the range from the power hour channel we drew yesterday, and it immediately got magnetized back towards that range and back up. You can see it right there. And again, that's from yesterday that we drew. That is a very keen indication as to what we're going to see here in continuation, I believe. Formerly known as Progenity, Prog, we now have Biora Therapeutics down 0.64% after quite a good positive movement today. Look at those green candles that it was seeing earlier. And now just steady shorting action. The Vortex indicator is extremely bearish. Stochastic RSI still has room to move down. Biora should probably continue downwards for a little while. It does not seem to be tracking along with some of the other meme stocks right now. It seems to be tracking along with Ocugen. It seems like Biora Therapeutics and Ocugen Pharmaceuticals are tracking downwards in the same fashion. The triple Q is fairly similar, negative 0.5 percentage point right now. And the actual index itself of the Russell 2000 is negative 1.25. Again, from the opposite of yesterday, the ultra short Pro Shares 20-year Treasury, TBT, shorting the 20-year bond basically, has gone up 1.5% almost today. The VIX continues upwards, 2430. It's looking great. I just like the stock.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a former analyst at Citadel was sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. This was updated yesterday, for scamming millions of dollars in COVID relief loans for his startup hedge fund. This guy used to work for Citadel, huh? Surprise, surprise. The cream of the crop. Gregory Blotnick, 35, was sentenced on Tuesday to 51 months behind bars by a federal judge in Newark, New Jersey, and ordered to pay $4.6 million in restitutions. This crook pled guilty in October to wire fraud and money laundering charges for submitting 21 fraudulent loan applications to 13 lenders under the Paycheck Protection Program of the March 2020 COVID-19 economic stimulus bill. Again, popping back into the chart, AMC is magnetized to that range. It is absolutely magnetized because the algorithm has to follow the pattern. It has to keep itself from getting over leveraged. It has to prevent the IV from getting out of control, because when implied volatility gets too high, the price of options gets too expensive. This must be controlled at all costs. Take a look at Ethereum, still up 5% on the day. Well, some people's VIX calls are definitely going to be going green here soon, it looks like. The volatility index is extremely suppressed right now. Matt DePero says, I think we run hard during power hour. I think you might be right, my friend. The cost to borrow for AMC today, the max cost to borrow is 48%. The average cost to borrow is 24%. Though both of those figures doubled from yesterday, which doubled from the day prior. Let's take a look at other stocks and see what we're looking at. Affirm Holdings down 5.8% after a fairly nice day yesterday. Yesterday was up around 6.5%. And today it seems to be erasing the majority of those gains. We are the retail whale. And as a matter of fact, speaking of retail, I think Wolfie has some more stories about our fellow investors, retail investors, just like you and I, where we came from, how we got here, and why we're here. And if he's up to it, I would love it if he could share some of those stories with us, because we've had people on YouTube, Twitter, and in the Discord think tank submitting some of their stories to us.
Perfectly timed.
Very nice.
We get the focus on what really matters, because Gensler's Gensler, the SEC's the SEC. We know what we're up against.
Gensler means nothing to us at the end of the day, right, brother?
Yeah. Let them do their thing. Let them do the talk.
Mm-hmm.
When we're right and it all happens, the day after, they've got to have a market. They've got to have integrity. They've got to have things in place. So let them say, for me, let them say whatever the hell they want publicly. And then the day it happens, sweeping changes, we all become heroes. No one has to suffer like they did in 2008. And unfortunately, like they no doubt will this time round.
Yes, sir.
If we're correct. So the person I'm going to talk about now is Iron Grappler. So he's well known within our Discord. Not the most active, because you don't have to be overly active in our Discord. There's certain things that we do demand, and that's a community regarding respect of each other and inclusiveness, etc. However, with no further ado, so I want to thank Wolfie for reading my story, and for Boss for respecting my need to stay in the shadows. I am a self-employed human sports performance coach. I am truly blessed for the opportunity to coach a few youth and amateur athletes that are either on or working towards making the Olympic national teams in their respective sports. This is why I went into the shadows and don't respond or post as much as I used to. My fear is the establishment will do everything possible to hurt us, including attacking the amateur athletes and their families. I not only need to, I want to respect their dreams and goals, no matter how much I want to rage and burn everything to the ground. I will share small details for now, and maybe I'll be able to expand on them at a later date. After high school, I decided not to go to college and wrestle. I joined the military instead. I walked away from my family and I refused to let them destroy me. I actually enlisted in the Navy. I was a machinist mate nuke. When I got out, all but 2 of the colleagues had dropped their nuclear engineering programs due to the field dying off. So I decided to have fun while I figured out the next path in my life. In the meantime, I started working in the nightclub as a bouncer, bartender, and training clients on the side to make some easy money. I had a wee bit too much fun, and during one of my adventures, a young lady and I hooked up and we experienced a double safety equipment malfunction. They never warn you about that shit happening, and this led to the birth of my truly wonderful son and my eventual ex-wife. Imagine the JD and the AH story, but without millions of dollars, the poo, and she did the extracurricular activities. I knew she was knucking futs. So I stayed with her to ensure that I had a hand in raising my son and could buffer him from as much of the darkness as possible. When my son turned 6, I made the choice to shift to the next phase of my life. I decided to go back to school to get my master's in IT. 2 weeks after I moved out and got my own place, I was involved in a car accident. I stopped to help a disabled car on the side of the highway. Another car lost control and slammed into the disabled car.
Oh, Lord.
They both hit me and threw me diagonally into a guardrail. Despite what just happened, I still had on clean underwear.
Still
I felt
a sense
fine
of humor.
Quality. I felt fine at the time and drove myself home. Roughly 30 minutes later, my back locked up and I needed someone to drive me to the hospital. The very next week, my son and my ex-stepson came to live with me. I was on my own, no family to help, and no idea I was going to be able to do this, but I refused to fail. Their little eyes were on me.
Jesus.
I was determined not to let them down. My custody fight dragged on forever and I was tired of the bullshit courts. I took my fight to the state. I would eventually be awarded full custody of my son and guardianship of my ex-stepson. At this point, I'm now a single father of 2 boys. I'm getting my master's degree. I'm running a business while recovering from my injuries. I finished my master's and started a second business in IT right around the same time as 08 and the SHTF. I had to close my IT business and stick to fitness. I needed the flexibility, and without child support, I could not grow the IT company to a point I completely transition out of fitness. I was forced to downsize our house and move to another city so that I was closer to their school and my work. I sold the majority of our stuff and went back to the grinder. No matter what I told myself, I would not let this break me. The medical industry was very little help since I wasn't rich and didn't have the best insurance. They gave me lip service and care and sent me on my way. I was taking 12 ibuprofen a day, 6 at a time to manage the pain. I knew if I was going to get my life back, I would have to do it on my own. I was determined not to let the pain break me. This led me down a rabbit hole of scapular dyskinesis, breathing, mobility, prehab, and advanced nutrition, just to name a few. I took every advanced course I could find and travelled for hands-on teaching where I could. I had to wait until the boys were old enough to watch themselves. I was incorporating the new stuff into my business and eventually morphed into a performance coach. I expanded and I was able to provide for my boys without any help. Still no child support, still no family involved. I was already messing with crypto when the BBIG hit. At the start of lockdown, I bought AMC and GME and Carnival. Going to the movies was something I did with my boys. And I thought, who doesn't love the movies? As for GME, lockdown and gamers, plus the next generation coming out equaled profits. I bought them, and I forgot about them as the narrative continued. One of the fighters called me and asked if I'd heard about the short squeeze going on. I had no idea what a short squeeze was, and I asked him if that was a new choke. We were learning jiu-jitsu that evening. I didn't know. After the infamous buy button fiasco, I was pissed. It was just one more thing trying to stand in my way. Just everything else in my life, I started to dig into the nuts and bolts of the event. That's when I come across a video of some lunatic flying a drone outside of a Citadel building. I thought, here is someone finally taking the fight to them. Hell yeah. Who is this and where do I sign up? For pragmatic contrarians like myself, it's hard to find like-minded individuals, let alone a whole pack of them. Even though we sometimes annoy each other and have discussions like any other family, we have stuck together. And that is the worst mistake that the other side could have made. So you can stand on your balcony looking down at us, laughing, using your media lapdogs to attack us. And you can try to break us with your inflationary bullshit, all the while thinking they cannot withstand the storm. What you weak, feeble brain fails to understand is that we were born into this and we are the storm. Just want to thank everyone for having the chance to share my story and thank you for listening. Much love.
Thank you for sharing, Iron Grappler, and Wolfie for reading that out for us.
No worries, man.
There's no words. There's no words that I can say, my friend, other than I'm glad you're here with us. And I know all those students, children that you help every single day appreciate you and will appreciate you more than you ever know. So extreme respect to you, my friend. And thank you for being here with us. It is my pleasure.
100%.
Right now we're seeing, not to change the subject, but we're seeing the prices come down quite significantly on some stocks, including AMC and GameStop. Looks like they're continuing their ascent with the ETFs. IWM continues to bleed. The Russell 1000 and the Russell 2000 are both down over 1.5% at this point, and they continue to bleed. So AMC and GameStop will come down in price. They are not going to $14.50 anytime soon. As far as it's not going to $14.50 anytime soon, as far as I'm concerned. Right now, we're seeing a mass market sell-off, and that's going to bring the price down in the short, immediate term. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't have a crystal ball. That's just my educated guess, or should I say uneducated guess, if that makes people feel better. But again, here we go. AMC is continuing to break down with whatever ETFs and it is in. Like IWM continues to break down. It is the iShares Russell 2000 exchange traded fund. And then looking at the actual Russell 2000 itself, the whole index, the entire index is breaking down, is down 1.65%. And that means that AMC, even though it's still up 2.68% from its highs of 14.25 today, but this is great for hedge funds and market makers right now. This is perfect. What you're seeing right now is what I would suspect we would see on a grand scale if a market crash. If the market crashes, the Russell 2000, the 1000, the SPY, the NASDAQ is all going in the shitter, and AMC and GameStop will go with them. And they'll probably lose almost half their value or a third of their value, for example. That would provide a prime buying opportunity, in my opinion, because many hedge funds and market makers would then get margin called because so many of their assets would have lost vast amounts of value that they would no longer be within their margin requirements. Simple. It's simple, stupid. It's simple, stupid. That's why they say the acronym KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. It's so fucking simple that sure, AMC and GameStop came down in value, but also are hundreds of other stocks that are margin collateral. And as a collateral loses value, those hundreds of other stocks greatly outweigh the value of that one stock. Therefore, the short positions are going to be evaluated at the end of the day by prime brokers, and then market makers and hedge funds and family offices beneath them, as well as retail investors, would get margin called and have several days to answer the margin call. But if the DTC or FINRA decide to margin call the prime brokers, which are the banks like JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Wells Fargo, etc., Bank of America, if they get margin called by the DTC, I believe they have 1 hour to answer the call. And here we go, 13:30, AMC's going back towards $13. GameStop right now 139.14. It was as high as 153, but moments ago. It's going right back along with the market. Going right back along with it. If the fucking market crashes hard, I'll be more than happy with it because my SPY puts and VIX calls would make me plenty of fucking money to insert into my favorite meme stocks. Hey, that's just me though. To each his own. That's right, Lions Den. DTC margin calls 1 hour. Banks are 3 to 4 days. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at GameStop down to 138. MMAT also down 1.67 percent. I'm sorry, 2.91% to $1.67. Peloton is down 2%. Even the Sprott Physical Silver Trust is down 0.5 percentage point. SPY down 1.22%. All right. Let it burn, baby. Let's see that volatility index is now up 2.5% after being down 3.5%. Meanwhile, the military personnel and federal employee thrift savings plans, equivalent to a 401k, if you will, of over $800 billion are in a lockout period that just ended. However, many people are still reporting having issues logging in, and there's nobody to call and nobody to email. This is locked in liquidity of almost $1 trillion that cannot be moved or in any way, whether the market breaks upwards or downwards. They cannot withdraw their funds. They cannot move their funds. They are locked right now, per my understanding, per most people's understanding. But yep, taking a look here, again, the volatility index, this is going up because the SPY is selling off hard, along with the Dow Industrial, which was green earlier today, is now down almost an entire percentage point. We are witnessing a full-blown market meltdown. And it's not that these are huge numbers. It's the speed at which it's happening. The speed at which this is happening is absolute ferocity. Look at Bitcoin. I haven't even opened it yet. Let's open it. 30.2, 30.3, 30,323. And an hour and 10 minutes ago, it was at 30,523. That's just one example. Let's look at Ethereum. It's down 2.68% on the day from 1822 to currently 1796. It's actually not doing so bad, and that's fine. That's good. Well, for some people, that's good. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a crypto sell-off, specifically because it's a hedgy piggy bank. It's a market maker piggy bank. It's a money laundering machine. A fantastic way to pay people for nefarious purposes, for nefarious purposes in ways that are sometimes untrackable. Look at the massive red candles that we're seeing in the volume on AMC again. This is a red candle here of 395,000 volume. And this is a red candle of 452,000 on the 5-minute candle. Let's zoom in a little bit to the 1-minute candles. And what do we see? A huge drop here to 1329 on AMC. ARK lost its 5% gains. It was up almost 5% today. It has lost quite a bit of it. It is up 1.85%. ARK Investments. Okay, let's take a look at the SPX. Down 1.06 now. 1.06%. And extremely bearish. Look at the volatility index. Sorry, excuse me, the vortex indicator. The vortex indicator, the VI negative, the bearish price action, is oscillating quite strongly over the buying pressure. Even still, even after this green movement. But we're looking at it being overbought. Yeah, it's looking overbought. Look at the stochastic RSI is at 100. It's at 100, and the SPY is at basically 411, showing us it's extremely overbought and very bearish. What do you think comes next? It starts with an R and ends with an ED. It's still going to keep going. Let's see if it turns bullish. It is 12:45, 1:45. We got 15 minutes. No, we've still got an hour and 15 minutes before power hour. Tesla's at 724, up 1.25% still after that sell-off that we've seen so far. UBS is down over 4%. UBS is a major European bank. This is fantastic news for guys like me that are ready to see the banks receive their comeuppance. Ain't that right, Wolfie, Martin, and everybody else? I think we've had about enough of their bullshit. Enough of their abusing our money against us. JP Morgan is down 2.11%. And again, pink sheet bullshit like Canogistics are up 40%. Even still, this market-wide sell-off, AMC's up 3.25%. Ethereum is up 4.5%. Beyond is up 1.5%. These are all heavily shorted meme stocks. What about Redbox? Redbox is still up 7.5%. Why? Why? Do people think that everyone's going to be renting movies from kiosks all the time as opposed to putting their money anywhere else? Like they got nothing better to do with their money but to spend it on Redbox. Absolutely not. It's a heavily shorted stock. It was up 20 some odd percent yesterday, 20% almost today, and is still up 7.8%. Market sell-offs are happening to allow for meme stocks to have positions rolled or closed or have new contracts taken out in many meme stocks right now.
Move it around, in and out.
And it's completely broken down out of the channel that we built from the Power Hour channel previously. It'll probably consolidate away from it with the rest of the market right now. We've got to get rid of these here. I got to get rid of these trend lines here. But as a matter of fact, we can... Yeah, we can grab these wicks here for the current AMC movement, and it seems to be forming some sort of a downward consolidation pattern, or even a flag, if you will. It's definitely a pennant shape. You can get rid of this one because it's probably going to confuse the shit out of people. That's just the back end of the flag anyway. It doesn't really mean anything. Man, Iron Grappler. I can't believe some of the things you've been through, my friend. I've got to say that much. It's inspiring.
Love that sense of humor, though.
You know.
It's my style.
There's no choice. There's no choice in this life. We have to maintain a sense of humor.
And it's the same reasons, when life beats you up, you just that's how you deal. It's a defensive mechanism.
Fitbull says, I wouldn't trust Redbox as a distraction and potential rug pull when the time is right. There's a reason that I keep mentioning that the majority, say around 70% of Redbox, per my understanding, is owned by hedge funds, as opposed to AMC, which is 90% owned by retail. There's a big difference. What happened with the market? I've been away for 30 minutes, says Tarek. Yeah, well, it melted away. Welcome back. The Russell 2000 is now down 1.5%. The SPY is still around 1% down. HSBC Holdings is now down 3% today. You're going to hear about this on Bloomberg and CNBC later today. GameStop hit a high of 153 today. That was quite entertaining. And AMC hit 1425. Now hanging out in the 1350 range. I will say I was wrong here. It has broken away from the Power Hour channel from yesterday for now. This was yesterday's Power Hour channel. And then today's channel, which we seem to have diverged away from with the current market meltdown. That kind of leads me to believe that when this is consolidated a little further on the SPY and the rest of the markets, AMC and GameStop will make a move to look back into that Power Hour channel of around $13.90 to $14.50 for AMC. So we're still looking into that for today. As a matter of fact, I need to check to see if my money's cleared. Oh, I love that sound.
I can't help but think of Burry smashing the hell out of his drums right now. As if we're in an equivalent. At least we ain't paying millions a month to the bank.
No kidding, bro.
You know.
Hey, Martin. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. I've got money to be a degenerate again.
I'll do some shout outs if you're doing stuff.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Oh, let's have a little look. But I'd start at the bottom this time.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody that comes to hang out with us and share their ideas. That's what the chat is for. That's why we keep the chat on the channel, because we like to try to read it as much as possible. I like to try to get information to and from you so we can learn together. That's the whole point of this, all of us.
100%. So we've got Sim Fuji, Diaz, TK, Valanche, Toon, T Michael K, Sucks to Suck, Straight Razor, Stocky Money, SRC for Tooth. I'll try and say some of these correct, but have a heart, yeah. SM4P _ shot, Seacaster, Raymond, Rogue Show, Road Dog, Red Velvet Cupcake, Rain Dot, Pugs, Our Queen, Mama Bear, Mobile Jet 254, Mixter Maker, Mike Bella, Martin, Mark 14, Manimal Deagle, Limo, Lexure, Lego Pickle Snake, KRZ Go, King Aaron Ball, Cannibalist, Jay Stone, Johnny 89, Johnny E. Chimpo. We're getting into those now, and I'm going to read them out because everyone's been here all day. So, Jasonic 88, Leak Crayons, Hoya Pogie 85, Golden Nighthawk, Boku 7, FJB Pilot NC, Filthy, Easter Beast, Eagle Eye Productions, Dream the Stream, Do Dirty 706, Dylan. Devil May Rage, Deplorables 22, Deepar, Dana Young, Cyro, Christoras, Christ O. Roz, Christoras, that'll do. My apologies. Cryowa, Chris Crypto with a 5 and a 0, Chief Slapper Hedge. Our man, Boss Blunts, Bobby, Blackheart, Big Rick, Big Ace 39, Bedrock 1911.
Damn, I love that sound.
Sounds like you're moving. Beast Mode. I know Beast Mode's stuck on a long bus journey at the moment, but he's listening in. A wise man once said, "Thank you again, sir, for allowing us to share your story yesterday." Ahon 101, Adma, Tixira, and Dollar Leap, plus E. So they're the ones that I've read out in the Discord. We got others in there. Apologies if I've missed you, but I think Boss is going to be streaming as much as he can this week, so we'll get back to them at another time. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, truly thank you, everybody. We see you. We hear you. We're here to experience this together, and I'm extremely excited.
Wolfie, you're our MVP.
Much love, brother.
You guys have heard my excitement, and it's probably annoyed the shit out of your friends and family. My apologies for that.
Hell no.
You're going to be hearing a lot more crazy shit out of me.
They don't believe in what I'm doing anyway.
It's all right. There's a reason they call Michael Burry Cassandra.
What's the next project?
I'm working on the catamaran.
Nice.
The SS think tank.
Solid.
Nice.
Yeah, SPY appears to be consolidating at its current range of around 411.70 right now. It is testing that as a support level right now. That's entertaining.
I'll read a few comments out from the chat.
Sure, man. I'm just being a degenerate, like always.
No worries. As soon as you're ready, let me know.
Oh, I'm ready. You want to know why?
Go on.
Because deep out of the money call options causes gamma during margin calls. That's why.
Preach, my man.
And yes, tell Dog in the YouTube chat, you'll have to scroll up.
I wish I could build the Titanic because it sinks just like the hedge funds are going to.
You know, no lifeboats for them. So Shaggy says, anyone fatigued yet? Chat, if you hear the question, you want to respond, feel free. Don't go too crazy now, I'm old.
Fuck no.
My little fingers can't scroll up quickly.
You know what? I did want to say big shout out and thank you to Jana. Jana Banana. I know who you are. Says, listen to True Demon's response to Trey's lowball video, and he was the same. Did you hear it, and can you comment about it? No, I didn't watch. I don't know who the hell True Demon is, to be honest with you. But I already made my point about Trey's video, and to me, $1,000, yeah, right, $1,000 a share. I didn't come here for $1,000 a share. That's all I got to say about that. But thank you so much for your support. We truly appreciate you and everything you've done and kindness on Twitter and here on YouTube as well. Grandpa Barney, unreal, man. Thank you so much. You're so supportive. Please stop super chatting me, buddy. I really appreciate you. Don't get me wrong. More than you know. He asks, boss, are you making a Boss Blunt Halloween costume? I'd have a cool beard for riding my Harley, pre-rolled included. That's not a bad idea. I don't know if I have the ego for that, but that's not a bad idea, man. That's pretty cool. They give you like basically
a custom helmet.
Billions
like
of dollars will give you that ego.
No, man, no.
That's in agreement with your boss.
That's too
I didn't
funny,
hold
buddy.
through the bottom after a bottom for $1,000. JH. We didn't come here for $1,000 a share.
Fuck no.
We're coming out, leaving nothing for Kenny.
I'll be
Carl.
laughing at $1,000 a share, huh, Wolfie?
I'm not selling. I want to see the fuckers bleed. Who was it who said in that video all them months ago where Biden will be coming on the telly, stuttering, come on now.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was quality.
That was We Are the Whale. Man, my June 17th $85 strike price are up fairly nicely.
Oh yeah, my 60s are good too.
Sweet. Considering they expire in 9 days, you'd figure the theta would have torn them to shit, but apparently not. The IV is changing, baby.
I'd like to respond with something just for people to think about regarding this talk of price all the time. So I find it difficult to be able to predict a price if I don't know how many shares there are. I don't know how many synthetic nakeds, married puts. I don't know exactly when they're running out of money, although I can gauge it. And there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. But if I only own 3 shares, and there was only 3 shares, I could hold to whatever I want. And we got people out there that put things together to try and show just how much. And then we can join dots in other companies previously in the history and in the past that have also faced this problem. So I know it was a penny stock, but there was one out there that had over 2 trillion shares. Market cap, I get, at times is important. But ultimately, regarding the price, just something to consider. So let's say someone gives a price target of $1,000 and it's suddenly run to $2,000. Well, no one's going to complain. They're going to be as happy as hell. They might have sold. But the rest of us are now looking at 2. So we've only got to sell 50% to hit that target. And I'm not saying what it will run to. I'm just using random numbers just to give people something else to consider. Because we go negative all the time. I don't know why, but it tends to be as soon as anything negative, everyone goes crazy. So if it goes to, I've only got to sell 50%. So I've got what I want to make. I've got an amount of money that would be lovely. I've got an amount of money that I think is easily achievable. I've got an amount of money that would be great if I get there. I've got an amount of money that would be like all my dreams. So between A area at the bottom and A area right at the very, 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 very fucking top where you need an oxygen mask to breathe, there's a lot of area between that. But I've got an amount and I start with an amount. So if my amount, I need it to hit 1,000 and it hit 2, I've only got to sell 50%. If it hit 3, I've only got to sell 33%. If it hit 4, I've only got to sell 25%. So we can all raise things to discuss, but all too often we raise things that are going to create a divide, things that are going to cause us to fight. Just concentrate on the bloody play, man. We're doing what we can. We're controlling what we can control ourselves. Nobody else. We do what we do. We do what we've always done. We carry on doing what we're doing until the final whistle. And when the final whistle goes, there's going to be some that will be disappointed. I bet there's a shit ton that ain't disappointed. So people want to sell low, sell low. If people want to hang on to the absolute crazy high numbers, let them. Market cap, VW went to the highest valued stock, the highest valued company. And we've raised before. Boss put it out on his tweets. You all read it. 1901, it went to $1,000. That was 1901 with the railways. That went to $1,000. That's equivalent to $34,000 today. You take into account inflation, etc. It's a guide. It's something that you can go and research. You can go and look. Go and see how many shares are involved. Go and look at Piggly Wiggly. There's been more than one squeeze. VW's concentrated on because it happened around 2008.
VW had a market cap of 343 billion with a B as in bitch during the squeeze.
There you go.
Because during the squeeze, the market cap doesn't mean dick.
Exactly.
388 billion market cap. It's fucking awesome. And that was just for a brief
343, actually.
343 billion. And that's just for a brief moment in time. Meanwhile, they settled for that $1,000 a share with the, with their lenders. That's hilarious. Or with the shorts, I should say. There's a tri-party agreement between the shorts, the government, and Volkswagen. I'm not settling with the shorts. I'm not settling with the government. Do I believe the DTC will eventually have to step in on AMC and GameStop? Probably on the way somewhere. On the way to very high digits. Some people like Cosmic Lightning fucking Ninja Warrior think it's going to 20 million a share. That's where I say we do have to be a little realistic. The DTC is not going to allow themselves to be completely wiped out and the whole stock market to be wiped off the face of the earth. America would lose the majority of its economic and global power. So that cannot happen. Therefore, before we get to 20 fucking million a share, well before then, the DTC will have to step in. I'm going to grab some water, brother. I'll be right back. And some coffee.
What I can say to everyone is, I bet I'm in that 0.01%. I might not hit the absolute peak, but I bet I still hold shares. You heard it here, mark my words. I bet when this play finishes, because I've got my ranges, I see what I see, and that's important for me, same as you should have your own. But I bet you, the amount I need, I've got shares left over. And if anyone doubts me, call me out afterwards. When all the euphoria settled down and we're all at peace and we've had a chance to breathe, come back and find me and say, let me see if you've still got some shares. I'll bet you I've still got some. So if it goes twice over the level I need for my money, I've got 50% less. Come and find me. And if the top 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% of people actually considered that, every fucker gets paid. You're in there with XX, you get paid. You're in there with XXX, you get paid. You're in there with XXXX, you get paid.
Calm down, Oprah.
That's how it works. That's what scares them. That's what they don't fucking know, the other side. That's what they got no idea about. That's what they got no clue about. That's why they're making moves now. In the UK, we've got a broker that from the 1st of June become a sell-only account unless you agreed that they could loan you shares out. That and other examples, we're seeing what could mean buy buttons for individuals unless they got other accounts or maybe had to open a broker's account. Or that's what they're doing in the background. The market's going to shit. The world's going to shit. Costs of living is going through the roof. Mortgages are defaulting. Credit cards, cars, yachts. The whole world's going to shit. Liquidity's drying up. Money disappearing. There's haircuts all over the place. We've got Russia, we've got China, we've got the ruble, we've got the US dollar. You've got problems everywhere you look. Fucking monkey disease now, for crying out loud. We've had 2 years of dealing with the other thing. 2019, we found out 29 trillion had to go into the market for 2008. Not free. We see the leverage through the fucking roof. I mean, it's like absolutely crazy. And nothing goes on forever. Can kicking. You do you. You do what's right by you. You hold your head up and do what's right by you. You look around you. And you look in their little eyes. The story we just heard, real people. You're all real people. You've done yourself proud this far. However many shares you got, however much money you want, whenever you do eventually sell, you'll live with that. You personally will live with that. Can we all time the top? Of course we can't. Are we all going to hit the bottom and sell at the bottom? Of course we ain't. How do you know, Wolfie? I mean, how do you know? Because of 18 months. We've had 18 months where people could have. And the huge majority have stayed. The huge majority are here today. Or in other Discords or other channels. We're still here. That's how I can tell. That's what I look at. That's what I think about. I ain't a martyr. I'm not special. I'm not a rich man. I'm getting on in my years. I've got, retirement 10 years away, maybe 15 years away. I do want to pay them back. I do see this as an opportunity. I will hold that bit longer just for that. But I'm not them. I'm not an arrogant bastard. I'm not going to turn into them when this is running up or when I'm paid out. I'm not. I never fucking have. I've never chased money in my life. I'm chasing justice, fairness, truth. I want people to come together. I'd give up every penny I'm likely to make if that happened. If I could only have one or the other, genuinely, I swear to you. I'd rather people come together. We're in it together. We should be standing shoulder to shoulder together. We don't disagree and everything else, but come on now. Just look at everything that's going on at the moment. Look at the play, however long you've been in it. Look at the arguments you see. We talked about bots fighting bots. They put it out there. They'll put social networks or whatever. They'll have one bot arguing one side and another bot arguing the other side. And then we end up jumping in. It's the same playbook that they use in politics, our race, our religion. It's in this play now. And we all get excited and we all vent our frustration. We all get pissed off. We all attack each other. I've said it too many times. We've had real smart people look at this, put themselves on the line, stand up, put their view out there for everyone to have a look at. And then we have the haters or the bots or the interns or people that are on a different play or maybe bag holders, and they start attacking them. You! For what? How's that fucking help? We want all the people involved, the smartest people, the quietest people, people that have invested what they can afford to lose. We're not all broke. Some are. We're not all stupid. Maybe some were. We're educated now. We lose money, we lose money. I ain't fucking giving it away. You want it, either come and pay me or take it pry it out of my cold dead hands. I've said that before and I mean it. We are people and we shouldn't be acting the way they've got us acting in the world, against each other, using our differences as a way of staying divided. Come on, now's the time to break it. Now's the time for this movement to actually say, we don't care what political party you support, what religion you've got, how old you are, how young you are, what colour you are. We don't care. It's a big ask. I get it. It is a big ask. I'm not naive. I understand. I've been doing this shit for years and years and years, one way or another. Sometimes just with one person, 2 people, 3 people. Sometimes with hundreds of people. It works. You just got to know how it works. You just got to know what your part is, your play is, what your responsibility is. Don't just say something because you've just heard it. Go and research it. Go and make sure it's true before we spread it like wildfire. Go and take time to understand what someone said. Go and ask them a question before we spread it like wildfire. How many more great people in this movement, in this play, are we going to lose that become quiet and withdrawn and just sit in the background? Still holding, but we don't hear off them now. They're not as heavily involved anymore. What happens when the next brave person walks up and shares their story and gets a voice? And then they'll say something, and all of a sudden we get the haters on them or the bots on. Boss lives with this every fucking day. It's scandalous. People attacking him for what? Are you helping us? Why are we hanging people out? Is it helping us? People need to wake up and look at the bigger picture. We're not mainstream media. We don't have to sensationalise things. We just got to be honest. We just got to be true to ourselves. We just got to say what we believe and allow the other person to have a difference of opinion. Then we win. Then we win. Not just this play. then we win. You're sick of losing. There's no other way. You can't do it with divide. You can't. How the fuck are 99% of us? We know how. How are they separated? We know how. What tools do they use? We know how. We can't become that. You spend 40 years watching people, looking at people, trying to understand people. If you want to be a better person tomorrow than you are today, welcome to my world. That's how I've lived. Am I perfect? No. Have I got everything right? No. I've made terrible mistakes with people I truly love. I've got my own stories, same as all of you. I've got your story. I've got my eyes open. I've got accountability. I have integrity. I have honesty. I've had to learn from mistakes and learn I have. I'm not saying I'm any different to you. I've been saying all along I'm exactly the same as you. All of you. But we get pulled away. We get pulled apart. We get told who to hate. It's a deliberate play. It's a deliberate game. We're not listened to as a majority because at the moment, we're not a fucking majority. We've got too many divides. We allow it to happen. We don't have to, but we do. And that's on us. If their tricks, their control, their way of manipulating us didn't work, we'd be able to have difference of opinions. We'd be able to have had arguments. And if people don't think it works, come into the Discord. There's 4,000 people who's just fucking proved it. And as for the last 8 months I've been involved, and we've had our run-ins in the Discord, we've had our difference of opinions in the Discord, but there ain't another community that I'm aware of that's got what we've got. Because we've got all ages, all races, all countries, all beliefs. We might have our arguments, we don't hate each other afterwards. We come back together. Every time we come back together. It's like that stuff you used to buy the kids for your kids when they were younger. To pull it apart, it just comes back together. Pull it apart. That's us. That's this community. That's why we're bringing your voices up. Yeah, and giving you shoutouts. And that is Boss. That's what Boss is about. Anyway.
You're too kind. Thanks. Too kind. But everything that you're saying rings true. We are the 99%, and we have to stick together. There's no reason for us to fight because of our political affiliation, because of the color of our skin, because of the part of the world from which we come from. We didn't get to choose where we were born. We didn't get to choose what color we were. There's a lot of things that we didn't get to choose. But at the end of the day, we've all been wage slaves. We've all been slaves to the system and taxes. And there's a reason they say there are two things that are guaranteed in life: death and taxes.
Yep.
We've paid ours for our entire lives. And it's time for a real change. For me, at all costs.
Hell yeah. Let's say there's 1,000 of us, Boss, that end up billionaires out of this, millionaires out of this, rich enough out of this. We can stand. Anyone who's listened to me long enough knows that one of my plans at the end of this is to go out into the community and just talk to people and pay them £100, turn up. Come and listen to some old fart ranting. I'll give you 100 quid. But the idea of that is it don't have to be me, but someone has to. And imagine if you had somebody that was already stupidly rich, that got elected, that couldn't be bought, had money, didn't need to conform. Now imagine you got 100 of them spread out across America for the different states. Nearly 2 in every state in America. That's a lot of people. Say they're independent. Well, fucking apes are going to be rich. They'll support them. They don't need to go to cap in hand to big business. You could realistically have a voice, a real voice. Not a voice because I need your vote coming up. Not a voice because I'm going to tell you what you want to hear today, and I'm going to go in and then have to make excuses and say it was too difficult. But a real voice. Representation. Fucking shitload of opportunities at the end of this play for people to do. Ultimately, the majority of people in this play will decide what that happens. You can have your Lambo. We can sort out for your great-great-great-grandkids.
And speaking of sorting things out, seems to me like a consolidation channel is sorting itself out right now. What was the power hour channel upward trends from yesterday has turned into a consolidation channel, which will probably last at least until this power hour begins. I don't know what exactly is going to happen next, but I suspect we continue this downwards trend at least until power hour, at which point we might see some sort of changes, maybe a breakout. I doubt it'll be a breakdown considering the Dow Jones Industrial is down 0.86 right now. The SPY is down 1%, 1.02 right now. And IWM's down 1.7% at the moment, and they're still not getting dragged down further. This is a good sign. So everyone out there needs to remember that there are ups and downs. At first they're slow, and eventually they speed up. And they speed up to the point where the circuit breaker halts come into play. If you were watching this channel yesterday, you saw AERC get the circuit broker pulled basically 3 times. There was 3 5-minute halts on AERC yesterday as it ran up to 180% gains. You will need... Wait, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Any retail investor that has ever been in a short squeeze or will ever be in a short squeeze will need to ensure that they're ready for those situations and to not get scared every time a halt happens on a stock. Sometimes after a halt, the stock will go down. Sometimes it will trade sideways, and sometimes it will keep going up and will get halted again. That's what happened yesterday on ERC 3 times. It got up to about 178% gains on the day, down from $2 up to into the teens. And then from there was shorted for the rest of the day and ended the day with a gain of around 130% or so. As you can see today, that stock's been heavily shorted and is now, let me take a look at right at this very moment. I know you cannot see my screen, but I will just tell you it is currently down 21% today. It has to be cooled off. The implied volatility has to be stopped for that particular stock. It seems that it has made most of its movement. But the difference between AERC, for example, and Redbox, and then you've got stocks that are completely different like AMC. Even though they sometimes seem to move the same, retail investors own 90% of the float of AMC. Retail investors have over 25% of the float of GameStop locked in to ComputerShare alone. ComputerShare, very, very few percentage of investors are in ComputerShare. Very small percentage. And that holds 25% of the entire float of GameStop by retail alone. That should be a clear indication as to the amount of shares that retail holds of these stocks compared to stocks like Redbox and AERC, which are majority owned by institutions and hedge funds. There's a big difference in the stocks, and we know that there are over 4 million people invested in AMC, again owning 90% of the float, which 6 months ago that was 80% of the float. Over the last several months, because hedge funds and market makers and banks continue to push this further down the line and short the stocks even further, more people are finding out about what happened in January of 2021. They're finding about what happened in May and June of 2021. And they're realizing that what's happened then is an inevitability, in a sense, to happen in some format in the future. That's why we've been covering this since the June 3rd executive order came into play and came into effect. And it took a lot of Chinese military collateral out of the basically back pocket of these funds. And it's a big deal because it's not just that it's just these stocks. Any exchange traded fund, any ETF that has one share of one Chinese military industrial complex stock makes the entire ETF as untradable. Excuse me, not untradable. It can still be traded, but it cannot be used as collateral. This makes it so that margin collateral has to come from other places. At the same time, the Thrift Savings Plan is investing 5,000 unvetted mutual funds, is investing their money in 5,000 unvetted mutual funds. And it's not the Thrift Savings Plan's money. That TSP is operated by BlackRock and State Street Bank primarily as the top two, as well as Vanguard, if I believe. No, BlackRock and State Street, that's correct. And they're investing, they have over $800 billion of federal employee and military personnel's money. That is locked in liquidity right now that cannot be withdrawn from markets. And many of the investors are having trouble accessing their online accounts. Not all of them, but some of them. That being the case, there's some fundamental differences in the underlying factors that will be the contributing factor to the final share price of a stock of, say, Redbox compared to that of, say, AMC and GameStop. They are completely different beneath the surface. And again, I would like to thank Kenneth Cordell Bedpost Griffin for the opportunity to get filthy fucking rich off of his goddamn greed. I would like to thank Jerome Powell for printing so much fucking money that hyperinflation is imminent and bailing out the banks to the tunes of $40 trillion in the 2 years after 2008. $40 trillion Jerome Powell and the Fed gave banks and institutions and central banks of other countries from 2008 to 2010, we recently found out from a Freedom of Information Act request. Thank you, Jay Powell. I would like to thank Sleepy Joe for using and abusing Ukraine as his money laundering playground and Taiwan as Hunter Biden's cocaine playland. This has put us in a situation where we're nearing World War III. We're looking at issues with Iran, China, and Russia as we speak. Iran's not about to start sending us more oil. OPEC cannot increase oil production no matter how much they say they are going to try. The United States does not have the refineries to process the oil that we have. Gas prices here went up 45 cents today and 40 cents yesterday. Hyperinflation is imminent. The mother of all short squeezes is imminent. The collapse of the stock market, to an extent, as well. The central bank digital coin is imminent. The government's control over your bank account and your car is imminent. But on a bright side, Sleepy Joe, at least we're going to be filthy fucking rich. We'll be able to deal with it. But I feel bad for the hundreds of millions of Americans and billions of people worldwide that have no idea what the fuck's happening or how to even invest in the stock market. And even if they do, the majority of a lot of people are not even managing their own money. So they don't know that BlackRock has their thrift savings plan invested in these Chinese emerging market ETFs, in these Chinese emerging market stocks that are placed into their ETFs in which they hold their money. The same ones that are getting sanctioned by Biden, in which they're adding new companies with consistency. They added 30 more on February 16th. Massive shorted red candle on AMC with a phenomenal 52,000 volume. Still trading within the same channels. It's going to consolidate here for a little while. The market's going to chill. SPY continues downwards, though. 1.14% now. Down 1.1% at this moment. Look at it. Whoa, that's some volatility. The volatility index is now up 3%. It was down 3.5% today. That's a 6.5% movement so far on the volatility index. Wells Fargo has now lost even further to negative 2.55% on the day. Qualcomm is the same equivalent, negative 2.5%. HSBC is now down over 3%. GameStop getting beat down hard with the exchange traded funds. But oh, it looks like to be breaking out. Or no, my channel's just off a little bit. I'm going to have to redraw that. Even still, we could possibly be seeing a breakout, even on that channel. We'll know if it collapses right back down to 137.50 or starts moving upward very soon. Then remove this trend line. There you go. That looks better. What's up, bro?
All good. Cash is awake.
Cash Money Millionaire in the house.
Have to change that nickname.
Yeah, Cash Money Billionaire.
Cash Money Billionaire.
Ain't that right? Because we're not here for millions. We're not here for hundreds of millions. We're here for billions. And Ken Griffin, I'm going to drink your milkshake. I'll drink it up.
Eat his mayo.
Thank you, Kenny.
The IWM extends its losses to 1.8% on the exchange traded fund. JP Morgan extends their losses to 2.25% now as we speak. Amazon now down over 1.5%. What's this? Gold Seek Resources, GSK. Steven says, check out GSK. Nobody seems to be talking about how they found the potential cure for cancer. It was big news last night. Today, there's not much talk about it. Huge news being suppressed much. I'm not so sure about that. Usually when cancer cures come out, the pharmaceutical stocks skyrocket. But this thing's, if I'm even looking at the right one, this thing's expensive as hell. So that could be why, but I'm not sure. Let me know if I'm looking at the wrong ticker. But GSK, there seems to be a few of them. Here, this one's going for $44 though, and it's flat on the day, if not down. Taking a look at Mullen Automotive, also getting beaten into the dirt. Mullen is getting added into the Russell 2000 and 3000. That's extremely good news for this company. But of course, it's down because the market doesn't make sense. And the exchange traded funds and manipulation happening. Rehypothecations, the ISDA contracts. OcuGen, heavily shorted stock that ran 5,300% last February after GameStop did, is currently down 3% at $2.42. Spotify, extending gains, up 6%. The SPY now down at 410.93. It is making lower lows and lower highs with great consistency. Hey, sweetie. Hold on.
Who in the chat was here when 801, the Battle of 801?
Hell yes. That was my first big freaking exciting moment. Victory.
That was absolutely crazy seeing everyone. It was like being at a cup final or a football match. Everyone's just going absolutely batshit.
I can't imagine. I wish I'd have been here.
Look at the SPY is selling off hard. Look at the volatility. 410.45.
My body's ready.
Oh, my VIX is getting an erection. Woo! I'm going to need to see a doctor. It's lasted more than 4 hours now.
Oh, it's... Damn. Pop too many VIX pills.
Holy shit. Too many Viagras. Too many Viagras when I started seeing AMC meet the price targets I was looking for. And GameStop, too. That's fucking bullish. Look at this SPY. Keep going, baby. Drag everything down with you. I don't give a fuck. I'll enjoy the shit out of those prime buying opportunities. The NDXT is also down 1.18%. Man, that's so bearish. And it's not even oversold. Here, I bet you here comes the plunge protection team to fucking sell another $20-50 billion on the of naked shorts on the fucking VIX to cause gamma on the SPY. I wouldn't be surprised. Fucking Janet Yellen. Piece of shit. I can't stand old Yeller. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't call the dog. I shouldn't insult the dog like that. I can't stand Janet Yellen. That's very insulting to the dog. GameStop continuing in the same. Let me zoom out here. It's way too zoomed in here. 5-minute candles at least. I've got to reanalyze this one too. Let's grab it from the wicks. Wick starting here to this wick, that wick, and this one. Yep, that makes sense. And these as well. Perfect. We've got 4 wicks now. Let's get rid of this one. If I can fucking grab it. And my bottom trend line, I drew it right as it was starting, so it is not a good indicator at all. I think... Nope, that doesn't make me happy either. I'm going to grab these wicks here. None of that really makes me thrilled about this setup. I'm going to have to zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. This one's wrong as well. I don't feel good about it at all. This is a very, very steep sell-off. Oh, that's a tight channel going down right there. Okay. We see which way they're trying to take them right now. They've got to get things under control.
Hey, I just saw a new pattern on the SPY. I shared it in the ape chat.
Fantastic. I'll take a peek at it right now, brother. We're seeing some. Are we seeing delta or just regular green candles here? I'm on the 5 minute. Let me zoom into the 1 minute. See what's happening. Okay. Okay. Let me get 5 green candles and some good volume. This volume's tiny. Yeah, this volume's trash right now. It's going to continue trading in this downwards channel for now. We'll wait till we see a breakout. Currently, I'm looking for a breakout of around 1345 to know if we're going higher. But for now, it's staying in this downward trend with the rest of the broader market. Let's take a look at the SPY. SPY's down 1.25%. Let's see what Martin's looking at here as well. Oh, damn. For those of you that are just getting here, the cost to borrow maximum on AMC doubled to 48%. The cost to borrow average doubled to 28% overnight. The cost to borrow minimum more than doubled overnight to 11.66%. Current short interest of the float is 23.5%, according to Ortex estimates only. They borrowed 1.42 million shares, which is an increase to 55,000 of the number of shares that they returned, because they're maxed the fuck out. There's not many more shares left to borrow than that. Let's take a look at TradingView real quick. See what we're seeing with Martin.
Then take a look at Credit Suisse.
Fantastic. This is perfect. We've got a beautiful cock and balls pattern forming on the AMC chart. On the SPY chart. This is exactly what we want to see. Let's see if we see the subsequent ejection. Thanks, Martin.
Oh, Jesus.
Martin with the cock and balls pattern. Phenomenal.
Can't see it. I'm
What the hell's Fat Joe going on about? He's still alive?
Edward Lars just put a tweet out.
Oh, look,
Boss.
it's Ken Griffin. Sorry, what was that?
Edward R's put a tweet out from Gold Telegraph saying Credit Suisse is warning its capital position is eroding and that it expects another quarterly loss.
Just now?
Without generating profit, 5 hours ago actually. Without generating profit, the bank will struggle to generate fresh capital, which acts as a buffer, protecting the bank when loans turn sour.
That's funny because right here there's an article that's saying that from U.S. Money News today saying that shares in Credit Suisse turned sharply higher on Wednesday afternoon, with traders citing an inside report that U.S.-based State Street is planning a takeover bid for the troubled lender, though soon some in the industry doubt the claim.
Fear, uncertainty and doubt, two different sides of a coin. That's new.
Let's take a look at Credit Suisse stock ticker today and see what's happening. Barcoding hard. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so Credit Suisse was at 725 today. It did go up yesterday. It was, let's see, 684 up to 725 Wednesday afternoon, as the article stated. And then today it went from around 725 to $6.86. Currently trading on no fucking volume. 8,800 volume on the largest candle here at the last trade. Credit Suisse is fucked. Man, I'm so glad
liquidity
you brought
and
that up.
haircut.
Man,
Yeah.
I love this fucking shit. God, and people wonder.
All
People
that-
say macro is boring. Fuck that. What could be more fun than getting rich as hell?
So for months and months, when you've talked about liquidity and haircuts, and you were calling it, saying what was going on globally, and now we're starting to see it come out day after day. This one's struggling, that one's struggling, this one's got worries, that one's got concerns. I can hold.
I'd like to share from our story earlier. Iron Grappler, who shared us this phenomenal story here showing us his gold medalists. State champion ×2. Congratulations to Iron Grappler's student who was crowned the 2022 Division I state champion in the 800 meter, seated 800 meter and seated 400 meter race, it appears. That represents the first track and field state titles in their history of that state. They finished second in the 100 and fourth in the seated shot put as well. What a beautiful way to end her high school athletic career.
Yeah.
And what a beautiful way for you, Iron Grappler, to share what you've learned and your struggles and tribulations to help make other people stronger. Thank you for sharing your story with us, as tragic as it is. We love you for it, and we're absolutely blessed to have you here with us today. You're an inspiration to me and to us all, my friend. Thank you, Iron Grappler. I would like to shake your hand one day, soon, when I come pick you up on Ken Griffin's jet that we buy off auction because it gets seized by the government. We're going to come fucking pick you up, and we're going to go party.
I know.
Better clean it first.
You can bet it'll be heavily stocked with mayo.
Oh yeah, we'll get it professionally cleaned. Don't worry about it. We'll douse the entire inside with bleach. And it's all right. We'll hire Ken Griffin to clean it as well. So he's going to get a demotion. As you can see here, he's already practicing his sanitation engineer duties for Citadel Securities. Phenomenal. Here's the hedge fund that we were talking about just billions ago. D1 borrowed billions on a hot bet and is pretty much fucked at this point. Hedge funds were tallying gains on their hottest bets in years when this guy reached an unusual deal with JP Morgan, until they put their money in the wrong stocks and shorted the wrong stocks. Cash says, "Look on my options, ye mighty, and despair." That's phenomenal. Take a look. Redbox hanging out at 10:03. It's making more gains today. AMC hanging out strong at 13:48. Turning green. Are we breaking out of the channel? Tell me we're breaking out of that fucking channel. Oh, we're retesting it. How many retests? Let's see. Whoa, that's strong. Okay, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this is the 9th retest of the top of this channel, this downward trend that we've been stuck in with the rest of the IWM and other ETFs in the Russell 2000 and 1000 that have been getting obliterated. Let's see if it magnetically just gets pulled right back down below 1344, or we see a breakout above 1352. One of them's got to happen.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Look at that. 1350, 1351, Delta hedging right now. Let's go. Give me another 1354, and I'll know it's true. Give me 1354, motherfuckers. Right now. It's stuck. It's not moving. That's usually a sign it's going to go either up or down pretty hard in the next moment. There we go. 52, 53, coming in pretty quickly. Let's take a look at GameStop and see if it's following the pattern while we wait to start to play out. GME. Okay, here we go. Look at GME. We drew the support and we drew the resistance, and GME tested the resistance again. How many times did GME test it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, we broke through. Here again, fell down. Trusted again. 6, 7, 8, 9. And on the 10th try, GameStop is trying to break out right now on the same pattern as AMC. AMC is on the 9th retest, and there we go. 1355. Yes! 1356. Let's see some more Delta hedging. Bring us back up towards the power hour channel above. That would be fantastic. Remember, we're way below here. We need to get up to $14.14 and above within the next few minutes, or $14.25 by the end of the day to be back in our Power Hour channel. It is 12 minutes to Power Hour. We've still got a lot of time, folks. I am pumped. 1352 right now, hanging out strong with 4 green candles. Let's see if we get shorted, if we get 4 or 5 red candles to bring us back down under 1344. Breakout is not yet confirmed. Not at all. We need to temper our expectations, including myself, because I suspect they're going to want to keep it here. They don't want this to go up yet.
Another story when you're ready.
Go ahead, brother. I want to hear, what are the retail whale up to?
You want it now?
Yeah, brother, why not? I want to hear what my friends and family here in the Discord think tank and on YouTube are doing. Yeah.
Cool. Real people again, real stories. So this one's from Deep R. Here's my story. Thanks for allowing me to share.
Who's this?
From high school.
Can they share?
Yeah.
Who's this?
Yeah, ready to share. This is Deep R.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
You ready?
Yeah.
From high school in a small swamp town in Louisiana, I worked hard 12 to 15-hour days on a shrimp crab boat with my grandpa. I graduated from high school and joined the US Marines in 1997. I was discharged from the Corps in August, and in September the Twin Towers were attacked. I remember being glued to the TV, then thought I would be recalled, being I was only less than a month out. So I joined the US Army and was shipped to Germany. While in Germany, I was sent off to Iraq. This is where life began to get rough. In 2020, my Humvee was hit by an IED. I was thrown from the turret with major injuries. I truly thought I was dying. I blacked out and was medevaced to Ludgestiel, Germany. I woke in a full body cast and at first freaked out, thinking I was captured, but learned and I managed to get my bearings. I met my lovely German wife, who I'm still married to for 19 years and going strong. I went through 2 years of recovery and lots of physical therapy. My wife, at the time my girlfriend, who supported and pushed me to recover. I got to know her so well and we got married. She is like a guardian angel to me and still is to this day. I was medically discharged in 2001 from the army, and 6 months after I discharged, I became a New Orleans police officer. During my time as an officer, we had our son 4 months after being discharged. Anyone who knows New Orleans, their projects are in rap songs for a reason. The amount of horrific scenes I've seen made Baghdad look like a playbox. Let me read that again. Anyone who knows New Orleans, their projects are in rap songs for a reason.
Yeah.
The amount of horrific scenes I have seen made Baghdad look like a playbox. If you remember Hurricane Katrina, I was there. My wife and my 1-year-old left 1 week before, and we was living in Austin, Texas, in a hotel charging $275 a day. The day the hurricane hit, my home was hit with 35 feet of water in 2 hours.
Oh my God.
And everything my wife and I had accumulated for 29 years was all gone in less than 2 hours.
Oh my God.
We began getting IOUs from the city, so I made a decision to leave the department. We relocated to Germany, and then Hawaii, then Texas, then Wisconsin, and today we're settled in Alabama. Still recovering from Katrina. My son began having seizures and was also diagnosed as having high-functioning autism. The doc bills began to pile up again. But thank goodness I had insurance, but still high costs. I finally started to have a small amount of savings. So, in 2021, I was finally able to put $1,000 into the market and try stocks. I remember watching YouTube and I seen this dude yelling like a banshee with a bad-ass beard talking about AMC. And he had so much knowledge on the market. I pulled all my funds and I went all in on a couple of stocks. Having done DD, looked into them, but they were stocks that he had been talking about. I also put everything I could comfortably put into it. Currently, I hold a large amount of shares in AMC, $25,000 worth. And like Boss says, we are about to be rich. Finally, I can see all my suffering and hardships turning around. I am holding for justice and for my family. All they have done for me, I pray every day that one day
That's beautiful. Wolfie, you cut out a little bit, brother.
all they have done for me, I pray every day that one day my family will no longer have to worry about paying the bills or medical issues. Thank you again for listening. I feel you and the family are so respectful. I very much thank you, and I'm blessed to have the opportunity to know all of you.
Man, that's touching. That was a hard one to read, wasn't it?
God. People, you need to ease off a little bit.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
These people, these fuckers forever, for decades. Ignore that. How the fuck do you ignore that? They're your people. They serve for you. They've protected you. They put their lives on the line for you. They go through horrendous times. They're trying to build families and make a little small part of safety. Food on the table, roof over their head. And these fucking hedge funds rob it any time they want. These fucking regulators do not deal with them. How the fuck can I walk in and rob somebody of $100 out of their store and do prison time, and someone can rob trillions over the years, billions, and get fines? No, not one fucking president has done a damn thing about it. Not one congressman or woman. I'm sick of your fucking lies. I'm sick of your lip service, your bullshit chat. I'm sick of you putting a 1% above all others. And these are your people. We've got our own problems in the UK. Other people from Europe, and they've got their problems. But you're all the fucking same. You don't listen to your people. Every single one of you is a fucking hypocrite. Every single one of you. Even the very best of yous that are really trying. I feel for you. But you're fucking failing. Your people. Wake the fuck up.
Wolfman, oh.
Goddamn right. Right in the feels, man. Holy shit. It's hard to read these stories. It's hard to listen to this strife and struggle and tribulation that we all have to deal with on a daily basis. Because we feel for you. We empathize. We've been there. Not in every single exact same situation necessarily, but we've been there for the most part. We've been in the same tough times and the struggles and the trials and tribulations. And that is why people think that they can't make money on the stock market. Bitcoin's not the only thing that's made millionaires. The stock market and the crypto mints new millionaires and billionaires every single day. You just have to be in the right place at the right time.
Hell yeah.
It's the poor man's mentality that can never happen to me. It will never happen to me. Guess what? The stock market doesn't give a shit about you. But if you're in the play, if you're properly positioned, all you have to do is figure out the right time to sell. It's as simple as that. Patience. P-A-Y. Patience. Look, AMC's reaching down to get back into the channel that it was just in. You see it had a breakout. Now it's getting shorted back down. They're trying to pull it back down into this channel from below. Get it under $13.40. Trade between $13.40 and $13 right now. That's their current goal for as long as possible. We have 2 minutes before power hour actually officially begins, the last hour of the day, in which usually there's a lot of volatility throughout the markets. Implied volatility is getting crushed pretty hard on AMC and GameStop. That is the intent. That is the point. That is exactly why these stocks are getting shorted down and the volume is getting depleted in order to crush the implied volatility of your options and of the stock itself. The stochastic RSI went from overbought to oversold extremely quickly. That doesn't mean it cannot continue to go down, but it's looking more bearish at the moment in the short term. It seems they're trying to get us back under $13.40 because we've broken out of that channel a little bit. It is in the algorithm's best interest to get it back into the channel so it can work most efficiently. It almost seems as if a new channel could be forming here. Almost seems that way. Let's see.
They going down, S&P down, Banks up, AB up, a million how what?
No, actually, you make a really great point, Cash. People don't think about AMC and GameStop as having negative beta. But look at the market right now. AMC and GameStop only have negative beta when margin calls and defaults are happening. When the market starts to melt away, the negative beta will kick in because of those margin calls and defaults. Not because I say so. Look at that. 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 I see the beginnings of a new channel. Okay, that's pretty nice. I like this. I'm not happy with the way I built through those two top lines, but I could see this forming out into a new one. And again, it's less volatile and seems to be crushing volatility still. It seems to be the intention still. Nope, that's not right. We'll grab it here at the wick and through the next wicks here underneath and meeting the top of those wicks. We're a little off there, but not hard to redraw. And there we go. Let's go out to the 5-minute candles, see if it rings true. Out to the 5-minute candles. Okay, yesterday's 1-hour morning delta hedge, the 2-hour downtrend, the 1-hour uptrend, the 1-hour consolidation. We had an uptrend in the introduction to the first hour, or in the beginning of power hour. We had power hour continue upwards. And today, both the intro and power hour channels became our new larger channel of increased volatility and volume, it seems. And then as soon as 15 minutes before Gensler started speaking, which was the same time that the entire market started selling off, the entire market and AMC and GameStop hit a downward channel. It looks like AMC, as of 12:40, has since left that downward trend and is now trading sideways in a consolidation pattern. This is what we see. This is exactly the same thing you just saw before. Delta hedge, downtrend, breakout, consolidation. And what do we see today? Morning hedge, breakdown. Now we have consolidation. What comes next? The intro to power hour and power hour runs. This consolidation is getting tighter and tighter. Look at the coiling of the snake. Look at how it's just bouncing and getting smaller. It's like ping pong. And it's getting smaller and smaller at the end. It's just going to shoot out the side, either up or down. It's not going to go straight when it comes out of the consolidation channel. Now, that being said, it still gives us a good possibility to get to $14.25 today. A very good possibility. Again, keynote, because we were already at 14.25 earlier. And to prove my point, look at the downward trend of the consolidation channel on AMC. Let's go to GameStop. What are we going to see? Let's see. Same thing, upward, delta hedging, downward trend. And then now, oh look, it's breaking the pattern on the 5-minute candles. And you can even see it on the 1-minute candles. Look, even more depth, more detail. Up, downtrend, and now breaking sideways here and here into consolidation. Everything's getting coiled. Now, let's go to the IWM, for example. What do you see? IWM as of 11:15, that's when Gensler started talking. I'm an hour behind the Eastern time. That's why I said 11 and not 12. 15 minutes before he started talking. Downward, and it continues downward. And then the bottom is, let's say, here. Nope. I'm wrong. I got to start it back here. Incorrect. That doesn't feel comfortable. Hold on. We'll get a new time frame on the IWM, and we'll build the lower channel. And it actually is about here on the bottom of these wicks across this way. So that's the trend. That's the trend currently of the IWM. It continues downwards. IWM has not broken out in the way that AMC and GameStop has. We'll look at it at the 5-minute, then you can look at it on the 1-minute with more detail and confirmed. Confirmation is there for me. Let's go take a look at another of the Russell 2000 index. The Russell 2000 has not broken out. The Russell 2000 continues to trend downward strongly. We could even use this as the pattern here. And this at, nope, I'm wrong there. How about here? This is the pattern here. Continue its downtrend. Maybe you could claim that's a slight breakout, but I don't really think so. Okay, let's see. The Russell 2000. Okay, it's starting to consolidate sideways on the Russell 2000, it looks like. You could claim that this... So maybe even the Russell is starting to, but the IWM is not looking exactly the same. We could claim this. We could even claim this might be a case. You could say that. You could say that they've all actually kind of begun to enter the consolidation channel, but AMC and GameStop look a lot more coiled up at this point. We're still, as you can see, trading sideways for now, up and down, and this channel is getting smaller and smaller. Actually, as we speak, it's currently getting quite tight there, like that. But I'm going to remove that line because there's not enough length, enough theta here to convince me that that's what's happening. So we're going to let it sit, go sideways. We got 52 minutes left in power hour, and we're going to see what happens. The vortex indicator is telling me this could go either way at this moment. It is a little oversold, but that doesn't say much with naked shorts. Dow Jones Industrial continues to trend downward. It is now down over an entire percentage point. Take a look at the Dow Jones Industrial. There. And there for now. Oh, that's nasty. That's pretty bad for the DJ. The NDXT still about the same. 1.18 loss on the day. But yeah, that you can see that that's not a good trend line there. That's why you got to give these things time. You can't draw your trend lines too early, I feel. Taking a look at other stocks, let's take a look at Lucid, 1960, $19.60. It's up slightly. Marin Software is up 4% still. Another meme stock. Netflix, good collateral, is up 1.8%. Redbox, meme stock, is up 14%. Can't figure out how to remove that trend line, but we can actually just go straight across here. And Redbox is still in a downward trend. Redbox is not running the same as AMC and GameStop right now. It seems to be doing a different pattern. The SPX is now down 1.25%. We have a new low for the day at 410.38. 410.38. We're going in for another retest, it seems. That's our 1, 2, 3, third retest of 410 today. That's bad. Bad for a lot of other people. Hey, mods, you don't have to keep deleting that guy Casino's messages because nobody else can see him. He's already hidden from the channel. Just to save you the time and effort. That big pump on the SPY right now. Volatility index still up 2%. Good deal. Yeah, that's really tight. You make a good point, Matt. Baba is ripping today. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Apparently good news from China. Baba's running strong, up 15% right now. Open the day at 107. And take a quick look at the news wire. Let's see what we're looking at. Barclays has downgraded Chart Industries. Donald Trump and adult children to agree to testify in New York civil probe. Dixie Gold, stock ticker DG. What is going on there as well? Oh, Dixie Gold right here. Weird. Not sure what's happening there. We'll just leave that be. Don't care about that much anyway. U.S. stocks. Wall Street falls with U.S. Treasury yields above 3%. So basically, stocks tumbled after Citibank sounds an alarm on Intel. Investors are worrying about CPI data that comes out this Friday. So this Friday, we get to see the CPI from the Fed. The Dow Jones Transportation Average is down 4%. This is a big deal. The Dow Jones Transportation Average is a huge indication of a recession. Oh, someone's angry. She's yelling at Kenny. It's Kenny's fault. Reuters states today, just moments ago, about 5 minutes ago, this article came out. U.S. stocks were sharply lower in afternoon trading on Wednesday, with the S&P 500 down more than 1%. And we can confirm that the SPY is still down over 1% right now. The Treasury yields rose above 3% again, and technology shares fell. The tech sector was the biggest weight on the S&P 500 as Intel fell more than 5% after Citi Research. Are we seeing delta hedging on AMC right now? It's up to 1353, reaching the top of this consolidation pattern. We're going for another retest. Let's find out. As I figure that out, at the same time, the SIBO Volatility Index rose. The 10-year Treasury yields over 3%, and that's probably part of why we're seeing the drawdown on the market today. That level is what people are focused on because it represents an increase in interest rates and the reflection of inflation and market volatility. The thing that most people don't know is that it's being artificially suppressed by the Fed and the PPT via naked shorts. The U.S. benchmark 10-year Treasury note yields rose after Eurozone gross domestic product beat expectations. Energy is down slightly, reversing the gains from yesterday. Brent crude oil is up to $123 a barrel again. This, in my opinion, this is the highest we've seen oil since 2008. The Dow Jones Industrial is down again 0.88%. The S&P lost 45 points as of right now, hanging out at around 41.15, 41.16. And in the meantime, somebody just bought land on the metaverse for $50,000. Several of them. Here's another one that's sold for $78,000. That's great. Looks like Abercrombie and Snapchat have been facing downward revisions, as well as total SoftBank. SoftBank is seeing equity risk premium on trailing earnings per share reach a recent low, which in the past has a 100% hit rate on decrease in prices. Equity yield indicators for total SoftBank reached a recent low, and the last time this happened, the price went up to $63.70. AMC about to break out. Testing, 1, 2. Testing the top of our channel. Look at our consolidation channel. Here it is on the 1-minute chart. It's at 1354 going in for a retest. Let's see how many we've had so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th time it's attempting. It will probably not make it, to be honest with you. But I hope to be wrong and watch it shoot upwards. Nope, coming back on down. Got to hang out in this channel for a while longer, it appears. We may stay here if they decide not to move the stock anymore today. We may have to stay here till tomorrow. We'll see if there's any indication. Definitely let you guys know. But right now, I'm just seeing it kind of hanging tight in the same place. GameStop is back down to negative 6.42 today, which is not entirely surprising considering the massive meltdown we've had across the indices. The SPY is accelerating its losses and is back down at 411. Seems to be in its own channel as well, although not looking anywhere near as good as the rest of the markets. I can say that much. see. AMC has achieved a new high on the short rate percentage for retail. This is for retail investors, and now has increased to 22.11% short rate percent, which is a new high on the short interest percentage for retail. Fidelity has increased the borrow rate for retail on GameStop from 36 to 38%. Interactive Brokers, as of June 3rd, the same date of the executive order, has made GameStop completely not shortable. They've already taken away the buy button for GME to be sold short on Interactive Broker, and the cost to borrow has increased to 38% on Fidelity. Fucking phenomenal. You think they'd be doing that while the stock price was going down? Would they be doing that if the stock price was going down for no reason, Cash?
Hell no.
Exactly.
They're in serious trouble.
Wow.
Otherwise, they would never do that ever.
Never. You know what? This is something. Go ahead, bro.
Have they ever pulled the sell button before?
Never. I've never seen that in my 18 years of trading. Not like that.
No.
Not even in dry ships. Take a look at this. Somebody overlaid, somebody in our Discord, let me see who it was here. Valanche, thank you very much. He copied 2008 and took the charts and overlaid it over this year. The gray is 2008, and the green and red is the current spider chart on the yearly. Well, on the, it's a little bit longer time frame there on this chart. It's about a year and a half, 2 years, 6, 12, 18. Yep, this is through 2021, and this is 2022 here. And we're halfway through 2022. Look at where we're at right now. What do we see on the SPY in 2008? You know, try and attempt to make new all-time highs. You know, really reach. Try not to make it seem like too much of a dead cat. It had one last dead cat bounce, and then it just plummeted. And try to recover, plummeted. Try to recover, plummeted. Try to recover, plummeted.
Meow.
Oops. Emergency.
Oh.
And you know what's coming? You know how we're here and, you know, it kind of plummets right here? What's happening on Friday, everybody? Inflation report. And what's going to happen on the inflation report? Elevated inflation numbers. Why? Because like we told you last month when the Fed said that inflation may have peaked, we told you it didn't fucking peak. What are they saying today? June 8th, 2022, with the key CPI data scheduled to be released on Friday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the White House press secretary is saying inflation numbers to be released at the end of the week are to be elevated. The expectations are for a 0.7% rise.
Will it be above 10%?
They're expecting a 0.7% rise, or that's what Wall Street is expecting, I should say, with a 0.5% rise, excluding food and energy, because we know if they included food and energy, that would be in the way, way higher than that. The year-on-year is expected to remain steady at 8.3 with their cooked numbers that they revised on the first day of this year, while the core measure is expected to decline to 5.9 from 6.2. I doubt it. But thank you guys for sharing that article. That was fantastic, as well as this chart. overlaying the '08 chart over what's happening today is eerily similar for a reason. It's the same fucking algos. It's the same problems. They've just all been multiplied 50 times over. In 2008, banks had around 60 to 70 trillion dollars in notional derivatives. They currently have over 430 trillion dollars in derivatives. 60 trillion in '08, 430 trillion now. That does not include derivatives that are outside the banks or holding companies. That's just the banking system. There are quadrillions of dollars of derivatives, and the majority of them are rehypothecations with a negative notional value. Now, moving on. AMC is retesting that level again. How many times have we retested the top of this resistance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7th retest on this level. And it's going to decide now if it's going to stay in it a while longer or break upwards. GameStop should be running exactly the same right now. Yep, look at that. There's my line. Broke out, trying to break out, and seems to be coming right back down into it. No surprise on there. Redbox attempting the same thing, actually. Also attempting a breakout of the top of its channel. Go get lunch. Mom's calling her, Parker, come eat. And she's over there pounding on the door. Dad, let me in. I love it, though. I'd be playing with her if I wasn't streaming right now, so I'm going to have to make sure we hang out after the show.
Tell me what these were whims.
SPY trying to recover, pushing strong into 412. Towards the end of the day, the VIX getting pushed back down. It is completely flat now. The volatility index is flat on the day. Man, manipulation is strong, huh? Market-wide. Notice the SPY breaking out, but AMC is not. And GameStop are not. But again, you'll see the SPY breaking out from it because of the pumping. Let's see if it does. It's trying here very hard to break these trends that it was seeing. And yeah, it might fall right back down as well. Target's up 1% today after some pretty heavy losses yesterday. And the direction daily real estate bear ETF keeps going up. Almost 6% now on the gains for that today. Yeah. Tadao says you have had sex chats in the chat. Yeah, we have a lot of sex bots coming in here. There's a lot of spammers, a lot of bots.
But hardly any haters.
Yeah. I think the mods crushed them long ago. They killed the Charlie Gasparinos long ago. Speaking of liquidity, look at United States financial conditions of liquidity tightening. This was December and the beginning of the 2020 COVID issues. This was the height of the COVID crash. This is all due to the artificial printing of 40% of all US dollars in existence in the last 18 months. And this is the correction that we're seeing that began in mid-2021. We're going to continue to see more tightening. We're almost at absolute zero as far as our financial conditions, according to Bloomberg's terminal on Mizuho International's liquidity. And this continues. You can see what we saw in 2020. An attempt to regain its footing and a complete fallout. That's what we're seeing now here. Multiple attempts to regain its footing. We've had 1, 2, 3, and this is the 4th. In the past, we only had 1, 2 before the fall. I predict this fall of liquidity will be much sharper and steeper than the previous ones. Phenomenal post. Who put that up there? My man Elmo, the fucking one and only. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. That's what I'm talking about, my friend. See, the U.S. Treasury bond yield is going to exceed 3%. Oh, fun times ahead. Pugs, we're taking bets in the Discord now? Is that what's going on? AMC still hanging tight at the top of that channel, going in for the 8th retest of the 1353 resistance. 8th retest with 30 minutes left to go in the day. Let's see what Donald J. Trump had to say.
Where are you, Ken? Where the hell is he? He's trying to hide some of his money. Ken Griffin, Citadel. What a guy he is. Where are you, Ken? Where the hell is he? He's trying to hide some of his money. Look, he doesn't want to stand up. Ken Griffin, Citadel. What a guy he is. Where are you, Ken? Where the hell is he? He's trying to hide some of his money. Look, he doesn't want to stand up. Where the hell is Ken? See, Steve, you'll stand, and he's very quiet about it. He's in here someplace. He just doesn't want to stand.
What a fucking gangster. What a fucking gangster. This man knew everything that was going on. Oh, shit. Take a look back over. Trying to hang tight. Pretty low volume right now. 6,400 volume, 2,000 volume. There's no real volume here on the positive buying pressure at the moment. Not much happening. Oh, but there's good volume on this heavily shorted candle right here. I'll tell you that much. It's currently building. Ken Griffin is a fucking clown. That's all I gotta say about that. That's interesting. AMC seems to be having some decent move upwards. We just went up 8 cents on 1 minute candle. And it continues to go. And we're going to delta hedge. We're delta hedging. We went from 1348 to 1358 in a minute and a half. Keep it going. Keep it going. Show me some more proof. Still hanging out at 1356. Let's see if GameStop's doing a similar jazz. Yep, GameStop went from 136.99 to 138.21. Appears to be very bullish on both the Vortex and the Stochastic. The EMA is now trading back over the 20-day EMA with a third green candle in the process. We'll see if it develops. Very good. I could go for an afternoon Delta hedge. Definitely. Don't look like they're going to be running that right now. Remember, they don't do it when they want to. They only do it when they have to. Again, continuing to try to keep it in this channel. Multiple retests. It's actually turning into an ascending pattern. If you take this candle, actually, and not even that one, it might even be better to start on this candle. Seems to be an upwards pattern movement here. That's kind of an interesting one. Because, yeah, you could even extend it from back here across into a larger channel. So we'll see how this plays out here in the short term. Got about 25 minutes, 24 minutes left in power hour. Happy to see it. Happy to see it. I'm not disappointed at all. I'm happy we saw 14.25. It gave me the indication that things seem to be on track with my expectations. The same with GameStop. Again, not surprised to see GameStop to be negative today, considering it started the day negative 6% as it got shorted. Then it took off, was well in the positives, and then got shorted again. It is negative 5.94% right now. Again, also attempting multiple breakouts of these levels. You know, we've got, you could potentially say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 retests so far for GameStop. And then AMC's looking at maybe even a few more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Currently on its 6th or 7th attempt at turning this resistance into a support level. Let's see what's going on Bloomberg, as a matter of fact. Right now, see what the narrative says.
Thank you very much for having me on this afternoon. I would start by saying
The narrative is it's Diaz's fault.
our people are safe, and particularly coming off of COVID-19, ensuring our people are safe and have a safe place to work is a fundamental principle of how you respond. It's ensuring that you have the talent and that the talent is ready to go and is able for the job.
Okay, they are interviewing this bitch in the loudest restaurant I've heard in a long time about avoiding supply chain crisis. doesn't really matter to me right now. Things seem to have shifted a little bit here. Or I drew my trend lines wrong. Yeah, one could argue it should look more like this. And that's actually quite the quite the bullish pattern, because we're making higher highs and higher lows. We seem to have left our consolidation channel. You see this? They're downwards consolidation and are now in an upwards trend. Let's find it out on the 5-minute candles and confirm. Yep, this is 12:15 p.m. Eastern. Gary Gensler speaks on payment for order flow. Market sells off. And then we should note that we've got an upward consolidation pattern here. And that's what we'll call this as this develops right here. And see how this thing goes. If I were to draw this on the 5-minute, I would draw it like this. And that actually makes a little more sense than the way that I drew it. Let's take a look at it on a 1-minute candle and see if it confirms. And 1, 2, 3 supports there. And actually, this is one be one as well. This one as well. This one as well. I could have started that candle way back here. And we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 so far retests of this support on this trend line on an upwards pattern channel for AMC. And it's consolidating. It's coiling up again. It's coiling up. Look at it. You know, it's getting smaller and tighter and so on. And it could lead into the end of the day. And we'll see probably some shorting in the after hours, some shorting in pre-market, and a good possible rip of further delta hedging in the morning, just like we saw today and yesterday. Let's go check it out. That makes good sense to me. So yesterday we had a 1-hour morning delta hedge, a 2-hour downtrend, 60-minute uptrend, consolidation, 1-hour uptrend in intro to power hour in a new trend right above that one. Today, our entire channel from yesterday from power hour and the intro became one gigantic channel due to the increased volatility and larger amounts of volume that seemed to be happening on the 1-minute candles and the 5-minute candles. And then at 12:15 Eastern time, when Gary Gensler opened his fat fucking mouth about paying for order flow, the entire market sold off. AMC and GameStop seem to have sold off with all of the ETFs in which they're traded. And as of about, well, right around 12:40 Central, 1:40 p.m. Eastern time, we have hit an upwards pattern here of consolidation and kind of, you know, you could call it, it's not even, it's consolidating nicely. It's consolidating very well, crushing IV and getting ready for another movement. That's it. That's where I stand ready for tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to see any more movement on this today. At least not during market hours. We're going to have to see. But again, look, we're at the bottom of the channel and right towards the top. And it's really getting quite small in this algo. We'll go all the way down to the 30-second mark. Look at the 30-second candles to really get a high level of details. We'll switch it up to the Heikinashi so you can see the entry and the exit point. Look, entry, exit. Entry, exit, entry, exit, entry, exit, and then down we go, right? Little barcode, we hit the bottom. We're on the 30-second channel, 30-second mark, the 1348. We could get 15 minutes of straight shorting. Try to get us down to like under, no, I don't think they can get us under $13. I don't think they've got the money. But they can try to get us to like 13 and a quarter. We'll see. But that's pretty far below that channel right now. And you can see the exit was right at the bottom at 1348, the beginnings of this candle as well. I'm quite intrigued. GME grinding on up. Let's take a look, man. Thanks for the heads up. Let's see what GME's up to. We're on the 30-second bars. Keep an eye. Remember that. So let's just switch it back up to the at least the 1 minute. Back to some candles. Looks like she's making a push out of this channel as well here. Let's swing it over to the 5-minute candles. And one could argue that a trend is beginning here. As such, and as such, into an upwards consolidation trend as well for GameStop. Let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY is still down 1%. The SPY is not in an upwards consolidation trend of any sort. It's just trading sideways right now. Yeah, the SPY is going sideways. This has got to go. The SPY is going perfectly sideways. Does not seem to be ready to do anything except for sell. Ader, Atarian Inc. is still up 5.5% against all odds. AMC heavily shorted, heavily shorted right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1-minute candles with a stochastic RSI at complete absolute zero and looking just extremely shorted. Look for 1325. They're going to try to push us down as far as physically possible. 1342. Somebody said Redbox $33 tomorrow, man. Hey, you never know what's going to happen. You know what? As a matter of fact, 1340, I think I've got some good buying opportunities. Yep, and I've got about 12 minutes with which to make my trades. Phenomenal. I love it when a plan starts to come together. It's funny how the stock price is going down, but the volatility, the volatility of the calls is making the price to go up. I wonder if that's coincidence.
Nothing is coincidence.
Love that sound. Alpos, do you think I'm not excited because we're at 1341? Because I'm still extremely excited. I love the way people come in here making assumptions as if I'm concerned that the stock price is down. If you've been here for more than a minute and a half, you'd hear my play-by-play of the entire fucking day. We hit $14.25 today, dumbass. That was not by accident. I highly look forward to more delta hedging tomorrow, if not the last 10 minutes of the day here. It's either going up or down the last 10 minutes. I can give a fuck which way it goes. It's either going back to 13 or up to 14. That doesn't mean I don't expect it to go up tomorrow. I love the assumptions that ignorant people make. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, leave him in here. Leave him in here. I want somebody to talk shit to. Don't kick him out. That's my favorite. I'm literally buying fucking calls, you dipshit. The price is down. I'm literally buying fucking calls out the ass. That's the fucking notification you're hearing on my phone. I'm on 5 different fucking brokers right now. Dumb shit. Man, the assumptions people make crack me up. Crack me the fuck up. Like, yeah, let the price keep going down. I could pick up some more. But yeah, like I was just saying, the price of the calls is actually increasing because of the implied volatility going up. That's fucking great. Just buying up a storm. Check this out. Oh, I'm on a buying spree. Oh, that feels fucking phenomenal. I'm on a spree. I'm going to town. 1 here, 10 there, 4 there, 10 there. Let's keep it going, baby. 10 more. Let's see what else we can grab.
While you're doing that, Alpo, come in and have a live chat. We see you in the comments. We're not scared. We're not hiding. We only say what we think and what we feel in the DD. Come in and have a live chat. Tell us why you're saying what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. I'd be more than happy to have a little debate.
Yeah. If you don't want to, I get it. But it'd be better if you went quiet.
Let's take a look. Well, I would like to say thank you to Muhammad Abbas. I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier, but I truly appreciate you and your support, my friend. Thank you. Robbie C. He says, you know the old saying, boss. When you assume, I'm cool and fuck you. I really hate people. Thanks, brother. You're too funny. Yeah, there's so much ignorance in this world. You got to have a good time with it. I talk shit because I enjoy trolling trolls.
That's why I like you. I'm the exact same way.
You know, it is what it is. Let's see. I own AMC, dude. Just saying it's pathetic when people are getting excited for freaking $14. Ridiculous. Yeah, that's okay. Then don't be excited. Don't be excited. Go have yourself a great day. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Look at little Alpo getting some attention. Go on, Alpo, you keyboard warrior. Go on. How about that invite? Come and talk live.
Gee, maybe I'm excited because AMC went down under $10, like I said it would. Maybe I'm excited because I had prime buying opportunities at those prices, like I said I would. Maybe I'm excited because after the executive order, the price of AMC went from $10 to $14.25 in a matter of several trading days, of just a few trading days. It has only been 2 full trading days since the executive order took effect. Dumbass. Keep in mind, in January, the executive order, one of the first ones implemented by Trump, took effect January 11th. It was extended on January 13th. The stock ran on January 28th. From January 11th through January 28th, damage kept happening until PCO happened. In January, and then after PCO, things got calmed down because nobody could buy the fucking stock except for hedge funds. Then in May, when that January 13th extension through May 27th occurred, May 27th Executive Order 959 as amended took effect and killed hedge fund collateral. AMC, several trading days later, on June 2nd, ran to its all-time high of $77. And then what happened? June 3rd, Executive Order 14032 was implemented. That gave hedge funds their Chinese collateral back and market makers. They had 365 days, and it has since expired on June 3rd, 2022. I know they haven't sold it off because BlackRock only sold off $370 million worth of Chinese stock, according to their latest 13G filings, if I recall the right filing number. That being said, they own tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of that stock. Same goes for Vanguard. Same goes for lots of other institutions. That's why there's 186 million shares of AMC on loan, an all-time high. And for those of you not paying attention, AMC share price has gone from $1338 to about $1351 in the last couple minutes. We have 5 more minutes left of trading before after hours.
I just have one question. Does Alpo know what collateral means?
Probably not.
If not, this argument is bad. He will just be in the darkness and what the fuck is he talking about?
Is he talking about my car insurance?
The chickens have come home to roost. You could say something like that. Yeah, that's a good point, man. What's going on, Emmanuel? It's good to see you. Hey, Noli, Dustin, Pam the Trader, thank you guys. Jam Bam, Diaz, much love to all of you. If you have some questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Just kind of hanging out, enjoying myself for the next few minutes.
One that does keep repeating is about the Discord.
The Discord, I'm sorry, my friends, is now closed. I gave everybody over 6 months to join. It is free, but as of this moment, because we are in this point in time where I believe we are going to start seeing parabolic movements in the next coming days, if not weeks, that I decided to close the Discord to new members, as there's already several thousand people in the Discord think tank. I do not want it getting flooded with more bots and more new members. No offense. People would be more than welcome to join, but we gave a long time frame for people to join and notified them on YouTube and Twitter that it would be open for the public only for a limited time. So at this point, unfortunately, we are not currently accepting new members in the think tank, strictly to maintain the integrity of our think tank. My apologies. It is nothing personal, my friend, to you or any other retail investor. I promise you that. We may reopen it in the near future to a select few. Let you know if that happens.
Yeah, it's better to be safe.
What's up, High Sway? Good to see you, buddy. Micah says, love your hat, man. Saw Floyd in 94, 95 in Kansas City. That's pretty cool. I will say that this hat is symbolic. I've been wearing this hat since the beginning because I'm going to wear it till we get to the dark side of the moon. I appreciate
and Sten's just put
Go ahead,
an
brother.
interesting post in.
Yeah. Go ahead.
In the chat, Lions Den MMA talking about CEO Adam. bought Highcroft Mining and accumulated 87,000 shares.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
For the work that AMC's board did on Highcroft Mining, not only did they buy a large percentage of the company, but they also received almost 88,000 shares of Highcroft Mining as part of the compensation. As a company, not as individuals. So the individuals of AMC did not profit, but the company did. And that means we profit. That means we're better off. AMC owns a motherfucking gold mine. AMC owns their own popcorn farms, for those of you that are unaware. AMC is well positioned to send their popcorn from their farms, grown specifically for them and their movie theaters, to be sold in the multi-billion-dollar retail popcorn industry. You're going to see AMC popcorn up there next to Orville Redenbacher pretty soon on the shelves. And that's going to make AMC hundreds of millions and eventually billions of dollars with an S. Tom P says, first time on your channel, so far like it. Finally a YouTube channel without bullshit. Holland is holding strong. Welcome, my friend. We've got apes from all over. Europe, America, Asia, the Middle East, Australia, New Zealand, and everything in between. So welcome. It's a pleasure to have you, my friend. That's the day, my friends. Ding, ding. Oh, and since we're talking about bells, ding, ding, my friend Muhammad Ali comes to mind. And I think he would probably say, I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen. I ain't through until they liquidate point 72. We're not fucking leaving. We are retail. We are the whale. Let's take a look at Sundial and see what's happening here. Sundial with some big candle movements, big upward and downward movements. Very telling. The SPY ended the day negative 1%. Negative 1%. Volatility index is flat. You're going to tell me the SPY ended the day down a whole percentage point and the volatility index is flat? Can you say manipulation? Phenomenal. Another trade alert. And that's the day, ladies and gentlemen. AMC ended the day at exactly $13.50. That's fucking hilarious. 14.25 was our high for the day. Cost is up 2.5%. Lucid's up 3.5%. All sorts of crazy movements on the stock market today. The majority of the market's red, with the few exceptions. And the majority of those exceptions, like Redbox, etc., are meme stocks. What does that tell you? That should say a lot.
That we're going to be so fucking rich?
Something like that. Taking a look at the event calendar. Friday, we have CPI. CPI data comes out on Friday from the Federal Reserve. Tomorrow, let's see, we've got Ireland CPI, Eurozone. The ECB is making a decision on interest rates for deposits and refinances. Russian Federation Central Bank reserves weekly information comes out tomorrow. Ukraine CPI comes out tomorrow. And a massive bond auction in which the Fed will probably buy up shitloads of bonds. And on Friday, United States CPI, Denmark CPI, Norway CPI, Romania, Czechoslovakia Republic, Spain CPI, all around the board. Friday's probably going to be a disgusting day on the stock market. United States CPI consensus is expected to be 0.7%. Previously, it was 0.3% for month-over-month gains of CPI. The year is expected to be at 8.3%, which was already at 8.3% last month. Those are just the expectations. We will find out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday for the U.S. CPI. As well as we'll also get wage earnings, weekly earnings from Americans. That is definitely going to give us a better indication as to what's happening in our economy than the bullshit unemployment numbers. I want to see the wage information, the wage details. Finally taking a look at Bloomberg.
No, times are hard out there. Haven't you heard we're headed towards a recession? People can't even afford Coke anymore. They got to pour vinegar into seltzer water just to get the taste of it.
Well, that's what Morgan Stanley is essentially saying. Weak channel checks when it comes to the cruise. Rising debt costs, too.
Remain is such a manner that people.
Schwab's down 2.5%. Carnival's down 6%.
Is that the secret formula?
Apparently, according to our producer.
Brent crude is up 3%. WTI crude is up 3%. Equity futures are down an entire percent across the board. Canada, Australia, Switzerland, the SPY, the S&P I meant, Germany, the DAX, the Euro stocks are all down between 0.5 and a percentage point for equity futures right now. Canada, the 30-year yield for Canada is up 8 basis points. Finland's up 6.5. Spain's 8 basis points. France, this is disgusting.
I've said it over the last couple of weeks, if not months. The yen now off by another 1.25%. This, as we see at a 20-year low, the real divergence here in terms of central bank policy. We're going to get the ECB tomorrow. Many feeling that, of course, will pull back on quantitative easing, maybe talk up the idea of some sort of rate hike. And, of course, the euro is currently trading lower against the dollar, weakening against the dollar. And I look at sovereign bonds, which across the board have been a sell of the day, Taylor.
Yeah, you certainly saw that, Caroline, here in the U.S. as well. We've been talking a little bit on this program, a decent threes yesterday or a few days ago, sort of a weaker tens auction today, and really hard to be finding buyers at these yields if we indeed that think, Carol, that we're going to be looking at a Federal Reserve hiking another 50 basis points or so in just about a week's time. And so who is going to be the buyer of some of these Treasury yields? And really the question is, how much higher do we need to go in order to get sort of that relative value, particularly particularly with an equity market that's getting some of the froth taken out of it.
Yeah, I wonder, though, if the energy companies care. I know there's a headline that just crossed about ExxonMobil advancing to a record close. I'm looking at the S&P 500 this year. The 10 top performing names are all energy names. ExxonMobil is the 10th best performing name in the S&P 500, up 71% here. Though, you know, this story, I feel like it was a strong one last year, a strong one this year. And if you talk to folks in the sector, it feels like this is going to be something we're living with for some time.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing Devon Energy reporting a bolt-on acquisition as we speak. And what's also on the flip side of that, as we see the inflationary pressures, we talk about gasoline at $5 a barrel, I mean, $5 at the pump in general. We're looking...
All right. That's enough of Denver.
About the market crash, Karen.
It's fucking great. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow's going to be another exciting day. AMC candle has dropped it down to $12.39. There's, it up and down. So it definitely moved it up and down here pretty quick in the after hours. Let me see here if we've got a screenshot of it as well.
I think we're gonna be so goddamn rich.
No shit. No fucking shit. Everything has doubled. The cost to borrow max for AMC has doubled to 48%. The cost to borrow average doubled to 30%. And the cost to borrow minimum has doubled to 11.6%. There was 1.7 million shares returned today. 3.7 million shares borrowed for a borrowed change of almost 2 million more shares today than yesterday. That is what allows them to spend big bucks to prevent the stock price from going up. Keep it up, hedge fucks. I can hold longer than you can. I can stay solvent longer than you can. See you soon, Kenny G. Have a great day, everybody. We're going to be filthy fucking rich.
Thank you, everyone.
Cue the music. Gonna be so goddamn rich.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Peace out. Peace and wealth. Be fucking rich. I want my fucking money. Griffin, I want my fucking money. Yo, motherfucker. Holy shit, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Damn it, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Griffin, I want my fucking money.
You're an original,
Hey,
aren't you?
Yellen, give me the fucking money. Get the goddamn money printer out.
Great.
the goddamn money printer out.